gave out a lot of different parts to different countries to work on, and those countries bought a lot, and the price worked very closely with the pilots on heads-up displays for the visors, the headsets, because it's basically, depending on what mission or where you're flying, there's so many different radars and communications and so much technical stuff there that he had to work on. But my question is, it seems like that's a or a version 5 fighter in the and the Griffin seem to be just version 4s. But it seems like a lot of countries, from Germany to you name it, all buying F-35s just because the price is so cheap, because they've sold so many. And now you've got the Japanese and is it Sweden or someone coming out with a Generation 6 fighter. Do you reckon there's much of a future for the Eurofighter and the Griffin going forward? I'll step down.
Well, as luck will have it, Aaron, your technical difficulties got us Colonel Jeff up in the meantime. This is very much an Air Force question. Colonel, do you want to? I don't know if you heard all of it, but I'm sure you have full sight.
I did not hear it. I was actually cycling. But good morning to everybody.
Good morning. So Aaron was asking, F-35, lots of countries seem to be purchasing them simply because they're cheap, because of the vast volumes that are being produced, compared to, for example, the Gripen or whatever else. How much is in there for that? How much does making the right setup then enable production runs to run much bigger than they would otherwise? I think I got Aaron's question more or less condensed in there.
Yeah, so I mean, define cheap. I mean, so
compared to an own design of a similar quality,
right.
For example.
Well,
right?
so I would tell you the F-16 line's still pushing F-16s off, right? And I would tell you an F-16 is going to be cheaper than an F-35, 4th generation versus 5th generation, right? So, and I think I just Googled it. I'm not going to trust Mr. Google completely, but I will tell you, Mr. Google says that an F-35 is 80 million per copy. I think you're going to see probably F-16s about probably anywhere from half to 2/3 that cost. So it's cheaper. I also think that, the life cycle cost of the F-35 and stuff is something that you have to take into. There's a lot more maintenance that goes into an F-35, right? You got to take care of the skin differently because it's got some special skin on it, and it's got some coatings and stuff like that to make it, less observable to radars. Not invisible, just less observable. So we still haven't reached Harry Potter status yet, right? So I mean, there are a lot buying it. I think that this is Lockheed's big push, right? That they're pushing really hard on the F-35, and I've talked to some of my friends who are VPs over there and work in the program, and the first rule at Lockheed is do no harm to the F-35 program, right? So for example, if a nation walks in and says, "Hey, I know that you guys bought out the rights to the F-16. It used to be McDonnell Douglas, but now the line's still open. We're a small country. We'd really like to maybe look at talking about F-16s." The guy in the sales force is like, yeah, it's a good car, but a better car is the F-35. So yeah, but because as they crank more off, right, the cost per unit continues to drop because there was a massive amount of investment in research and development, operational development testing, research development and testing that went into that we call it OTTD and RDTD, right? I wasn't stuttering, but But yeah, so there are a lot buying. I don't know what it does to the Gripen or to the Eurofighter or to others.
Can I just jump
Go
in
ahead.
for a second? Sorry. So I just looked up the price of a Eurofighter. That's $124 million. So you're looking at an F-35 for $80 million, and that's a fifth generation fighter versus a fourth generation fighter. It seems like the F-35 is getting some pretty good reviews for what it can do. So my question is for Western Europe and Europe, if you want a really good air force, you're going to start leaning more towards American F-16s or F-35s. You'd want to. I'm not sure how long the Gripen and the Eurofighter are going to stand up unless they develop a fifth or sixth generation fighter like the Japan and Sweden are working on. I'll step down.
Yeah, don't step down, because I think I'd like you to stay up here, because this is a very good discussion. And I can't tell you what to do. I probably shouldn't have done that. Please don't step down. Would probably be a nicer way to do that. Sorry. Sometimes the colonel in me still comes out. Anyway, I get your point, but the European defense industry really has to take a hard look in the mirror. And I've been arguing this for a very, very long time, right? You have so many countries that all want the, one squadron, two squadrons, three squadrons of fighters, right? They don't want a lot, right? And you've got the United States that has more fighters in itself than the entire European. You wrapped up all the European air forces, right? So you're already at a disadvantage. And then the other part is, how many European nations, based on European history, right? So European history goes long. It's a long tooth, right? Are truly willing to share their best of their best intelligence and their best of their best research and development with all of their neighbors, right? That's another challenge, right? So the F-35 program was unique in the sense that not, an F-35 is an F-35 is an F-35, but not all F-35s are created equal. That was always a joke that we said in the Pentagon, right? And there were tiers of F-35s. Some nations were going to get tier 1 F-35s to do all the bells and whistles. And then some were going to say, dude, we're just not going to put an air conditioner in it for you, right? And obviously an air conditioner is kind of a joke, but there were some capabilities that some nations weren't going to get because they weren't on and it was a really sensitive issue, right? Because people were like, hey, why can't I get the fully loaded F-35? And so there were a lot of discussions, and that's where diplomacy kicks in and talks about things, and you have to have a lot of hard talks with nations. The Eurofighter program was never big enough to be able to do this, right? You didn't have the volume of orders to be able to do this. I read an article today, and maybe Doman can back me up on this, because I didn't really understand it completely. I think I understand it, right? But as I understand from the article, it said that all the European nations said, hey, we're going to build a bunch more artillery shells and ammunition for Ukraine. But even though the money's there, the effort's kind of stalled. And while Turkey is ready to actually build the ammunition, there's this, we're going to buy European Union first, or government to government European Union only. Some of these rules that were passed where money could only flow within the European Union has put stipulations on this money to where now they can't, even though Turkey is ready to build, there's countries that say, well, no, you have to use, Sweden, Switzerland, so those are horrible examples. The Czech Republic, Slovakia, and I don't really understand it, right? So this is just there's a consistent challenge, and that's what I'm trying to get. There's a consistent challenge in the European defense industry, and I'm not trying to pick on it. I'm really not. I know when you're an American and you start talking about other people's defense industries, there's an initial reaction to be defensive, and I get that. I'm trying to talk very openly about it. I would love to see the European defense industry be able to compete with the United States. As a matter of fact, I've actually tried to help and consult European countries actually get in and actually start bidding on U.S. defense contracts. It's the biggest fish in the ocean, right? And it needs to eat a lot. So why not try and compete? The United States government, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, spent over $100 billion, right, on foreign objects, to foreign companies, and that's just the defense industry, right? So that's a lot of money that's on the table. And sadly, I think a lot of European companies just they don't know how to compete there. It's unfamiliar to them, and they're not willing to do it.
I think self-propelled artillery was one example where they nearly did, right? With the Archer maybe being considered. Bearded.
Yeah, Colonel Jeff, one of the things I know from experience is there's always an ITAR issue when trying to sell European UK defence products into the US, which then gives a restriction on potential sales elsewhere worldwide. And sometimes that is a bar.
Sure. Now, whose ITAR is that? Is that the US or is that the Great Britain or England? Excuse me.
The type of equipment we were playing with, our capability, but it fell under US ITAR rules because it would be used by US Armed Forces.
So you were no, so that's kind of weird. So ITAR is the International Trade and Regulations, right? So that's what an ITAR is. So and basically it's intellectual. A country doesn't want to just give away all of its intellectual capacity, right? So there's ITARs that are placed and restrictions on what can be traded. In the majority of cases, ITARs are levied by the country that holds the intellectual property, right? So if you're a company in London and you got some really cool whiz bang technology and you want to sell it to a company in the United States, let's say the U.S. defense industry, the majority of times it's the ITAR that London say, no, dude, we're keeping that good stuff for ourselves. We're not sharing it with the United States. It's kind of interesting to me that the United States would actually would deny you the ability to give them intellectual property. I need to know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's just the fact that anything that we exported would fall under US ITAR regulations, and we'd have to adhere to that fact with our future sales elsewhere in the world. It's one of those things I think we declined and we went in with somebody else in the end. But
can I ask if you work for BAE?
No, I do not work for BAE.
Okay, all right. So because I know BAE's got a really interesting. It's a dilemma that they've worked through. I wouldn't say they've cleanly worked through it, right? But BAE, British Aerospace Engineering, is a British-based company, right? It's not a U.S. company.
Yes, and they opened up a U.S. derivative.
Right. So there's a U.S. derivative, and actually that U.S. derivative won the contract to build the future communications platform that is taking over what's called the EC-130H Compass Call, my old airplane. And there's a lot of technology in that, right? So this is a countercom, massive beast. They've actually got it down onto a twin engine style Learjet. They shrunk the crew. If you look at this thing online right now, because there's now some public pictures of it, it's got like a huge wart growth sticking off the sides of it. It ain't the prettiest airplane in the world, that's for sure. But BAE is building this out, and so they had to sign basically an agreement that the two companies could share financial information and they could share, administrative and personnel information. But the two, because of ITAR, cannot share information for that program and a couple others. So very, very interesting how defense companies have worked through that.
Oh, I had a similar experience with when the Marine aircraft, the presidential flight, they were considering the Augusta Westland helicopter. And we had the US Marine Corps guys come over, and the production line would build it to a particular standard. And then the airframe would then be exported for it to have its US components put on, which we were not allowed to have any insight into, even though we were producing the training packages for it. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Hey, Beardy, I'm still interested about the first comment. I want to try and get some clarity, right? So can I ask, whatever your company, whatever widget you were trying to sell to the U.S. government, was it the issue once you sold it, and let's say the U.S. government was going to use it, then they limited who you could share it with? Was that the issue?
That's the issue exactly.
Okay, I got
because
it. Now I understand.
we
Okay,
we,
yes.
we were more products and services than
Okay, yeah,
hardware.
got it. I understand. Yeah, but and I completely understand that point. But I mean, when I talk about goods and services that the U.S. government has bought, I mean, let's be honest. That this includes boots, uniforms, hats, paper. Right? I mean, the U.S. Defense Department is a massive consumer, right, of everything, right? Not just beans and bullets. You know, all the U.S. military installations in Europe, they have to get food from somewhere, right? We don't fly C-17s full of American, you know, hamburgers and steaks into Europe every day. Ironically, we do fly some Burger King and McDonald's and shit, but that's a whole nother story, right? But the point is like those are government contracts, right? So if you're a food producer right outside of Ramstein, or if you're a massive food packer that's in Austria or Switzerland and want to compete, you have every right to compete for that contract. It is not limited to Germany. Right? It is that the U.S. government has many faults, but one of the things it actually gets right is it's very, very transparent on how it does defense contracting, and I really like that. So I've tried to help companies do this. I've tried to help them compete here in Europe. A couple of them have actually have actually got to the point where they put in some bids. It's really, really cool. So I'm pretty excited about that. But it's a long process, and they have to understand that rejection is part of the thing. You know, one of the companies that I work with here in Austria builds aircraft hangars that are soft skinned, and they're really, really cool, right? They're called Architect, and they have gone in and they've done their due diligence. They've registered with SAMS.gov, which is the place where you actually everyone has to be registered in SAMS. And then they can actually look at all the contracts. They're all online. Every U.S. Defense Department contract is online. You can actually surf through them. I taught them how to weed through to get to what they wanted, right? And then once they got to what they wanted, they started. We kind of helped them put together a couple bids for, temporary aircraft shelters and stuff like that. What's really cool is, right, and this is an awesome thing, right? And I truly mean this. So unfortunately, they're an Austrian company, so they can't register for NATO, right? Only NATO companies can register for NATO. That's part of the rules, right? And Architect, unfortunately, is getting screwed because of neutrality. It is what it is. But if they were a NATO nation, they could have registered with NATO and said, we're a tent builder, right? We build very large temporary facilities that have really cool doors and blah, 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 and this and that, right? Well, what happened in Turkey just 3 months ago, right? Or 2 months ago? There's a massive earthquake, right? NATO NSPA, Stacy Cummings, my friend, had her on the dish with fish. She's like, hey, dude, we're freaking anyone who can build a goddamn tent. Right? I need as many tent builders as I can find. And if you look at what Stacy and NSPA did, I'm really proud of them, right? There's some press releases that came out. It didn't make the national news everywhere, but there's massive tent cities that have gone up in Turkey, and that's really, really good because these people now have a roof over their head. They've got places to eat. They've got places to actually shower, shave, the other S word, right? And that's awesome. But that was an NSP effort. Again, these are contracts out there. Had they been able to register, Stacy or one of her many minions would have called and said, "Dude, how many you got? How many are sitting right now in a Connex that I can start shipping?" Right? And that's awesome. Anyway, I've rambled enough.
Let's go north a couple of streets. Daniel and then Matthias. Daniel.
Yeah, I maybe we've already passed it, but I just wanted to add some parts to Colonel Jeff here. I totally agree with him on basically everything. You mentioned something, Jeff, that about differences in purchasing aircraft and owning aircraft, and I think that is one of the big things when it comes to the difference between Gripen and the F-35. And it's not always very transparent in the procurement. So I remember when Norway started looking at the F-35, or rather when they were taking the decision, the Gripen was one of the options. And there were at one point that they compared prices publicly, and if you looked at it closely, the F-35 was then said to be cheaper than the Gripen, and when you looked at it, it was F-35s without engines. So it's always very hard to do this kind of comparisons. There are dimensions of politics. It's also about how much production you can get to your own country, and so on. So there's so many different dimensions. But I agree that it's since the F-35 is starting to be producing so many numbers, it's also becoming very much cheaper, at least to buy, which is really not good for the other kinds of aircrafts. But just so everyone knows, when we're comparing, I don't know very much about the Eurofighter, but it has been done in different tranches. When it comes to the Gripen, the new E version is more or less a new aircraft. So talking about Gripens, it can be a little bit confusing. The Gripen CD was previously, I would say, generation 4, maybe 4 plus in some respects. The new E version is more towards generation 5, though the sort of established way of looking at the generations, I think that to be a true generation 5 fighter, it has to be a stealth fighter, which the Gripen is not. It has a very reduced signature, but it has other ways of achieving that kind of edge. So it's really hard to say which generation it really belongs to, but it's really the E version is really another aircraft. It's not the same aircraft as when you talk about aircraft that are currently in operations. It's really important to know that. I also agree with Jeff here about selling aircrafts to the United States. Maybe it's a part of not knowing how to do, but I also think that there is a political dimension to that also. And if you look at the Archers were sent to United States to be evaluated. I don't think they have decided anything yet. I think they were quite impressed by that system, so we will have to see where that lands. But I think that many times it's really hard to sell to the US if you don't have a US partner. And it might be just because those can help you with how to sell and set up for production in the States, because that is often a requirement that you actually do sell in the United States. And if you look at how my perception of how the weapons procurements works in the United States, it's also when you only have US companies, it's a lot of a game of having production in different states. And for an outsider producer, it's really hard to already have a lot of production in many states. I mean, look at the F-35. I guess it's basically produced in every state in the whole country, I would guess. And an outsider cannot do that. They can promise to set up, but often it's really not viable to have that kind of spread out. And if you look at where we actually do have successes when it comes to the new US trainer, it's a cooperation between Boeing and Saab. And that is sort of, I think, an example of how European countries can succeed of selling arms to the United States, not going by themselves, but actually have a partner there. And I think they are actually 50-50 on that project. Saab is setting up a new production plant in the States for that. The question about Saab having an aircraft going with Japan, I think it's a little bit. Saab has been doing a lot of things aside of the Gripen. I think they are looking for sort of how to survive in this game, and they have to look at many different things. For some time, I think it was a decade ago, they were involved in an experimental UCAV with a couple of countries, but I think it was mainly done by Dassault in France. It was called Neuron, and it was actually quite advanced. I don't really know what went out of that apart from being an experimental aircraft. They actually sometime talked about cooperating with Turkey. That's a long time now ago. That didn't plan out, but this with Japan is, as far as I understand, a cooperation between UK and another country which I don't remember, and Japan, and Saab is looking at that, and they're negotiating on how they might be involved in this. But at the current state, I don't think they are really involved in this. So it's yeah. I'm rambling now, but that was sort of the different things that came up that I wanted to add something to.
Yeah. So first of all, I don't necessarily disagree with all your points, but I will challenge a couple of them. Right. The first problem that I think exists is when people see the U.S. defense industry, right, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and they're like they want to get into it. Everybody wants to go the way. Well, there's a shitload of more fish in the ocean than just whales, right? Trying to get into the aircraft industry market right off the bat, it's probably a really bad move, right? But I can give you numerous examples, right, of defense industries in Europe that are kicking ass in the U.S. government, right? What do you think the number one handgun in the United States government is? And when I say U.S., I mean local law enforcement, SWAT teams, and the U.S. Defense Department. What's the number one handgun?
Glock?
Yep, Austrian company. Number two, Sig Sauer, German company, right? So again, Glock didn't go, dude. If we could just build a fighter to beat the F-35, man. So look, there's tons and pieces and parts here. I think we need to stop looking at aircraft. The second thing is, and this actually I support you on, right? I was a big fan of Austria years ago, trying to buy the F-16 or actually buying the Saab Gripen, right? The older version, right? And they bought the Eurofighter, and I said, man, that's going to bite them in the ass, right? Because it was just way too much jet. And that's a great jet, don't get me wrong, but for Austria and what Austria's requirement was, this is a key point. I really want people to understand this, right? What was the requirement for Austria, right? And if you ask an Austrian, even if you ask the MOD, dude, what was your requirement? I mean, when you settled on that, what was the requirement? And very few can tell you. And I would say that in the United States, right, when we put out a proposal for a new fighter aircraft or a new bomber or a new cargo airplane, the requirement in the Pentagon has been worked for at least a year and gone through so many iterations. And I'm not talking about a cargo airplane that the United States Air Force would like to have as a follow-on to the let's give an example, right? So you follow on to the C-17. Okay, great. So the Air Force wants to follow on to the C-17. They're going to start defining requirements, range, cost per flying hour, all these types of things. And then once they define that, it actually has to go to the Marines, the Navy, and the Army, because they all get to chop on the requirement. They're like, hey, dude, I need you to carry my M1 Abrams tank, so it has to have this much lift. So the Air Force is going to push back and say, dude, your tanks are freaking too heavy. Is there any other way to move your tanks? So then there's a study that's done for months to figure out ways to move tanks and what is the most economical versus time-effective system. I mean, so these are months-long efforts, right? And then those months-long efforts add into a year, right? So when you finally, when Boeing and Lockheed and everybody get the requirement for the next airplane, they know exactly what the U.S. government's looking for, and it's hundreds of pages long. Okay, so compare that to, and I brought up the company Architects, right? That has these really cool modern tents, right? So they want to sell them to the U.S. government, and of course, when the GSA, which is the government acquisition company, comes out and says, "Okay, we want new tents. We're going to modernize our tents. Here's our requirement." Well, Architects had already built their tents, right? So I had to have a long sit down with them and say, dude, you're not going to change the requirement. Like, you can't go, but look at our tent, it's cooler. And then have the entire Pentagon go, oh, yeah, we should completely rewrite our requirement. They have built the requirement. You have to build a tent or a hangar or a modular hanger system that is, you know, you can collapse and fold up and blah, blah, blah. And you have to be able to redesign that, or you're not going to sell it. You're going to be eliminated from the competition. Now, I know I've rambled on a lot. I'm going to pick on my home country a little bit because I love them. And I hope that if there's any Austrians listening, that you get what I'm trying to say, that I'm not really, I'm not angry at Austria. I love Austria. I'm trying to help their defense industry get it right. So right now there was an article that came out in the press that Austria wants to replace their C-130K models, right? These are old C-130s, right? So they need cargo aircraft. Okay. Well, so the way that Austria works is when money is available, they freaking spend it, right? So, and it's only available for a year, so they've got to move. So my first argument to Austria is, I'm like, okay, dude, why is your money only good for a year? Especially for defense articles that could take up to 3 to 5 years to purchase. You know, you shouldn't you shouldn't force yourself into, I have to buy a car tomorrow. That's a big purchase, right? So that's my first argument. My second argument is I read what the requirement is, and this one kind of made me laugh. It's in the newspaper. You can read it. They want a cargo aircraft that can carry their tracked vehicle with a turret. It's not a tank, but it's some kind of army system out there that, you know, has a turret. And according to what people say, again, there's no study, but according to what people say, the C-130 cannot fit the weapon system, the tracked vehicle, into the cargo area without taking off the turret and then putting the turret back on. Therefore, the C-130 is not a very good answer. That very well maybe could be true. I don't know. I haven't looked at the height and the blah 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 and this and that. But like, this was the answer from the Ministry of Defense. Like, yeah, we're looking at the 130, but we really want to. One of the requirements is we have to be able to carry this vehicle. And so I started thinking, why does a neutral nation have that's the size of Virginia, right, have a need and a requirement to load up heavy weapon artillery tracked vehicles into an airplane and move them? Like, where the fuck are they taking them? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't dismiss it. It'd be kind of cool to be able to fly them around your country and stuff like that. That's cool, right? You might want to have, that might be a desire for a capability. I get that. My next question is, okay, how many times in the past 5 years, so let's do an assessment, right? How many times in the last 5 years has the Army come forward to the Air Force and said, dude, I really want to move my freaking tracked artillery vehicle on your, and the Air Force, the chief of staff of the Air Force said, hey, dude, I can't move that thing. It's too big, right? So how many times did you have to go to a commercial carrier to move that, right? That's a good number to know, right? And so you go through these, that's actually mission planning and targeting. It's not just saying, hey, we want to be able to do this. Well, shit, I want to drive a Ferrari, but I mean, want in one hand and shit in the other. At the end of the day, one of my hands is full, right? So I think, and I hope Austria gets that, right? I would love to see Austria build a very, very well-defined requirement and have an honest, open competition for what their next aircraft is. I will tell you, the way in which they bought the Leonardo last year was not open and fair competition, completely not. I know Austrians think it was, but if they knew the devil's in the details, they would change that, right? So anyway, I've rambled.
Was it the Ulan, Colonel, that they wanted to move? Their IAV?
If someone's speaking, I can't hear.
You can't hear me, Colonel? Okay, that's a shame. Let's go to Matthias in that case, and I can inquire about that later.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, regarding, I'll take the last point first. So whenever you have a governmental procurement process and you find the requirements very peculiar, my experience in general is that they have a solution in mind and they're trying to fit the requirements to the solution they want. So that might be half your answer there. Anyway, yeah, so regarding the Gripen and I think in fighters in general, or at least the significant hardware procurement, right? It's really not only about the hardware, right? It never is. If you're going to consider buying a jet to your Air Force, it's never only about the jet, right? There are a couple of factors I think that have hurt the European fighter industry in general lately, the last couple of decades. One is, the defense spending, willingness to spend on defense budget. There's been a peace dividend. I think that's hurt not just the Gripen, but also Eurofighter and other European initiatives. So that's one piece. The second piece is it's highly political. When you're buying this type of hardware, it's also about logistics and supply chain. It's also about the political willingness to support that country in general in a crisis. You take Finland as an example. What fighters did Finland buy? Right? Did they buy the fighters that are designed to kill Russians in the Nordics? No. They got F-18s. They got F-35s. Right? That's because of national security reasons, and then that's not insignificant, right? Regarding, I think Gripen, yes, it's whatever the generation fighter it would be designated to be, right? There's a long tradition of Swedish built fighters because of the traditional neutrality, and once upon a time we had a really big air force during the Cold War, built many generations of fighters, right? And I think it's 4.5, and as I think what Daniel said, it's the EF version is definitely a new, significantly different aircraft that's being rolled out now. It's on top of what you mentioned, it's got a much more powerful engine. It can carry much more ordnance. It's got much larger operational range. Things like this that were, in previous attempts to sell the aircraft, it was a little bit on the minus side compared to competitors, and for some buyers, operational range mattered more, and so forth. But I also know that a couple of years ago, I think about 2 years ago or something, they started an initiative in cooperation with Britain. I'm not sure it was BAE or who it was, but I think they built a developmental center in Great Britain to try to develop a new 6th generation aircraft. There was a name, I forgot the name, but working name. So there's definitely investments happening. Yeah, Tempest. Yeah, that's right. I don't know. I don't have up-to-date information on that effort, but yeah, I mean, and the third thing that I think to finish off here, the third thing that I think that have been a problem to sell the Gripen. I mean, we've sold the Gripen to, I think it's Hungary, Czechoslovakia, I think not Czechoslovakia, Czechia, and I think Slovakia as well, Thailand, Brazil. But I think honestly, most people would have expected more. So I think one other thing that has hurt the Gripen, it's being sold by a neutral country. So all the political clout that comes with, you're basically getting a military hardware alliance, kind of, hasn't helped. And maybe that will change with Sweden and NATO, and maybe the defense spending in Europe definitely has changed. So maybe there's a future for European fighters, but we need to get away from the last point, and that's all this tendency in Europe to have domestic military industrial production. I'm looking at you, Italy. I'm looking at you, France. This insistence of having the production 100% in your own country, there needs to be
Hey, by the way, Doman, the reason I came up is I didn't know if you saw the news, and Mockers, as our news expert, I didn't know if you saw the news out of Azerbaijan this morning.
We did. Colonel, can you hear me yet?
Colonel, I don't think you can hear Doman, though. That's the unfortunate thing. But yes, we certainly did. Do you want to say what it's about?
Yeah, I love it, right? I mean, and to be fair, I love to see that the Russian army is gaining some level of consistency, right? Because in military formations, consistency matters, right? So Russia, a Russian convoy, basically using an illegal border crossing point between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The Azerbaijanis stopped them and said, dude, you can't use this crossing point. many of our European listeners realize that there is a still cold, a frozen conflict that's going on in between those two countries, right? And that's a region called Nagorno-Karabakh, the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh, right? And the Russians, once they were stopped, basically said, shit. So they just abandoned their vehicles and left. They didn't even take their vehicles with them. And normally when you think of a convoy and like people abandon it, it's like 1 or 2 vehicles. I just posted a picture of this thing on Twitter. It's like hundreds of vehicles. It's freaking huge. It wraps around a mountain, and they just left them. I mean, I can't even begin to think what would happen in the United States military if a brigade commander had one of his NCOs walk by and go, "Hey, boss, they wouldn't let us through, so we just left all the vehicles there and we walked home." Like I mean, like I'd be furious. Colonels are usually brigade commanders. I literally I'd be besides myself. It's absolutely hilarious.
It certainly is, and yeah, what a gift. I'm sure they could have probably made use of those vehicles elsewhere, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, that this is a gift long time coming for Azerbaijan, and because as some folks know, one of my earlier guests on the dish was Camille, right? He's former colonel, Azerbaijani colonel. I met him in the diplomatic circles here in Vienna, and he would always argue. And I actually went and looked it up, and he was right. This was true. That Russia was selling weapons to both Armenia and Azerbaijan. So basically, Russia was playing puppet master, keeping some level of balance between Azerbaijan and Armenia, so that since no one had an upper hand, no one would attack. Right? That was Russia's kind of deal. But they realized quickly that once Azerbaijan started dealing in energy and Baku started building up, and the Azerbaijanis had tons of money compared to what the government had income was from tax revenues and stuff like that from Armenia, that there was a disparity. So they couldn't, for a T-60 tank or a T-54 tank, they couldn't charge the same amount. So they would charge literally within months apart. They would charge the Azerbaijanis like twice as much or 3 times as much for a tank than they would charge Armenians just to keep balance. He's like, dude, it's infuriating. Like we can't get the Armenian prices. It's not fair. and so they've been overpaying for so much military equipment. This just might be the gift that was long time coming to Azerbaijan. Now I realize, most of these vehicles that are in this convoy are trucks, but they're not heavy weapons and tanks and stuff like that. But still, very, very usable assets, right? So yeah, I think if Camille was here, he'd be like, yeah, they owe us a little. They owe us a lot, actually, but quite fun.
Well, payback, it's a fair game, isn't it? Do you want to recycle, Colonel Jeff? Then you'll be able to hear Doman again. Go ahead, Doman, if you've got anything to say on this.
No, I'll get back to it when we get the Colonel back. Let's go to Anda, and then we'll get the Colonel back, I hope. Anda.
So I have half of the question was already answered by Colonel Jeff. I was wondering, to be completely fair, I was wondering about how does he see Ukraine going forward as an option regarding aircraft? Right now we think, right, that F-16 are the best option. I know Ukraine had a very good space program through which they could not space program. They designed and produced the rockets, right? So they didn't send the people in the space, but they designed the rockets. So I was wondering if is how should I put this, post-war, because mid-war I don't see this happening, but post-war, would F-35 be an option, or another variant of a new aircraft would be an option for Ukraine to defend itself better, more efficient against Russia, or would they need to consider some other option, like I don't know, Gripen or something else? Does it make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, Colonel Jeff, what do you reckon after Ukraine wins in next year, the year after that? Should they keep on with the F-16s for a good while, or should they be looking at other sort of aircraft? I'm guessing F-16s are probably still good for the next decade, 2 decades, right? Just depends which version.
Yeah, so that's a great question, right? And Anna, it's great to see you back. I haven't seen you for a while, so it's always great to hear your voice. Here's kind of there's going to be a lot of think tanks and a lot of institutes for air power that are really going to have to do some deep dives after this war, right? Because there's just too many unknown questions, right? Or unknown questions and unknown answers. We don't even know what we don't know, right? It's kind of crazy, right? I almost hesitate now saying what's the right answer, because I don't know. I don't know, for example, why we're a year into this war and the Ukrainian Air Force still has over 100 aircraft, fourth and third generation aircraft, when Russia is employing S-300s and S-400s. That shouldn't happen, right? That should not be happening, according to everything that I'd learned in air power. If it's an S-300 and an S-400 is the air defense system. If you fly, you die. That's the answer, right? I don't dismiss that these are very capable systems, and I don't dismiss that they've driven the Ukrainians into different tactics, techniques, and procedures. But by the same token, they're still flying, right? So someone needs to answer that for me. I don't understand, right, how jamming and low altitude tactics have really marred up the battle space, right? I got into a little bit of an argument with a pilot, right? An Air Force pilot who disagrees with me vehemently on the F-16s, and he said, "Dude, I not only do I disagree with you, but you're out there spouting false information, and because you're spouting false information, all your information's inaccurate." I said, "Okay, what information did I spout that's false?" He's like, "Man, I've practiced at low level pitch bombing with JDAM, right? I've done that in an F-15. I know that you can pitch bomb a JDAM, right?" And what he means by fly really low, pitch your nose up, and kind of throw it like a lawn dart, right? so it arcs and comes down, and that there's enough time for that system to actually engage, find the satellites, and actually hit a target. I said, "Okay, great, you've practiced it. Did you practice it in an electromagnetic spectrum environment that had massive amounts of GPS jamming? Because we all know that, like, the time for acquisition for a GPS signal a system to get a GPS signal is directly related to how free and clear the electromagnetic spectrum is, right? So maybe I have it a little bit wrong, and maybe pitch bombing can work, but a pitch bombing in a perfectly permissive environment where as soon as the receiver on the bomb comes active, it sees 4 or 5 satellites immediately and can actually start working through that. Tell me that you've done some pitch bombing in a denied electromagnetic spectrum and tell me how that works." And of course, he couldn't. So I'm like, okay, so my initial assessment, my overall assessment that JDAMs are really probably not all that effective from a low level altitude employment is correct. My terminology on why I got there is wrong. And he's like, "Well, yeah, but and I'm like, "No, dude, I'm done with you," right? So my point is, there's so many lessons that we need to learn from this, right? And I get it, right? And to those listeners out there that have heard me say before that pitch bombing, I apologize profusely, but at the end of the day, the point was valid, right? I mean, If JDAM, I mean, and I also told him, I said, dude, if JDAMs are freaking can be lobbed from low altitude, and we've given them freaking 500, what the fuck? What's the battle space telling us, right? Does the battle space tell us that there's been 500 precision munitions that have really just knocked the shit out of the Russians in the past month and a half? No. So they're not working. Well, then why aren't they working? Right? I mean, instead of bitching at me, why don't you and I go figure out why these things aren't working? Right? Because I would love for Ukraine to have precision munitions, that 500 of them that are that big, you know, as Mocker says, the crowd pleasers, right? These massive freaking explosions of 2,000 pounds of love, right? Yeah. So look, there's so many questions out there. If I was Ukraine, though, I would focus heavily on cost, and I would almost prioritize cost over performance. I don't think that Russia's going to become the massive tiger that it once was in just a couple of years. I think it's going to take a long time. I still think they're going to be belligerent. I still think that they're going to be a thorn in the side of Ukraine. I don't see that changing in a decade or two, but I don't see the need for fifth generation, sixth generation fighters falling into Ukraine. I see a need for a capable, precision delivering Air Force that has not only good capability, but a life cycle cost that is manageable and cheap, right? So that's what I would focus on. That's just, and again, Anda, there's so many questions out there. I don't have answers. I'm trying to answer yours. So please realize, again, I might be apologizing to the site again tomorrow because I learned something new today, but I'm going on my best information, right? And I hope everybody understands that, right?
What I hear you say, Colonel, is 150 F-16s of a relatively modern vintage keeps Ukraine for the next decade pretty well.
No, to be fair, I wouldn't even, if it was me, I don't even know if I'd go F-16, right? And I'm almost to the point where I would jump in line on the, I think it's the T5, right? Is that the name of the jet? The Saab US.
The trainer.
Yeah. Isn't it a T5?
We have two Swedes, gent, who wants to explain what that thing is.
Go ahead.
It's the T7.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So T7. So here's the beautiful thing about the T7, right? The T7 is being bought to replace the T-38 in the United States Air Force. The T-38 is the primary twin-engine jet trainer, right? Or primary jet engine trainer. So there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of these. If you look at how many T-38s have been built, and we also used to have an AT-38, an attack variant of the T-38. So there's two seats, right? Now, I would tell you that in countries like Austria or France or Germany, where labor costs are high, two seats is expensive, right? Where labor costs are cheaper in more of the Eastern European countries, two seats actually still makes a lot more sense, right? Because the cost issue is not as great. You still pay more for two pilots, but you have so much more capabilities. You have a division of labor. You have all these wonderful things. The T7 variant is actually being built to also have an attack variant. So you're only training one airframe, right? So imagine this, you've got your own training pipeline with T7s, and then the guy basically just goes from learning how to fly the T7, getting his wings, directly into flying the T7 with a little bit more training on combat tactics, BFM, beyond visual range, BVR, shooting, blah, 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 this and that. But it's got Link 16, it's got a heads-up display, it's got all these capabilities, and its cost per flying hour, the number one driver for training, right? The number one driver for the Air Force was, I need a jet engine, modern aircraft that the cost per flying hour is driven under X thousands of dollars. I don't remember, I think it might even be 10,000, right? So when you look at that, right? And I'll go back to the Austrian example. In some cases, Austria is paying $100,000 or 100,000 euros per flight hour for the Eurofighter, right? And they've been doing that for years. Imagine what they could have bought if they bought, or how much money they'd have if they bought F-16s and that was managed at $10 to $15 to $18,000 per flying hour, managed by the Air Force, right? So now you've got Ukraine with a large Air Force, commonality across from training to combat. I mean, I would get in line and I'd start buying that thing immediately. And that is not a paid political advertisement. I truly believe that. The reason I say the paid political advertisement, by the way, is because the T7 in the United States is actually being built in my home state. And I'm freaking proud of them because I think this is awesome. It's down by Purdue University, which is the #1 aerospace engineering school in the world. They've had more astronauts than any other school. As a matter of fact, the guys at Indiana University who aren't smart enough to go to Purdue always say they've got more astronauts than they have championship rings for sports. So, which is true, but yeah. So it's kind of awesome. That's what I would do on it.
That's really interesting, Colonel. I think there's a written piece in there for you on this topic because I've not read or heard this sort of approach before. Daniel,
if only I knew how to write, Doman. If only I knew how to write.
Yeah, you really need to work on that. I don't know. Maybe start with something short, 100 words max, like a little email letter, something like that, and then slowly build up. Right? Is that the usual advice?
I shall.
Sorry, we're just kidding because Colonel is actually an accomplished writer of thriller novels. So he does know how to write. That's the joke there. But Daniel, I'm sure Sweden would be quite excited if this approach were taken. No?
Absolutely, but I agree with Jeff on this. But again, there's one dimension I think that they will lose, or rather not gain, that I think they need, and that is the T7 does not have a radar, as far as I know. As far as I know, they don't have any plans on putting one in there, so it cannot really work as a fighter. And in this conflict, from my perspective at least, and you might have to correct me on this, Colonel, it's what Ukraine really needs when it comes to air power is to have long-range BVR missiles with good capabilities to be able to really match the Russians when it comes to air, which they cannot do now. They are fighting with a really short stick, while the Russians have a really long stick and just poking them. They are poking them not very well, but they are still poking them better than Ukraine can poke back. But also to have a very good electronic warfare suit for that aircraft and capability to suppress air defenses. I think that is the most important thing. Maybe I should let Colonel Jeff reply before I go to what I really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I think we get so wrapped up in having modern capabilities because the enemy potentially has modern capabilities that I'm really I kid you not. So here's the frustration that I have, right? As a guy who worked in the Pentagon for years and worked on programs and worked on requirements, when the F-35 and the F-22 were being built, the merchant of death, as I called him, would come around to everyone's office and say, "Hey, I need you to find, 50 million in your programs, and we need to cut it out of yours, and we need to send it over to the F-35 or the F-22 because these are really important programs." And you're like, oh man, like every program's important. I mean, we build requirements, right, all the time, and when we build a requirement is literally as one of my old bosses, CQ Line, right? C Line was his call sign, right? When C Line would say requirements are nothing but unfunded fantasies, right? Because even if the requirement is validated by the U.S. government, until it actually receives a penny, it's just a dream, right? So here's all these programs out there they've gone through the process, they've been funded, Congress has agreed to the funding concepts for these, right? And then all of a sudden you have to not only cut the funding for it, then you got to go to the program officer and say, "Hey buddy, I'm sorry, I need to take 10 million from you, 5 million from you, blah blah blah, this and that." And this is how the Pentagon works, right? It's not that this isn't inside baseball, it's just how it works. But then you would watch, right, when Congress would question the senior leaders of the United States Air Force, they would say, please tell me why you need the F-35, right? And of course, the answer was, sir, when you look at what China and Russia's future surface-to-air missile system capabilities are, these SA-10s, the SA-12s, the SA-20s, we've run the numbers with think tanks, we've run the numbers with RAND and all these analytics, and I'm sorry, but nothing we have right now even comes close to surviving in any of these threat rings, and we would lose air superiority, would lose control of the air domain. Cats and rabbits would be having sex. It would be absolutely horrible. What can we do? And okay, now we're actually seeing that even the Russian fighters, third generation, have some level of survivability in here. So did Intel maybe get overanalyze what the S300 and 400 could do? Yes. Does Intel sometimes overanalyze? Sure, I'm not mad at them, right? I would argue that RAND was doing what RAND was paid to do. We bought the F-35 because of what we thought, but I think now we have new information, and I realize it's an uncomfortable discussion if you're the CEO of Lockheed, or if you're a guy trying to peddle the F-35 to nations. It's a discussion that you probably don't want to have, and I get that, but that doesn't mean that it's not a worthy discussion.
Yeah, just replying that what I was sort of thinking about was not the F-35 for Ukraine, but rather like the F-16 or the Gripens with a good EW suit. Because yes, we have overestimated the capabilities of Russian air defenses, but the fact is still there that the Ukrainian Air Force can't really fly over the battle zone, and that's something that they really need as a future capability. Don't you agree?
To be fair, you know what I want? I want an iPhone that flies, and I mean that sincerely, right? I want an iPhone that flies, and I don't want. I want a very open architecture, plug and play, app driven, modern trainer/fighter. That the open architecture enables me to put whatever I want on any pylon and be able to do whatever I want. I want an iPhone that flies. Right. And I say that a lot to people, and I see eyes roll back in heads and stuff like that because people don't get it. Anyway, yeah, it's crazy. So.
But do you realize that what you just described was actually a Gripen, to be honest? I read sort of interview with some of the guys working with Gripen, and they said that they have separated sort of the flight system from the rest of the systems, and they have it basically plug and play. They can even they change the software all the time, and they can even mid-development change the processor architecture, and so on, without having any problems, without having to go through the whole testing program and so on with aircraft. So it is really plug and play, and you can more or less like apps put in new capabilities into it. And the reason why they chose the Gripen for as the test bed for the Meteor was actually because it has that capability of really, really fast integrate a new weapon on it. So it's you're basically describing the Gripen. It's a flying iPhone.
Yeah. So, and by the way, I'm going to speak in industry in Bond, giving a lecture on lessons learned from Ukraine here next month, and I've been giving lectures for years, right? I've been doing this for years, and I one of the things, and I hope I'm glad to hear about the Gripen, right? Because I used to tell this story, 100% true. I used to fly the EC-130H Compass Call. I've said that already, right? And a new capability was put on. Right. And it's this massive jammer that was hung out on the wing. It was called a Spear pod. Very cool looking pod. Very, very capable pod. But when the United States Air Force bought it, they bought it to actually do only capability A, B, and C. Right. So as the EWO, I was only allowed to push A, B, or C. That's all I could do. The thing had massive amount of capability. It could jam signals from a frequency range of X to Y. It was very, very capable. But instead of buying the full capability, we only bought X, Y, A, B, and C, right? So all of a sudden, September 11th happens. We fly out, we go to war. And of course, it always happens, right? It's Murphy's Law, right? the Taliban don't use systems A, B, and C. So a spear pod, the way in which we're operating it, has literally no capability in Afghanistan. But within the frequency range of X to Y, there's like 2 or 3 really, really high value target communication systems that the Taliban are using. But because as the electronic warfare officer, I can only on the computer push A, B, and C, I can't target any of them, right? So as the wing weapons officer, as the guy who just graduated from Top Gun school, I wrote back to the Pentagon and I screamed, I'm like, this is fucking unbelievable. I'm flying around 2,000 pounds of shit on my wing that can't do crap, right? Lo and behold, my prayers are answered. You know what they do? They send us a dude out on the ramp at our undisclosed location. He gets off. He looks like Jerry Garcia, maybe a cross between Chuck Farter and Jerry Garcia. He's an engineer, and every day before our airplane flies, he goes out, fires up the computer system, the OFP, the Operational Flight Program, and he rewrites the code every morning. so that A, B, and C now line up to what the systems are out there, so we can target him. And he was a great dude, man. I hung out with him a lot. I really liked him. He was a lot of fun. But I'm like, come on, man. What on earth drove the Air Force to make a decision like that, right? So this dude was getting massive amounts of money just sitting out there on the ramp every morning, firing up the computers on the airplane, rewriting the code. And of course, I had to trust him when he rewrote the code. There's no way I could test it, right? Now he says that this stuff was tested and secured. I'm like, hey, dude, why don't you rewrite the OFP one time and save it, and then you can go back to your family? He's like, you can't do that. That's not we'd have to take the airplane back, and we'd actually have to rewrite the OFP, and then we'd have to send it through a full up flight profile, blah, 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 this and that, and millions of dollars of test. And I'm like, oh my God, right? So when I say I want an iPhone that flies, I'm not joking. That's exactly what I want.
I've seen an iPhone that flies once. It only did that once, and then it didn't work anymore. But on a serious point, Colonel, so was there like an instruction? And now make sure you don't turn the airplane off until you're done for the day. Otherwise, it all crashes and he has to do it all over again.
So external power was kept on, and it was pretty funny, right? So when you get one engine online, right, you go from external power to internal power, right? You tell the crew chief outside, you say, hey, dude, you give the symbol to disconnect. And if you were watching me, you would have seen me just do that because I've done so many times in the window, right? But because we were so worried about dumping the system, we waited until we had two generators online and 2 engines, and then we disconnected because we didn't want to bring Jerry Garcia on a flight over, and I don't think he wanted to go on a flight over Afghanistan. I'm not going to lie.
And that was even with them not having more than man pads lying around, right? And I'm guessing you were a bit higher up. Can we please go to Matthias, who's been waiting very patiently, and I'm very happy with Daniel. Back to Daniel after that. I'm loving this discussion, Colonel. So as long as you have time, I'm happy to listen to this. Matthias?
Yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, my civilian life, I've been in software product production. It's, the first thing I'm thinking about is this meme, the most interesting man in the world. And he's saying, I don't always test my code, but when I do it in production, right? And he's kind of patching stuff on the runway. That's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just trust me. I'm a professional, right? Yeah. Anyway, I just really love what you're bringing up here, Colonel. It's like the whole, and I think we fall into this trap in this medium here at MriyaReport. Sometimes we really need to be disciplined and take in the actual real situation in the European context, in the Ukrainian context, right? What's the actual situation on the battlefield when we're discussing any potential solutions or things that could help Ukraine, right? So, for example, we talked about a few of them here, like massive surface-to-air defense network on both sides, right? You can't fly above medium to high range on any side. It's basically air denial situation, right? That's one. And the second is the e-war situation, right? Russians are really good at it, from what I've heard. Jamming. It's jamming everywhere. So I think when we look at Ukraine at a distance, we really need to let go of what we know and our how we're socially conditioned in the military, so to speak, to think in terms of how to solve problems. Like, and I think from NATO and especially U.S. doctrine, like it's air power, air power, air power. So looking at Ukraine, it looks like, hey, they just need more air power, right? They wouldn't it be nice if they had XYZ, but they only need XYZ, and it's usually out of context, right? Suppressing air defenses take them out, right? Knife beats rock. Knife beats rock. It's not really viable down there right now. They don't have the weapons integration platforms. They don't have this. They don't have that. So any solution needs to be able to fit into that context. So, for example, I don't know if that's possible, but dealing with S-300, S-400, any other air defense capability, maybe their answer shouldn't be air power. Maybe the answer should be long-range precision artillery solutions, right? Detect where they are and you just HIMARS them and use any other very long-range things. Maybe that's the cost-effective and shortest path to impact solution, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to kind of put down our super-powered glasses and look at what actually is the situation and work from there, you know? So
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a comment on
no
that.
matter how powerful Superman was, all you needed was a pocket full of kryptonite. You took it down, right? So I get it.
Yeah, yeah. So I had to look up this. I already forgot the name. The 7 fighter. I never even knew about it, but it looks like, yeah, it's a trainer, right?
It's a trainer, but I mean, you can look at the lines. You can see it does have some design built into it that is low observable. It's twin seats. It's designed as a lead-in fight. It's the Red Hawk, right? I call it the Chicken Hawk, but it's the T-7 Red Hawk, the Chicken Hawk. And you know, the number one requirement was cost per flying hour, and you know, people don't realize life cycle costs of airplanes. They think of airplanes like they're like cars, and all you gotta do is put, you know, 50 euros of gas in the car and it's going to run for the next 2 weeks, man. You know, when you're talking 10,000 to 20,000 euros cost per flying hour, every penny matters, right? That's 1 hour. Imagine if you're flying the 2 ship 3 times a day, right? So $20,000, that's 40,000 times 3, right? That's freaking ridiculous, right?
Yeah, and Ukraine doesn't have hundreds and hundreds of, maybe thousands of pilots and everything. They have a couple of hundreds, right? So it's also things like turnaround time, ease of maintenance, everything that keeps you in the fight, right? In terms of Air Force,
right?
But,
and you bring up a great point. Like how long does it take? Because it's a requirement, right? What's the turn time on an F-16 or an F-35? I don't know the answer to that, but I would tell you that my gut says it's longer than the turn time on a T-7. And why is that? Because one of the requirements that the Air Force laid out was T-7's got to turn 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day, right? You've got so many students going through the what we call UPT, or undergraduate pilot training, that you turn. I mean, you gas them and go, gas, go, gas, go. Right? Check the tires, kick the tires, light the fires, we're gone, right? So yeah, that's a great point, right?
Yeah, it's like a pit stop mentality. If you're in a race, you need to be on the track, right? Go in, change the tires, and up and fly again, right?
And
I'm sure Daniel's going to jump on over that. But,
right, and what's the amount?
But anyway,
what's the amount of time between heavy maintenance, right? So I would tell you that I'm going to guess 300, 500 hours for maybe a for an F-16 or an F-35. Actually, shorter for an F-35 because you got to go do a lot of checks, right? So that you're putting it in the hangar and it's going to become a hangar queen for a couple of weeks. The T-7, maybe 1,000 hours, right? Because you don't want that thing off the jet or you don't want that jet off the line. You want it on the line and you want it flying. Yes, it's underpowered. Yes, it doesn't have low observable capabilities. There's many things you can say negative about it. I completely get it, right? But cost is going to be a massive driver for Ukraine as they're trying to rebuild their nation from all the decimation that happened. Where that money's going to come from, we can all say that we want it to come from Russia, I think we all are not that naive to think it's going to happen. There's probably going to be a lot of international money that comes in that helps, and that's great. But at the end of the day, there's going to be some financial burdens on Ukraine that they're going to have to bear on their own, and cost is going to be a significant driver.
Yeah, and as we said about the Ukrainian context, right? What do you have to beat? You only have to beat what the enemy can field, right? And Russians have a lot of high-performance jets, but their weapon systems aren't super capable, have a lot of E-war capability. But unless we can change the conditions on the battlefield, like the air denial, as long as that is actually in place, this is going to be a ground fight. It's not going to be an air war until that changes. And I think we need to talk about air capability and getting Western jets to Ukraine. But until they get them, and until they get the weapon systems and all the other supplementary necessary capabilities that can actually change those conditions in the field, it's going to stay a ground fight. So that was my point.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting point of it. Kind of the question I get from this, and Colonel, maybe you can speak to this a bit. What's really the benefit? And because this is a question that I've had listeners ask me before, and I couldn't really answer. But I have an answer. I know if it's a good answer. What's the benefit of launching your precision munition, a JDAM, or whatever else missile from a plane, rather than doing it from a HIMARS, right? Say you have ATACMS, for example. What's the benefit of launching a missile or a JDAM with the same sort of payload from a jet rather than launching it from a HIMARS? And my thinking was, isn't that, at least in part, kind of because you shorten the observation to targeting to decision to press the button chain? Is it really a lot about that that speaks to the benefit of doing it from the air, even though all of these other components of it, actually having to fly jets, having to be in the right place at the right time, having to have all of this ground crew maintenance sustainment being more expensive and more complicated?
Yeah, so there's a couple reasons why it's better from an airplane. Number one, the guy that's shooting it looks really cool in a flight suit and looks like Tom Cruise versus like a guy on the ground who looks like a ground pounder. So it's obviously it's cooler because the airplanes are cool. So that's the first one. The second one, and perhaps a little bit more meaty of an answer, is you're putting sensors up in the air that you can cue directly from, right? The guy who's shooting from the HIMARS, right? He's relying on ground-based intelligence, or he doesn't have eyes on the target, right? He doesn't have he's relying on intelligence to actually feed it. Now, there's very, very good processes in place to actually have that happen, right? But from the time where the recon guy actually sees the target, that it's sent through the fire cell's approved it and then handed out to the HIMARS, that fire might not be there anymore, right? Or the target might have moved. And we've heard numerous times from some of the Ukraine soldiers who come on here, is once we shoot and scoot, right? And after we shoot, we know that they got counter battery radars, and we're not going to stick around very long. We're going to move, right? So if you're moving on the battle space, your chances of living go up exponentially. And obviously, if you're in a trench, then you're in a trench, but you're not, you're not gaining ground or losing ground. You're just, sitting there. And we've all seen trench warfare videos from Ukraine, from World War I, and it just breaks my heart. I mean, there's just thousands and thousands of people dying, right? So yeah, I think once you get up in the air, you have EO, electro-optic, infrared. You also have a radio, right? So you have an immediate ability to retarget in the air and drop your ordnance. Now, all of that is predicated on, as it was brought up earlier, right, that you have air superiority, that you are able to get up to into the 16 to 25,000 foot range and have eyes on target and be able to shoot this and push this a long way. All those matter. But by the way, I wanted to point out, Doman, when I was flying Compass Call, you said, oh yeah, you were above the IR threat. So, no radar guided SAMs. I would tell you that go do an investigation of when Compass Call actually got an IR missile capability, a counter capability, an IRCCM, right?
Was it just
not,
after you started flying there?
Yes, and I personally know the guy who wrote the it was called a EMR, emergency EDR, emergency needs request, ENR, right? Emergency needs request. Because if you look at how high some of those mountain peaks are in Afghanistan, you might be outside the range from sea level, right?
But if you're shooting from 3,500 meters up, it's a different story.
And Afghans, I mean, I might not like a lot of Taliban, but they've proven to be very good mountain climbers, right? So it's not like they don't climb them, right? So yeah, that was a dicey time in my life.
Right, I apologize, Colonel, and then I understand why Jerry Garcia, the computer whiz, didn't want to come hop on.
Yeah. By the way, the guy made such an impression in my mind. If you read my second book, Golf and Reprisal, there's a shout out to a maintainer who looks like Jerry Garcia, and it's based on him. And I don't even know the guy's real name anymore. It's 2007, or 2001. But man, I love that guy. I mean, I still have visions of the dude.
Lots of mountains in the Balkans as well, Colonel. Lots of mountains in the Balkans as well. Daniel.
Yeah. I think there's a third thing also, and when it comes to having aerial bombs compared to like ATACMS and stuff like that. As far as I know, ATACMS is basically the heaviest you could get in this area, among it at least. And it's like, is it 500 kilos in the warhead? While a JDAM can be, depending on the carrier, of course.
Well, that's why I said the same. You know, if you assume the same payload, that's
okay,
going to built into it.
Okay. But you can't really exclude that, because you have a greater capability if you have an aircraft that can carry those. And in some cases, it's actually more beneficial to actually have a big bomb than having two smallers. It's not always that case, but yeah. Anyway, now I'm gonna sound like a Saab salesman, which I'm not. But you talked here about costs, flight costs, and turnaround. And again, I would just say, that's what Gripen is built for. It has its cons, of course, a lot of them, but you're taking up sort of the strong points of it. I looked here at sort of an open source for cost per flight hour, and this is from the Swedish Royal War Science Academy, so I think it's quite good as a source. And they say that, for instance, for Eurofighter Typhoon and Rafale, there are the Rafale is at $16,500 per hour, and the Typhoon is at $18,000 per hour. I've seen, as you mentioned, for the F-35 somewhere from 20 to 35, depending on. An F-16 Block 40-50 has about $7,000 per hour, and then we come to the Gripen. It's down at $4,700 per flight hour. It's for the CD version, but I don't think the E version is that much more expensive when it comes to flight hours. So it's really a huge difference in owning that kind of aircraft. And when it comes to turnaround, that's what the Swedish aircraft are built for. They did it already with the Viggen, the predecessor. As we talked about earlier, normally you had one professional technician taking care of one aircraft, and then you had a group of conscripts, and they could rearm and hot refuel in, I think, like 10 minutes or something, and then they were up again. They could keep on doing that. So and I don't have any numbers on sort of how the uptimes are continuously. They're probably possible to find, but I have a story from an older aircraft, Swedish aircraft, the J-29 Tunnan, which is quite much older, but it was used in in Congo for the UN mission there. And I think that they had, I read somewhere that they had an uptime of basically 90% of the fighters were up all the time, which was remarkable at that time. And it's sort of been, since then, been a very much a Swedish sort of a part of designing the fighters to actually be able to have very high numbers on the uptimes of the aircrafts.
Yeah, so Daniel, just to be clear, I'm not anti-Gripen, and I hope you realize that, right? In the Gripen's cost per flying hour is really good. That is awesome that they've gotten it down to that, and I mean that sincerely. You're right. The T7's cost per flying hour is probably around, I think it's around 7.2 is what's being touted right now, which is great. So that's awesome. But a Gripen costs 80 million euros, which is that's still a lot of money. You know, the cost for a T7 right now is under 20 million a piece. Right now, maybe the answer is a mix of aircraft. Right? Maybe the answer is a mix of aircraft. And I'll give you an example. To fly a B-2 bomber, right, is not cheap. The cost per flying hour is pretty expensive, right? Because you know the Air Combat Command sets out what the requirements are for flying hours, right? Pilot has to have so many flying hours and so many takeoffs and so many landings per day. Well, a takeoff and a landing in a B-2 is really, really stressful on the airplane, and they don't want pilots bouncing B-2s. That's what we call for, you know, when you're doing touch and goes, we call bouncing, right? So actually every B-2 unit had a couple T-38s on the side, the Air Force trainer, which was really, really cheap to operate. So when a pilot was getting low on hours, the commander would say, hey, dude, I need you to take the third T-38, go do a low-level fly around, go have some fun, you know, pull some G's, take the airplane to your parents' house for the weekend, you know, whatever it was, right? But go get some hours and go get some landings, because I'd rather you do it in that airplane than do it on the one that it cost me so much money. So there's a lot of opportunities here. I don't want our discussion to actually devolve into a this or that. And I don't think a binary answer is solution. I like the Gripen, and I believe the Gripen would have been a perfect airplane for Austria, right? I like the Gripen actually more than I like the F-16. They have a country the size of Virginia, right? How fast do you need to get from one side to the other, right?
Three-quarters of the size of Virginia.
Okay, whatever, right? But it looks like West Virginia, to be fair. Like it looks a little bit more like West Virginia. So I'm close, at least in a visual acuity, right? But I mean, how quickly do you need to move from one? And to be fair, you can go supersonic in this country. In the United States, you're not really. I hear sonic booms in Zeltfig here all the time because these guys, and everyone's like, oh, they shook the windows again. Those guys training, right? So I don't know. I would much rather have airplanes that I could fly over and over and over again at $4,000 a flight hour than ones that cost. And look, I got some bad boy spam because I keep quoting 100,000 euros per flying hour. Yes, the cost of 100,000 euros per flight hour is for their training. I get that, but it is a requirement. They don't have to train pilots, right? But even if you take away that, you're still over $50,000 to $60,000 per flight hour, which no country should have to sustain. That's ridiculous. The United States Congress would have some general's, head in a freaking guillotine if the United States had to pay $60,000 per flight hour. There would be a congressional inquiry, and in Austria, it's just that's what we pay. I don't get it, right? And you would think that knowing that you're about ready to buy another airplane, that people would be, but it's not Austrian culture. They're just, we know our government will make the right decision. We're good.
May I just reply to that? I totally agree with you, Colonel Jeff. I'm really in no way sort of contradicting you. I see other problems with Gripens in Ukraine, primarily the availability and the political will, and as you also say, the cost for them. But I just wanted to sort of point that out because you took up some really interesting points that were basically pointing straight to the Gripen. I think that was sort of funny. So I totally agree with you.
Chris?
Hi, Damon. Yeah, I'm just going to. I think I'm the end of the hands and that, so I'm just going to take a slight digression for Colonel Jeff and that. Colonel Jeff, you were talking about sort of like options in terms of aeroplanes, and I wondered if you'd ever been to the Diamond factory in Austria, where they make the DA40s, 50s, and 60s, and they have a military version of that. I've done a couple of demos of that over in the UK, and I just wondered if you'd ever seen them. They seem to be quite a handy little turboprop option, for various things and that, including EW, I believe. And then also, Doman, if I just can make an interesting point that, obviously we've been talking about the international security and cybersecurity show and that, and I've been talking to Axel about that, and that's all positive and that. But an interesting question came up from the panel at the security show. They said they went, oh, Chris, so like cybersecurity people that are on the front line in Ukraine. And cybersecurity people and other people like Biliana, I'm thinking, Doman, right? That have a lot of expertise in this area. And I go, yeah. And they go, so do you actually know anybody who understands what's going on there, like militarily? I go, yeah. I go, oh yeah, we need some of them people on our panel. So I'll just throw that into the thing for you, Colonel Jeff.
So first of all, Chris, I'm happy to be on anybody's panel. Just go ahead and send me a DM, and we can get on it. I think, one of the problems when we talk about electronic warfare is we're our own worst enemy. We have very few people who can talk about it, and very few people who think they can talk about it, because there's tons of it that's classified, right? And I'm not saying we talk around classified, but we can have blunt conversations. And if we need to go into a special room, we need to check everyone's clearance, we can do that. But yeah, I'm happy to be on anyone's panel, on anyone's board. I've been asked to be on I've been asked to be on a couple boards already, and for companies and help them. I think this is goodness, right? I think I'm a fan of robust defense industries, and notice I left out the word American. I'm a fan of robust defense industries, right? Because when defense industries, no matter what they produce, artillery, armor, ammunition, as long as they're all cranking, it gives pause to people like Vladimir Putin. It gives pause to people like Adolf Hitler, because they know that the defense industry can spin up very, very fast, and whatever advantage may exist, it will not exist for long. Logistics is how battles are won, and a defense industry is the key to good logistics. So that's the first answer. Second answer, diamond, right? So, dude, you're preaching my language, right? So when I was in the Pentagon in 2007, 6 years into the Afghan war, right? Raytheon came to the Pentagon and came. I was an exec for a 3-star and said, hey, we got this thing called the AT6, right? You can actually Google it and look it up, right? Now it's owned by Beechcraft, the concept. And it's basically a 2-seat turboprop, much like the ones that you mentioned on Diamond. And they asked my 3-star Lieutenant General Wood, said, hey, sir, would you like to come out and fly the airplane? We'll take you out into the, about an hour away from the Pentagon. We'll get it on a private airstrip, and you just go around and fly it. He's like, really? Sure. So let's go. So I drive the general out, and he goes and flies, and they're giving me the spiel because I'm his exec and I'm on the ground. And then all of a sudden the general comes back and they start suiting me up. And I get to go fly it while they're giving him the spiel. It's like, that's awesome. So I walk out to the airplane, and as the navigator, I'm not qualified as a pilot, right? So I'm qualified as a navigator. I go to get in the back seat, and the test pilot goes, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm getting it. He's like, dude, you're in the front seat. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, this thing flies itself. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Right. So General Wood comes running out. He's like, hey, he's a navigator. No, yeah, we know this. It's okay. Fine. I will tell you, he was right. That airplane, absolutely. I don't think he touched the stick the whole time. And that's just, when I flew in all my other airplanes, I never really had a stick in front of me, right? I have a lot of air sense, and I understand aviation, I understand navigation, but this thing truly did fly itself. And I was doing loops and aileron rolls and barrel rolls, and then the airplane was just ridiculously forgiving. Now, the reason I say that, and why I love the fact you brought this up, Chris, is these things are extremely good at low level, right? They can carry a lot of weight, but instead of cost per flying hours, where we're talking about with jet engines, where we just had a great discussion with Daniel, right? Where you've got on the low end, you've got the Gripen at 4,000, but the real answer is somewhere around between 10 and 20 is always the answer. These airplanes fly for a cost of $400 to $600 per flying hour, right? 400 to 600 euros per flying hour. You want to talk about economies of scale and actually be able to fly and get in the bed. Now, are they survivable against an SA-6 or an SA-10 or an SA-12? No, but if you have a permissive battle space, if you own the airspace, if you roll back that integrated air defense system, these things are very, very bulletproof against, or have a very good capability against IR-SAMs, because IR-SAMs, the reticle, the field of view, if you will, the heat signature it's looking for is a jet engine. It's not a turboprop that's out there that's, it's got, a heat signature half of that frequency range. If you want to build an IR missile to be able to do that, that's great. But the wider you open up that IR field of view, the less capable you make that missile. So it's a choice that the manufacturer has to make. It's a choice that the nation that's building the IR missile has to make. So I love them. Break. Chris, here's the problem. What country owns Diamond Aircraft?
Well, I'm assuming Austria, but maybe not.
It was Austria. It was bought out by the Chinese.
You are joking me.
Let's go look it up.
Jeez. It's another Moto Sich. Moto Sich.
Another Volvo, Matthias.
I'm still laughing. That's hilarious. But seriously, what a blunder. What the hell? Yeah, that was a great story, Colonel. Thanks a lot for telling that story about how amazing it is at flying and the low level capabilities and high payload. That sounds like one of the criterias to me. But anyway, maybe we're ready for another topic. But I'll try to summarize it. If we just zoom out a bit, what really is going to matter here is we can talk about what fighter Ukraine could use until we're blue in the face, right? And we could just offer them the choice, right? And it all boils down to, do we have the financial and political will to make the decision to arm them, right? That's what it all boils down to. I'm not up to date on the political negotiations behind the curtains, but it's really going to come down to this. And even if there's a political decision, there's going to be a lead time to actually get the hardware operational in theater. So I think it's going to come down to that. And if there's anybody that can enlighten me and enlighten us on where we're at on the political spectrum, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Well, I think at this point, Colonel, maybe we can shift from things that fly with wings to things that just fly and then crash and go boom. Like artillery shells.
I just want to circle back real quick with Chris. So the name of the Chinese company is called Wanfeng, like Wang Chung, but it's Wanfeng. And you just have to look it up. They bought it, which is somewhat funny because they bought it right around the time that I retired and got to Austria. The Diamond plant is in a town called Wiener Neustadt, which is only about 40. We had a long talk with the defense attaché, and I immediately withdrew my name from that job opportunity.
Yeah, that's probably a wise one. Right, Colonel. You earlier when you couldn't hear me because of technical issues, you wanted to talk about artillery shells and joint procurement with the European Defence Agency. I think that's what they're called, EDA, either way. And as you indicated, I mean that's exactly right. You can't within the EDA, there won't be any interest in buying shells from outside of the EU. Certainly not from well outside of the EU. Norway, sure, because Norway is a part of the EDA, and Norway is a part of this project specifically, right? So Namo's fine, that's okay, but countries well outside that, no way. And this is something that we've been talking about with Thomas Tyner for quite a while, right? It's a problem of not getting the orders in and done because these things have spool times, right? Colonel, if you're flying a jet, why is there a turnaround? Why is there a go around minimum? Why can't you just decide, right at the end of the runway? Oh, we're just gonna go around now.
Why do you do that?
No, why can't you, right? Because your jet engines need a little bit to spool up, right? And if you're already towards the end of the runway, even if you're traveling quite fast still, well, you won't actually get any extra thrust for a first couple of seconds. Same kind of goes for artillery shell production, right? It takes a while to set things up to actually be able to produce larger volume.
Yeah, I agree, but look, imagine imagine you're Zelensky or you're a politician or a leader in Ukraine, right? You've just been promised by the European Union nations that we're going to get you ammo and artillery shells, and it's coming, right? That we've just allocated all this money to come, right? And we're doing that because we want you to win the war. Great. But hey, we're prioritizing ensuring that this stuff comes from Europe over your existential existence as a nation. We're going to make that a priority over that. That's ludicrous. I mean, and the soul of my body, I think that's. I mean, if you have a manufacturer out there that's ready to go, you should be buying them. In the United States military, yes, we have ridiculously long acquisition lines, and the way in which we work, some people think it's absolutely crazy because it takes years. But we also have 2 additional systems in our acquisition program. We have what we can call sole source direct. So in other words, we know that this dude meets the requirement and we want to go to it. We have to go to Congress and ask, say, hey, congressional oversight, we want a sole source to that company to buy X, Y, and Z because they're the dudes that can meet the time delivery and no one else can. We don't believe there's anyone else in the industry to meet it. So we can do that. And Congress can say yes. And that can be any company. It could be a Chinese company, believe it or not. It could be anybody, right? Now, getting that to Congress as a Chinese company is going to be a little bit of a hurdle, but it could be, right? So the other one is we can do what's called fast acquisition, right? So we can do fast acquisition. Both of these things should be capable in the European Union. Both of them should be capable. So this notion that you've just told the Europeans, or I'm sure you've told the Ukrainians, we prioritize where money goes within Europe over your existence is horseshit.
I completely agree, Colonel. Absolutely. The political question is, the political reality is, this is the only way to get all manner of countries on board with it. But I think the really frustrating bit within it is, okay, if we can put this to one side, the really frustrating what you've just described, and I completely agree. But I'm saying, even if you put that to one side, and you still say, well, but couldn't they have just, I don't know, signed contracts with actual shell manufacturers earlier, quicker, sooner? So they will have had this time to spool up production and actually be able to start producing, at these higher rates in a few months, rather than keeping on delaying it, and discussing some more and discussing some more and discussing some more.
I completely agree, and I would tell you that I think eventually, someday, this notion of politicians saying we get to keep the business, or all the business has to fall in here, and it's going to be a jobs program from us. This is almost like political heroin, right? It's truly become like the political crack cocaine, because it's in many cases it's not in the best interest of the nation. Earlier, someone came on and said, I think that, the F-35, some pieces and parts are built in all 50 states. He's 100% correct. The logistics officer for Lockheed Martin pulls his hair out every freaking day, I guarantee, because he's got wheels coming from Oklahoma, and he's got radar panels coming from Alaska. He's got freaking, it's unbelievable, right? But if you want to win the day in Congress, hey, these are my boys, right? And as a taxpayer to the nation, should I really care where the F-35 stuff's coming from? Now, I tell you that if it was all built in Texas, man, Texas is getting a boon. and man, that guy's going to be elected forever. But it's crazy, right? It's unbelievably ridiculous. It's one of the downfalls of democratically elected societies. I don't think that the parts for the Su-27 are manufactured all over Russia, right? I don't think that happens. So yeah, but still, the point is Turkey's ready to go, right? Turkey has like, dude, yeah, we got the line up. Tell us how many. We'll expedite. And by the way, we don't even have European Union labor laws, right? So, dude, we'll push our guys to overtime. We'll go 3 shifts. We'll go 24/7. We'll freaking do all that kind of stuff, right? Well, I realize that labor laws exist for a reason. I'm not going to get into a freaking union discussion. Please, let's avoid that. But I think we all can agree that labor costs in Turkey are probably going to be cheaper, and you're going to be able to actually crank stuff out far faster. That's a wonderful thing. So if you're a true European Union politician and you want to actually truly make a difference and you want to get these things, then you now go negotiate as a European Union with Turkey and you say, dude, we're going to send you this amount of business, right? But we want a cut rate cost on Bakhtari drones. We want a cut rate cost on X, Y, and Z, right? We want to be able to go back to our people and say, yeah, we did push money to Turkey, but Turkey's going to deal with us on so-and-so. Whatever you need. I don't know what it is. More kebab stands, right? But we're going to get free kebab stands in every little village, for the next 3 years in Europe. I don't care what it is, right? But the message is just literally insane, right? I hate the message that we have to buy European. It's not, they're not the best and they're not the most timely. But and I know that you're losing 1,000 to 2,000 guys a day or whatever the freaking number is. And I know that those moms probably really don't like losing their sons and daughters. But hey, we really care where our euros go when we buy our ammunition.
Yeah, and with the, let's say 100, 200 Ukrainian KIA a day, which I think that those numbers were reached at some point last year during a period for sure. It does seem unconscionable for that. But again, yes, I can see how the solution, buying Turkish shells or South Korean shells or Japanese shells, right? Because they have relatively large industries, especially South Korea, because they're right next to a very, very special kingdom.
Little Kim.
Yeah, little kingdom. Very special kingdom that they live next to, and I don't know how many shells they produce a year, but I bet that South Korea produces a lot more shells a year than almost any European country, if not any European country, in a normal year, right? I bet in 2018, South Korea produced more shells than any EU country did, and maybe Slovakia or Bulgaria, just because of the legacy industries, but more or less, right? And
yeah,
you know how much easier it is to ramp up from if you ramp up 30% from a huge number, it's worth more than ramping up 300% from a small number, and it's easier and it's quicker.
Sure, 100% agree. And by the way, anyone who has GPT or whatever that thing is, I'm waiting for the day that someone creates and asks ChatGPT to actually make a rap video of Kim Jong-un singing, and give him the rapper name Lil Kim. So if there's anyone out there that wants to take on that task, I think Lil Kim, and we could just create a bunch of these little rap songs from ChatGPT and watch him dance around. I would be entertained for days with something like that. And I see you listening, Forrest, so I know that's you.
Oh yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, I mean, I'm all up for that, absolutely. Right. So, Colonel, yesterday, Zelensky was in Warsaw, and we heard that 4 MiG-29s have been delivered. 4 are about to be delivered. 6 more are being tidied up. What I'm curious about it, they said, well, but the other ones will be modernized to NATO standard, and there's some American parts in them, and we don't have quite the right clearances, and it might take a while longer. And we'll see when and if we can send those, something along these lines. What could be in them? Is this all about communication equipment that needs to be somehow downgraded, or is there something more serious to it?
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know. I would imagine that we're back to the discussion of ITAR, what the United States released and what NATO. I mean, there's probably a desire from, and I wouldn't be surprised if Poland said, "Dude, can we just please release the airplanes that we have in the shape and format that we have?" But the problem is if that gets approved at the NAC and by the United States and everyone agrees, then there's other countries that that are in NATO that were not afforded the same opportunity to have some certain special toys on their airplanes, and they'd be like, "Dude, unfair," right? And so fairness at NATO always falls to the lowest common denominator. And I hate to say it, but it's true. All that said, Zelensky's visit to Poland, even with the issue with the grain cost and the protests and this issue of aircraft, it was still 1,000 times better than Putin's visit to Belarus with Lukashenko, which to me was just unbelievably comical, right? I mean, that's so much. I could chew on that issue for days and enjoy it. It'd be like a big, juicy T-bone steak.
So, are you saying you didn't enjoy seeing Putin meet Lukashenko? The table between them is always the small table; it's never the long table. I'm sure that Lukashenko is otherwise, in complete isolation all of the time, just to be sure that he will never be, that he'll never ever be infected, right? That he can always meet Putin, hug Putin. That's, I think, at the top of his priority list.
Yeah, I get it, right? And I mean, just think of all the comparisons, right? Think of all the comparisons that are out there. You've got Zelensky, who's on a world tour, gripping and grinning with every leader in the free world wants to have their picture with this dude, right? And the only guy that Putin can travel to go see is Lukashenko, right? It's the only place. Now, he got Xi to come visit, but then let's compare it to that, right? He gets the President Xi visit where he literally gets none of the things that he wanted. And President Xi gets everything he desired, even Putin standing there waving goodbye to him. I mean, what was this? His feel-good trip? His like, I need a pick-me-up, guys. He looked at his staff and said, "Hey, I need a place where I can go, like, kind of feel like I'm in power again. Where can we go? Hey, sir, would you like to go see Lukashenko again?" Like, that guy slathers all over you. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be awesome, right? So he goes there. One would think that if Belarus truly was an independent country, perhaps before Vladimir Putin showed up, Lukashenko's staff would be saying things in the press like, "Hey, we're really going to have a tough discussion with this Mr. Putin, who just openly said without asking that he's going to put nuclear weapons on our territory. Don't we get a say in that? Can't we?" Oh, where was that in the press, right? Of course there was. Dude, this is so unbelievably common. I could go for days. Like, it could be a stand-up routine. It's amazing.
I've heard one better, Colonel. I've heard one better, and it was. And I won't tell you where I read this, but somebody was saying, "Wow, when the Finns had their parliamentary election, why didn't they at the same time have a referendum of whether they want to go into NATO or not?" And this was with someone who clearly didn't see the opinion polls that had like 7% against joining NATO.
Yeah, I also saw that Marin, or however you say her name, she lost the election the day they went in, and of course there was the trolls that came out and said, "See, that's what you get for advocating joining NATO." And of course everyone kind of laughs at this because the guy she lost to was actually even more pro NATO. Like, she wasn't NATO enough. If you have any insights into the Finnish politics.
Think that was the question, yeah, exactly, right? Because they're even more for NATO and even more wants to just get Russian military destroyed, right? So yeah, and of course, there's a whole slew of bad takes after the election, but this was one of the worst ones. One of the really definitely worse ones.
Yeah, and my other question, I mean, do you think when Lukashenko and Putin kind of meant that, Putin said, "Hey, I'm going to have a tough talk with Lukashenko because I sent him one of my AN-50s and he didn't even protect it on the ramp. Thing got freaking blown up. I'm pissed at him. I'm going to give him a bill. Of course not. They're hugging, they're kissing, they're slathering on it. They look like two dogs sniffing each other's butts, man. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's as to the rest of it, I keep thinking, and I keep thinking ever more. In Russia, there's a bunch of these events, right? Events around. There's a drone that crashed. Marcus can tell us the details of it. There's a drone that crashed outside of the factory that makes some air defense systems, right? They're just a little drone, 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters, so little quadcopter. Wasn't carrying anything, wasn't it? But I keep thinking, is there some sort of campaign to give Russian teenagers 10,000 rubles here, 20,000 rubles there, to just do random stuff to put Russia on slightly high alert, to keep everybody kind of nervous, and the decision makers maybe a little bit more nervous than they would be otherwise. And that kind of fits in with all of this, like that A50 that got destroyed. That was a serious thing. The A50 that got destroyed. But if you also get every day, if you get 4, 5, 6 different kind of drone went here, drone went there, it got through our whatever defensive perimeter we have around this strategic infrastructure. No, at some point it starts costing, right? It starts costing a lot more than it costs to fly those tiny little commercial quadcopters back.
Yeah, so I'm the lecture I'm giving in Bonn is based on all this, right? And there's some fascinating lessons learned that I'm pulling. One of the ones that you just mentioned, right? There's one that's maybe you can help me think through it, right? And I mean that sincerely, because I'm trying to put the words together, right? I don't have the words yet, right? When we looked at the video of the AN-50, of the quadcopter landing on the AN-50 and flying away, and we saw a military installation that literally was unprotected, right? Now, granted, it might be protected by an S-300 or a surface-to-air missile system that's looking for jet fighters, but it's clearly not protected from nefarious actors that are close that can fly quadcopters. And now we're also seeing, and you and Mockers do a great job every day of reporting, and I love to listen to Mockers when she talks about it. She's like, oh, would you listen to this? Somehow the Ministry of Defense in Moscow is on fire today, and nobody knows how, right? Well, and it's funny, right? And I laugh about it because the truth is, I think we all know how, right? The Ministry of Defense in Moscow probably has fire alarms, and they have sprinkler systems, and they have things that would suppress something, like if your coffee pot caught on fire or anything like this. This was an act of sabotage. And all of these things are acts of sabotage. And if you're a nation, what's the number one way that you stop sabotage, right? You rely on your internal intelligence systems, right? You rely on, if you're the United States, the FBI, and you rely on their ability to actually monitor nefarious actors in your country from doing bad things. Every country has this. I'm not saying anything bad, right? The fact that they stop these attacks in many of our countries is a very, very good thing. But if your internal intelligence and investigative entities are so focused on monitoring your own people and what they are doing, like they only have so much bandwidth, right? If they're trying to monitor what everyone's doing and what everyone's saying and making sure that no one's speaking against President Putin, and they're not voicing their concerns openly about the war in Ukraine, and if they are, we're actually going to go take some punitive actions against them or threaten them or rough them up or break some kneecaps or all these types of things. You only have so much bandwidth, right? You only have so much money to pay for the KGB or the GRU or whatever entity it is, right? So if you are a nefarious actor in Russia and you can maintain a low profile, you can get away with a lot of shit, right? You can run around and say, yay, Putin, like you got a backpack full of freaking C4 in your backpack, getting ready to freaking deploy it somewhere. No, and if if you're saying the right things and doing the right things, you're just going to fall under the radar. They're looking for the, I mean, like I said, I'm rambling here. I don't know the words just yet, right? I don't know, but that's another one of these strategic things that I think that Western nations who truly trust their citizens and give them a freedom of voice where, hey, dude, if you want to talk about President Trump or you want to talk about President Biden, have at it, man. Go to town. That's completely legit. Please just don't carry a backpack full of C4 around our nation. That's going to kind of piss us off.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good idea, does it? A backpack like that. Something to tell David Brookfield, because he's the one, I think, at least historically, prone to be carrying those sorts of backpacks.
No, but I mean, I'm serious. I actually do want you to kind of spitball with me on this. Like, I don't know the words to say. Like, is that one of the downfalls of the way in which a authoritarian nation works, right? That if they're so focused on monitoring their people, they have so little bandwidth to actually monitor for nefarious actors, and that's why we're seeing all these explosions happen and these defense plants that are catching fire, right? You don't see that in the West, right?
Yeah, I think there's a few things here, right? A lot of things that catch on fire, remember, that might not be a consequence of malicious activity at all, because we don't have a very good baseline. And Nick and I keep talking about this, right? Because what we're missing is a nice, clean data set of how much stuff in Russia caught on fire in 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016. Because I'm pretty sure that industrial accidents in Russia always occurred at much higher rates than they did in Western Europe, right? And a large part of that is called the health and safety regulation. The other large part of that is called just doing your job well and not having really aging systems that nobody takes care of. People can say, but in the Soviet days, there wasn't nearly as much, and I think Ming can help us out with this, there wasn't nearly as much stuff catching on fire in 1970. Yeah, but that's because in 1970, these electrical installations were new. Now, imagine you have a Soviet electrical installation from the 1960s, 1970s, except it's no longer the 1970s. It's now the 2020s, and nobody's been taking care of them. And you've had 50 years of these things degrading, and of course there's more fires everywhere. So I think this is kind of the other part here, right? It's not just about security. And then we can also say, but at a high level, at a big level, they're pretty good at snuffing out demonstrations or whatever, because they send 700 policemen with machine guns out, but that's a lot harder to do with one guy as opposed to with 700 guys. And it's much harder to do with one guy who has a 7-kilometer perimeter to control. And what is the likelihood that he's actually alert and sober while he's supposed to be doing that? But Colonel, before we go, let's please go to Ming, because he has I trust a lot of insight.
But I just wanted to I want to address one thing you said before and Ming, I'm really sorry, but Doman, you're right, we don't have that information, but we also. And you're right. There's probably a lot of fires that happen. I'm not saying that they have OSHA, right? That like the United States. But let's be fair, right? We're not getting the reports of the Ministry of the Ministry of Environment catching fire. We're not getting notifications that the car plant or the baby milk factory is catching fire. It's always military related, and it always has some. I mean, these are all. I don't know, man. I'm not sold yet. I don't dismiss that we don't have that information yet, but it seems uniquely odd that it always has something to do with the Russian war effort.
I think that's a something issue, because we've had IKEA catch fire, we've had Obi, you're familiar with Obi Kerner in Austria, right? We've had Obi catch fire, we've had aluminium production plant catch fire that was making like cans for soft drinks. We've had all sorts of stuff catch fire. It's just that some things we remember a lot more, right? And they get more publicized, they get more talked about. So I think it could be a little bit of a selection bias as well. Ming, stuff catching on fire in Russia. I'm sure you have a couple of anecdotes to this.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Colonel Jeff, just a small detail which I think kind of shows a bigger trend. when you said, the Russian MOD will likely have, sprinklers and fire suppressant systems and everything like that, actually, they probably don't. And if they do, they probably don't work. They're not like us at all. So I wouldn't assume at all that the Russian MOD is fully kitted out to deal with fires. Although I will say there was one occasion when I was absolutely staggered by the available equipment. So I went on a business trip to Moscow and I stayed in a place called the Hotel President. Now, the Hotel President was built, I think, in the 80s, so just pre-Gorbachev, and it was built for delegates to, I forget what it was, the Supreme Presidium of the Soviet Union, whatever. And when you walk into a hotel, there's always a little thing saying, what the fire escape arrangements are. Anyway, in my cupboard, there was one of those. They're sort of reflective, a whole body suit made out of reflective material, with a a gas mask and an oxygen bottle for me to escape from the fire, because as a member of the Supreme Soviet, I was considered terribly important, and therefore I would get, all the best kit. But everybody else doesn't get any of that stuff.
Okay, I stand corrected. I see a lot of fires, and it's not something that I see very often here. And maybe I have hopes and aspirations that this is an ongoing Ukrainian sabotage effort of special forces. And I do write fiction novels, so I love I love good narrative, right?
The ones I think might be actual sabotage are when you see things like, Research Institute number 223 going up in flames, and it turns out that they're responsible for designing caliber missiles or something like that. Those are the ones that I think are probably genuine sabotage. But random fires happen all the time.
Yeah, I agree. Some of them undoubtedly are, right? Some are, and when you overlay this, higher rate of accidents there compared to other places, then I think it probably worries them a little bit. Colonel, I would say I think the Moscow MOD probably has sprinklers. I don't think they're hooked up to anything though, because sprinklers themselves maybe 15% of the total cost. Other 85% cost when the decision is between actually getting the system working and not just so it looks like it's there, and buying a nice new Dacia. I think I know which way they went. Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, spontaneous fires. It might be sabotages, but it doesn't have to do with Ukraine either. It's not unheard of fires in Russia flaming up because someone forgot to pay off the right person, or they didn't get the contract that they were paying for to get, and then they didn't really have money left to pay for their whatever it was facility, and then it's unlucky, it burned up. Can I get my insurance money now? That is absolutely not unheard of in Russia.
And especially now, right? There's many businesses, many shopping centers, for example, kind of went out of business because so many of the foreign-owned chains like IKEA, whatever else, left. There's so much more incentive for these sort of insurance jobs. But speaking of insurance, how does insurance in Russia work, at least in theory? Any ideas?
Well, depends what kind of insurance. I mean, are you talking about, Kadisha, or are you talking about, real
actual insurance? Actual insurance.
Yeah, no. So, because I remember one of the things that when I was actually working in insurance in Russia, someone in the company proposed that we should sell insurance through local fire, official fire safety inspectors. So, you, restaurant X, will fail your fire safety inspection unless you buy insurance from this company. It's literally...
No, Ming, I said not protection money. I said actual insurance.
No, this is actual insurance, but it became a protection racket.
It's a criminal society, so yes.
Yeah. So even insurance itself is this isn't saying we're going to torch your place if you don't buy our insurance, right? You don't pay us off. This is you will fail your fire safety inspection unless you buy insurance from the company I tell you to buy it from. Actual insurance.
Yeah, I get it. It's one step down, but it sure sounds like a protection racket, doesn't it? Ming, on the other thing, I don't know if you saw, but there was reporting this morning that Airbus is doing something about their jets in Russia.
Yeah, I saw that, Doman. So they're just basically threatening anybody who might supply parts or services for Airbus aircraft operated by Russian airlines. I think that's just Airbus. Obviously the US and or the EU have had a word with Airbus and said, look, just make sure that the sanctions are enforced. I don't think there will be an impact. I mean, I think what was that other article we saw recently, Doman, where I think Aeroflot estimated they had enough spares for 3 to 6 months worth of operations. We're obviously well past that now. So I think we're going to start seeing some more serious situations arising. There was an interesting piece that turned up this morning on international traffic demand in and out of Russia, and that foreign airlines. So here we're talking about the Etihads and the Qatars and the Emirates and Turkish and all those sort of people have massively increased their market share, although the Russian airlines have been carrying slightly higher numbers of international traffic than previously in the same period last year. But they've massively lost market share. And my bet that's because they don't have the equipment available to meet the demand.
Interesting. And could there be also some upgauging, larger airframes by these foreign companies?
Absolutely right. So you put a 777 on a route where you previously had an A321. Suddenly that's 300 people instead of 200.
Exactly, and that makes quite a difference, right? When you're looking at passenger kilometers. Yeah, I think it's some interesting stuff. I also had a look at something yesterday that somebody sent me, and I forwarded you the thing. I don't know if you got to listen to the couple of minutes of that. I'm guessing probably not, but they're basically saying somebody who works in let's call it maintenance of aircraft, saying any of these planes that they will use for spares, or any of these planes where they will routinely be using second-hand parts stripped from other planes. He was basically saying that none of these are going to want to be touched by anyone going forward, because it will be damn well near impossible to track which parts went where, whether, especially for things that get replaced much less often, whether the replacement procedure actually destroyed something in the process, or wasn't done perfectly correctly right, and everything would basically need to be stripped back down and assembled anew, and this would be a massive problem going forward for all of these aircraft.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Damon. So the economic calculation is, and this is most likely a calculation that the leasing companies' insurers are going to have to make, is what is the relative cost of zero timing everything on an aircraft as opposed to just scrapping it completely. And again, whether you actually have to zero time everything is also going to be a function of what's acceptable to the aviation authority of the country wherever that aircraft is going to operate in future. But I suspect that we're getting to a point now where these aircraft are probably beyond economic salvageability, and they're just going to be turned into restaurants and things.
Could there be that there will be a glut of supply for a restaurant inside a plane, bar inside a plane, hotel inside a plane? I think somebody did that in Bali a few months ago. Put a 737 on the side of a mountain. There's a hotel in it now, or a single bungalow or something like that.
Well, there's going to be all sorts of inventive ways. Typically when you visit an airport, there's very often a scrap fuselage knocking around
for firefighting training,
for the firefighters to get trained up, that sort of thing.
Well, they used to do that on the 727. Now they'll get to do it on a 777 or a 787. Lucky them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I guess that 600 aircraft stuck in Russia that are now written off from the global fleet, that basically is going to be a wash against the ongoing demand from Russia in the medium to longer term. So you take 600 aircraft out of the system, but you take demand from Russia out of the system at the same time, and the system stays stable.
So, the way that this, I'm sorry, the way that this Airbus approaches is being done, this is really targeting maintainers in other countries, in the UAE, in Turkey, and Thailand, wherever else, right? That's really India. That's really what they're going for. They're saying, look, if we find that you're fixing up Airbuses that Russia flies, most of which they shouldn't be touching in the first place, if you touch any of those, you're cut off. You're no longer an authorized repair person. You can't buy parts from us anymore, etc. That's kind of what they're doing, right? And also, what does that mean? How big of an effect do you reckon this can have? How much effort is it to set up a new maintenance outfit with basically all the same people and all the same tools and in the same places you had before, if you had one taken away?
Yeah, no, so I think the main leverage Airbus would have there is to do with probably things like the manuals and things like that, the how-to piece of the repair, right, and or maintenance. I suspect that because Airbus probably don't control an awful lot of their own parts supply chain, in the sense that these are not necessarily Airbus OEM parts; they didn't make them themselves. So, and of course, what they definitely don't control is the recycled parts bit of it. So let's say I buy an aircraft which I plan to part out, and then say the seats, I could just flog the seats to one airline. I could anything that's got a bit of life left in it, I could say it's got 50% remaining life before it has to be scrapped or replaced or whatever. I'll find an airline willing to buy that. There's all the life limited parts on the engines that probably have cycles remaining, which I could sell at a prorated cost to what the OEM new cost is. So Airbus probably doesn't control that stuff. So their leverage must be somewhere else, and I'm not quite sure where. I mean, Airbus obviously can cut you off from, the software updates and the service bulletins that the OEMs are responsible for issuing, but you can still probably pick that up somewhere else. I'm not quite sure what their leverage is.
Certification, maybe, right? If you're whatever airline, You need to go somewhere where certified for the fixing of certain aircraft. And if they no longer have certification, their airframes might be in trouble down the line.
Yeah, but as a maintenance facility, you're certified by your local aviation authority. But you're right. Maybe if Airbus says no, we don't accept these guys anymore, that they're not trained on A320s or whatever it is, we're removing that. The aviation authority might. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm just speculating here, but the aviation authority might have to react to that, since they're the certifying authority in all this. So again, let me have a think about it. I'll go and dig around and make a couple of calls and see if I can work out exactly what leverage Airbus has with this, because I'm pretty sure it won't be supply of parts, because there's too many alternatives where you can go and get those parts if Airbus won't supply you.
Thank you, Ming. Daniel?
Yeah, may I just say that I love this space. There's no question that comes up that no one here can say that, yes, let me read a little bit and let me call a guy and then I can fix this. That's fantastic. Yeah.
Except for one thing, Daniel, and let's swing back to what we were talking with the Colonel about a bit ago. One thing is a mystery. What is the baseline for Russian industrial and office fires from years past?
Maybe we have a guy here that might know something about that, but we're not talking about it,
But it's a great point, and Doman, I appreciate you bringing it up, because it does keep us in checks and balances. But what I would say is the folks who love the site because we always have answers. I think the other thing is when we don't know the answers, we're willing to at least say that and chew through it until we do find the right one. So I think that's important as well.
100%, Colonel. That's exactly right. Klaus?
Thank you. This talk about spare parts for civilian airplanes. How about the how dependent is Russia on spare part for its military aircrafts that are being made abroad? Thank you.
I think that's a great question. Colonel, how much of the newer Russian aircraft, so Sukhoi 35 and newer, how many of those parts are Russian produced? And is there anything that's made outside of Russia that they're reliant on?
For aircraft parts?
Yeah, for military aircraft.
Well, yeah, so it's a great question. There's tons of parts, right? But if you think through Russia's logic train, right, as it was building its fighter aircraft, there was the perception that Ukraine would always be its friend, right? So there was a lot of it was outsourced, and to be fair, the Ukrainian aviation industry and aerospace industry is very much tied to building out Russian stuff, right? So Russia, not only do they have to rely on nations that have sanctioned them, they have to rely on the nation that they're at war with. I think the biggest challenge that they have right now is ball bearing. The one that I know, or the one that I keep hearing about from other logisticians, is they're having a hard time with ball bearings, because without ball bearings, things that are supposed to move, they don't move, and that's a really bad thing, right? Ball bearings are, you wouldn't think about it, man, but ball bearings are a key piece of every single thing that moves, and they're running low.
Is foreign parts part of the reason why, what is it, the Sukhoi 57, I think, their wanted new jet that we don't really see at all? And is that part of the reason why so few examples of that have been produced? Or is there aerospace industry for military things just much less reliant on foreign stuff than, say, their civilian aircraft that they try to make? The Sukhoi Superjet 100, which is a complete flop and almost entirely made of foreign parts, or their tanks, etc., where all of the new ones, all of the fancy equipment, optics.
And I think they're all. It's a combination of both, right? So yeah, and I think if you're Russia, right, you'd like to believe that Russia started making the right decision back in 2013, 2014, where they said, "Holy shit, man, we're not going to be able to rely on Ukraine." And oh, by the way, if we do go into Ukraine in 2014, we're probably going to get more sanctions on us. So they probably went more indigenous with a lot of the stuff that they're able to make, and they retooled some factories to make sure that they can do this. But then again, predicting Russia to make the right decision is always a risky opportunity.
Then I'm counting on them to make all the wrong decisions, frankly. Matthias?
Yeah, I can't say I'm an expert on, but I read some stuff on this before a couple of weeks ago, and there's at least two major areas where, in terms of component production, that Russia is going to struggle with in terms of military production, and that's the first one is optics. They're not really good at creating optics, and optics is of course important for anything that needs to see far and fight. So any tank production, IP production, I imagine also aircraft production, it's going to be very difficult for them to source the right optics because they don't really have a domestic production, from what I've heard. And the second area is electronics, like advanced computer, or just basically any type of electronics that almost we take for granted doesn't really get produced in Russia. They have some domestic production that was, I think, tied to the space program traditions, but it's highly specialized and not necessarily what you need for advanced navigation systems or anything that, aircraft or anything that flies, or also ground vehicles for that matter. So I think we're going to see, and there's probably more areas, but I think we're going to see, and I've seen some articles about this, that military industrial production, they have an enormous challenge to create new supply lines, or supply capabilities. It's going to be shortages, and since, from what I understand, they fly their jets quite a lot, at least the part of the Russian airports that's close to the Ukrainian fronts or inside Ukraine, they have a lot of sorties per day. And it's over time, we might start seeing maintenance issues. Maybe not necessarily soon, but I think it's going to become a problem for them the longer this goes on. So I'll drop down.
Thank you, Matthias. Daniel?
Yeah, just adding to that. I mean, it might, when it comes to optics, you might not think about aircraft rather than thinking about surveillance from aircraft and weapons and stuff like that. But I mean, look at the head-up display, for instance, for fighter aircraft. It's not the most advanced optics, but it's not trivial. So if they are not able to do that, they can't even fit a head-up display in their new fighters. I don't know if they use these wide-angled head-up displays, because then it's even more complicated with special surfaces that are holographic and so on. But just plain old style head-up displays actually do require that you know your optics, and it's interesting to hear that if they don't have that, then they are basically not able to build new aircrafts.
Me?
Yeah, just a side note on optics. I think that they basically lost their expertise and capability on that, very early on. In that was, from memory, broadly based in the DDR. I think it was it Carl Zeiss of Jena was the big optics producer, and there were two Carl Zeisses, so one in the east and one in the west. and it was the DDR doing all that stuff for them. And I think also for electronics too, they were hugely reliant on the DDR. So the moment Germany reunified, that capability was somewhat lost to them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it was. All of these T64s, T72s, etc. All of these were reliant on that one particular source of optics. And if you think that losing control over the eastern occupied zone of Germany being a breaking point for your ground forces is it's not a good thing, is it? Oh, we had Matthias and we lost Matthias.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, Marcus.
Would you like to chat about maybe some of the things that I've sent you this morning?
Yeah, let's start with some examples of what Colonel was wanted to talk about, which is stuff happening in Russia that probably shouldn't be if they had their security tidied up and fires breaking out. Anything along those lines. Any drones landing data, any of those would be great, I think.
Yeah, so today we have had news of a drone landing in the, I'm going to have to be careful how I say this, Fakel plant in the Moscow region. This was apparently a quadcopter with a photo camera and a video camera. And it was 300 by 300 millimeters, just so you can be sure of what you're looking at here. It crashed on the territory of the plant that produces air defense systems at around 8 a.m. this morning. Now, there was no bomb or combat load on it, but there were means of photo and video recording. They believe that the drone did fall victim to the EW, the electronic warfare that is stationed around that place. But still, I would imagine that's probably got some people into trouble today, don't you?
I'm sure it did, and this is exactly the sort of thing that I think Colonel's trying to find examples of. I will say before we continue, Fakel. We lost Ming. Okay, because I was gonna tell Ming to tell us what that means, but I'll do it instead. Fakel isn't a rude word at all. Fakel is the Russian name for a torch, like the sort of torch that you might light an Olympic flame with. So don't worry. That's it would have been a lot more amusing if they had a fire rather than just the drone crash in their courtyard, because then you can say that the torch place got torched, but sadly it hadn't as yet.
The Russian word for fakkel, for a torch, is the same word as we use in Dutch, fakkel.
Yes, and you know why that is, Mr. M? That is because Russians imported names for all sorts of things from other languages. For example, the Russian name for an orange, the fruit, not the color, right? Is apelsin, which is the same as in various Scandinavian languages, and that's because
yes, appelsin, sinaasappel.
Exactly. Yes, precisely. There you go, Mr. M. Right? And why is that?
So they don't have a real language.
Well, I mean, it's a language is what is useful to facilitate communication between peoples. But there are a lot of Germanic imported words because that's kind of how their industry developed, right? Industry, art, fine arts, they developed primarily because they just imported a bunch of people from the outside, and then of course they were using German or whatever other language that they might have been using, and or Dutch, for example, right? Peter I famously lived in Amsterdam for some months, maybe some years, and came back and said, "Aha, we're gonna make a navy now. It's very important. I've seen how it's done by the people who know how to build ships." and that's probably how a lot of these things happen. So, Mockers, how big of a deal is this? Is this like a little air defense factory that isn't very important? And should you really? I mean, does it really bother anyone if somebody flies a little drone around? I mean, nothing's ever happened when somebody flew a little drone around before, has it?
Oh no, I'm sure they're quite happy with drones flying around their area. The very fact that this place makes and upkeeps S300 and S400 systems, I'm going to say it was probably quite a big deal.
S300, S400 systems, and they can't ensure security around the area. That's not very good, is it?
It's quite amusing, yes.
That is very amusing. Is there any reason to believe that they will have targeted them directly? Or did the drone just fly about and what are the chances, right? Just crashed into that particular front yard, that particular perimeter.
It does seem mightily coincidental, doesn't it?
I think this is the sort of example of a case, right? I think this is the sort of example of a case where that we were talking about with Colonel Jeff there. When something is just a little bit too unlikely to purely be coincidental. So say S300s, S400s are made there. That's very interesting. I do wonder if they still, of course, manufacture any, what with import restrictions and so many things.
Well, you know how it is as well. They try and get around sanctions and people get caught doing it. I know you've mentioned this first thing this morning, but those people lifted in Spain for trying to sell. I think what was it? The glass for amongst other things, the glass for fighter jets, which I'm thinking now it's been confiscated. Ukraine might use those things. Could come in handy.
I didn't mention this. I've never heard of this before. That's interesting.
Oh, it must have been Tim. My apologies. Days blend into one sometimes.
He might have been involved in it. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, I'll tell you a bit more about it then.
Please do.
So there are two persons. One of them appears to have been Ukrainian, attempting to smuggle defense material from Spain to Russia. One of those arrested has later found out to be the head of an international gang. So quite a nice catch, wouldn't you think?
So what were they taking? Glass for fighter jet cockpits?
Yes, that was one of the items that they were trying to smuggle. And I'm just...
I just find this curious, right? Because...
down the proper story.
Colonel, maybe you can help us with this. Glass for fighter jet cockpits doesn't it have to be kind of finished when it's made and into just the right shape for just the right jet, or is there some sort of you just buy some glass and then you bend it yourself into whatever jet you need to fly it on?
So if you look closely at a fighter jet cockpit, right, you'll notice that the instrumentation is kind of boxology, right? So there's metal beams and bars that go usually vertically, and you take the altimeter and you put it in and it fits perfectly in, and then you screw 4 screws in on that, and then you put in the VVI indicator, and then you put in the airspeed indicator, and you basically you just screw these things in, and then all the wires kind of come out the back. The issue with glass cockpits, right, is obviously that the glass piece is going to be bigger than the traditionally old, smaller gyro or the airspeed indicator. So those bars are going to be a little bit farther apart. But if you look closely, you'll see there's 4. So you basically can unscrew these and kind of screw them back in. The picture that I was talking about yesterday when I was on the show about where a Russian pilot has got a US GPS system mounted to his like a Garmin mounted to his visor, his overhead canopy visor, so that he can see it, is somewhat funny. And there's a couple things going on in that picture that I think are hilarious, right? So number one, he doesn't have integrated location on his system, or at least he doesn't rely on the GLONASS system. He's clearly relying more on the US GPS based system. The second thing is he's got two glass instrumentation panels, right? They're both next to his knees, and they're both showing the exact same thing. Right? What the fuck? I'm like, dude, more information in the cockpit is good. Redundant information, other than for things that will kill you, is not good. And all he has on that video display is actually like a FLIR image of another airplane flying next to him, which is pointless, right? You look out the window and see that dude. So that's how glass cockpits work. Basically, you spec order the glass instrumentation display to actually fit between those two rods, and there's a bunch of holes in them, and you just screw it in.
I have the post with the information from it. Here we go. Bit more info. 2 people, 1 Russian, 1 Ukrainian, arrested in the towns of Irun and Honda Ariba. Sorry.
Okay, this is right in the north.
Yeah, for their alleged involvement in a crime of smuggling defense material destined for Russia. One of these people arrested is the head of an international business network led from Spain, dedicated to illicit trafficking of defense material, as reported on Wednesday. Investigations began in 2021, when the agents learned of the presence in Spain of a marriage from a Ukrainian to or someone of Ukrainian nationality, who would be directing from a Spanish company a supply chain of military aeronautical material, circumventing the controls established by current legislation and therefore committing the crime of smuggling. The operation was triggered in the attempt to prevent an imminent departure from the European territory of a shipment of glass for military aircraft cabins. The analysis of the transactions brought out a network that had designed a sophisticated customs engineering at an international level to carry out operations in which it was declared the destination of the goods were, bear with me, countries not subject to embargo, despite the fact that in reality, Russia was the final destination. The investigations carried out have triggered the arrest of 2 people in the consequent house searches, in which physical documentation and computer effects have been found. In addition, 2 high-end vehicles, because they do like their cars, sorry. So, blah, blah, blah. The imprisonment has been decreed. The investigation remains open in order to prove other illegal commercial operations of the same nature carried out, as well as those that were underway, and proceed to full identification, location, and detention of any other persons involved in these events. The operation has been carried out jointly by the General Commissariat of Information, the Deputy Director of Customs Surveillance, and the Provisional Information Brigade of San Sebastian, under the direction of the Central Court of Investigation number 5. Mambo number 5, sorry. Of the National Court and Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. There we go. That was the full translation. And, well, quite interesting, I thought.
Yeah, I think so too. So what I'm struggling to understand is this the sort of glass for cockpits that Jeff was talking about for instrumentation? I think it means sort of windshields, right? That's the kind of what it sounded like to me.
That was the first thing that entered my head, actual windshields, but, you know, I may or may not be wrong on that.
I have a fun fact about Irun. Yes,
So I heard
no?
a lot of things.
Okay, it's a really fun fact. So Irun is right on the border between, on the Spanish side, and yes, that bit is called the Basque Country, and not all people who live there agree that it's Spain, but that's besides the point. It's right on the border, and the border is a river. I forget what the river is called, but in said river there is an island, which is called the Pheasant Island, and it switches countries every 6 months. So it was used to sign a treaty on it between France and Spain that defined the border between France and Spain, and I think gave, was it the Spanish king's daughter to the French king to marry, or vice versa, one of those things, 16th century, 17th century, whenever this was. And that was where the treaty was signed. So they wanted to sign it on, kind of neutral ground. So then they said, okay, so this place is now, it's not going to be nobody's. And then what if the Brits come and they take it, right? That would be very good. But instead, it is very close to the sea, few kilometers of the upstream from where the sea is. And they said, okay, so every 6 months it flips back and forth. And I think it's the 1st of January, or maybe it's 1st of February, and then either 1st of July or 1st of August that it flips which country it's in. So you cannot move at all, and just stay there and change countries every 6 months. I don't think anybody's allowed to live on it. I don't know what the rules are about that. But was that a fun fact, Marcus?
That was a fun fact. I enjoyed that greatly. Ming, welcome.
Thanks, Marcus. No, I think, Doman, there's another place like that, isn't there, on that border? The same border. Isn't there a white elephant abandoned railway station that's some sort of, architectural wonder of the world or something, that's jointly administered by both France and Spain, somewhere up in the Pyrenees, but nobody ever uses it?
Oh, I didn't know about that. I thought you were going to bring up Givia or Givia or whatever. Livia, I don't know how to pronounce it properly, but the little Spanish exclave to the north of the Pyrenees. But no, I wasn't aware of the train station. Now I need to go look up the train station. That's very interesting. Sorry, this is weird random fact. Oh, I found it. Oh, this is very interesting. I see Canfranc, it's called. Very good. I'm going to go read up on this at some point. Thank you, Ming. I appreciate weird, useless facts. I just feel bad for Nick that he's missing all of these weird, useless facts now.
Yeah, I found it too. It's a magnificent, grandiose building and completely abandoned.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I need to go there at some point. Where is this? Close to Pau. Okay, I have a reason to go to Pau at some point, so that's reasonable. Yeah, that'd be fun. Except you can't go there by train, right? Because the train services have been suspended. All right, very well. So, Ming, how does this sound to you? This glass. Does it sound like windshields for fighter jets, or canopies for fighter jets, or does it sound like instrumentation inside? I'm not entirely sure.
I think it's canopies. The reason being is that LEDs don't use glass, isn't it? And a cockpit wouldn't necessarily have glass screens. I mean, they'd be something else. They just like your screen on your laptop. But Colonel Jeff would be more qualified to speak to that than me.
I'd just love to know what the interoperability of them is, or did they go somewhere somewhere in Africa that uses Soviet jets and harvest a bunch of canopies and then put those on a ship and try to get them eventually to Russia? I think that's a very, very, very exciting sort of component here. Right, news today. Ruble is falling further, and it's now 88 rubles to the euro. But I wouldn't celebrate that necessarily. I know people are prone to do that, but I wouldn't be, because it means that for as long as Russia maintains a surplus of trade, a trade surplus, so some exports more than it imports, that does kind of mean that the Russian budget gets extra rubles for every bit that they export, and it might keep it more solvent than it would be otherwise. So there's pluses and minuses to this. Of course, it's harder to pay for imports, but for as long as their exports are still relatively strong, what with oil and whatever else, it's not necessarily a good thing. Now, if somebody can tell me that Russian exports have completely collapsed and they export less now than they import, then I'm all up for cheering for this. But other than that, it's a little bit more subtle, a little bit more complicated, I think. Yeah. Colonel?
Yeah, so I actually have a question for you. It's non-military related, but is Ukraine related. And I'm wondering if you can help me, because you're really smart on these things, right? Geopolitically, the relationship between Poland and Ukraine is progressing very nicely. They're coming more aligned. This is a really good thing. But I do know that there were protests yesterday about grain and the flood of Ukrainian grain driving the prices down in Poland, and this was upsetting the farmers. And I understand that, right? I mean, Polish farmers believe that their product, there's an expectation of the amount of money they'll fetch and receive for their wheat, their grain, and whatever that is. Can you talk me through that a little bit? And what do you see as a potential outcome between the two nations to where this issue can be fixed, or is this truly a really big issue that's not going to get fixed?
So, I think that depends. And what it depends on is what you're really looking at, because I'm not entirely clear on the facts here. What I mean by that is, what are they comparing the current prices to compared to previous prices? Does that make sense? Okay, so let me find some commodity pricing here. Let's go 3 years back. Okay, so for example, right now, and I don't know, where how good this data is, if I'm looking at the right data set, but this is what is the unit here? I don't care what the unit is, because units don't matter, because it's consistent units, right? So in 2021, wheat prices here, and I'm going to use unitless numbers because I don't know what the unit is, were somewhere around 200, let's say, maybe 200, a little bit under 200. For 2020, so this is 2020. In 2021, they went up. They were in the sort of 250 range-ish. When the invasion happened, it was about 250, when the full-scale invasion happened. And immediately it spiked from sort of 250 to over 400. Right? And why did that happen? That happened because relatively little wheat is traded cross-border, and as soon as some wheat is traded cross-border, or some less wheat is available to trade cross-border, the prices, of course, go up, even with a very small total volume perturbation, right? Only about 1 or 2% of all wheat grown in the world is traded outside of market. However, obviously, even a small move then can change pricing a lot, right? But then it started to drop, and now it's at around 250 again, which is where we were sort of in 2022, around where we were, in 2021, around where we were in 2021 or below that. So I'm thinking, well, are they complaining because, okay, it's coming in and now the prices are no longer super high like they were in for 3 or 4 months in 2022, sort of between February and June of 2022? Is that the problem? Is that what they're protesting against? Or is there some much more local market effect that is making wheat, and I don't even know if it's referring to wheat, detailed enough reporting on it, than corn, for example, for animal feed or some such. But if it is wheat, you're not looking at an actual lower prices. You're looking at kind of a reversion to normal, and if anything, a reversion to quite a high level for normal, looking at, previously for years before it was always 200 or under 200, right? So now that you're sort of 250, is that really a problem in itself? And yes, of course, some other costs have gone up, but what are they protesting against? The other question is how many are really protesting, and I don't think it's that big a deal. Now, it could be a big deal domestically in Poland. It could be a big deal for the Polish government, because if it is, 3% of people who are really frustrated with this, and they would have voted for the governing party otherwise, but now won't be anymore, then yeah, okay, then it's a big deal for them, right? Because 3 percentage points of population can swing an election. But I don't know how real this is, if that makes sense. Now, if somebody has more granular EU data for wheat pricing or whatever other grain is concerned here, I would love to see it. But that's kind of my that's kind of my answer. My answer there, right? If that makes sense, Colonel. What do you think? I think it might be kind of amplifying a very niche issue, because if you think about 40 million people in Poland, which ones do you think are complaining about the lower prices of whatever? I think it's a very small number, whereas the vast majority, when inflationary pressure is high, especially, would be like, yes, lower prices. Yes, we like lower prices. This is a good thing for most of us.
Yeah, so point, and what I don't understand is maybe the Polish media just picked up because it was because it was attracting, it would attract readers, right? Because everything else from the visit was so positive that they're, you want to amplify something that looks like a crisis or negative. So I'm not smart enough on Poland to know whether this is a non-issue or an issue, but I will tell you, it did grab a good chunk of the media in Poland when Zelensky visited. So I didn't know. I don't know what I don't know, right?
No, of course, but I'm just kind of thinking through it as a thought experiment, right? In a country that is, an industrialized country, which parts of the population are going to be complaining about lower food prices or lower, commodity prices that are related to food? It's going to be the very small proportion that makes this stuff, and it's going to be not everyone else. And of course, they can make lots of noise and put tractors in front of the parliament or whatever, but I fail to see how big a deal it is. And also, secondly, it is a big deal, and it's primarily a big deal because it was authorized by the EU Commission for it to be tariff-free, right? Ukrainian grain, and as an emergency measure, and this has been now extended for this year as well. That it can enter the EU without any tariffs being applied to it. But what it also kind of speaks to is a failure of the logistics shipping industry to move it onward to other places around the world, if it was really causing a glut locally. So that's kind of the other part of this, I think. Ioana, you're very economically informed. What do you reckon?
Well, on this issue, I'm not so informed, so I will speak in very general terms. What I wanted to say is that a lot of the prices for agricultural products in European Union are subventioned, and this helps to keep a price lower than it could have been. It is applied also to grain and other crops, similar crops. And I think the general concern now is that with this influx of Ukrainian grain, which usually was not destined to the European market, because it was cheap and because it was mostly sold in other areas like Northern Africa and even Asia and so on. With this influx of cheap grain, they are afraid that it will be a drop in prices, and basically I think they are asking for more subventions. I think it's a real issue, but not so big issue. And if you want, I can check Romanian media, because they are talking about it quite a lot. I didn't have time to look today. But basically, this is the main concern, that maybe this Ukrainian grain will stay on the European market. I don't know if it helps.
Thanks, Ivan. And actually, Romania would be in the same position as Poland, effectively, right? Or in a very similar position, albeit it'd be easier to continue and export out of Romania. I know that Constanța was kind of overwhelmed last year for a period there, with just not having enough throughput even to export stuff from the port.
Yes, so last year there was kind of a protest of the farmers because they they failed to have access to transporting trucks, because most of the trucks were used for bringing in the Ukrainian grain, and also because the port of Constanța was overwhelmed for a few weeks. There were 2 terminals for grain, and they were used mostly for Ukrainian grain, and this raised some concerns. Like last year, they were solved quite quickly, and they were addressed by the government. There was some communication, quite good communication last year about it. Also, they built in a record time a new terminal for grain at Constanța port, so this helped a little bit, and they also managed to put some order into the trucking business, if I can say so. And yes, indeed, this concerns also Romania as Poland, and there is an initiative from 5 countries, I think. Let me check, and I'll come back to you. Sorry for coming up unprepared. I was just making a general comment.
No, but this is what's really useful here, right? I think, it might be one of those things that is big news, because it definitely affects one sector, right? But when that sector is a few percent, a small low single digit percentage points of the population, then maybe it's a little bit overblown, and then we have to contextualize it and have the right the right magnitude ascribed to it, right? I think that's I strongly suspect this is the sort of case here as well.
Yeah, you guys are way better. I mean, I go into a grocery store and pay attention to the prices here, because I don't understand. I don't even know what I'm buying. That's what my wife does, and I'm not trying to be sexist. I'm freaking lost here, right? But I do know that I come from the Midwest, and grain prices and corn prices and wheat prices, they always matter, because all my buddies whose parents were ran big farms, and it's not just big farms of grain. I mean, you got to feed pigs, right? So it all, even if you have cattle or livestock, you got to worry about these things. So it's an interesting thing to me. I know that Ukraine would actually like to push that grain farther, right? I don't even know if it's a logistics issue. What if Ukraine was actually just be able to use Poland as a push-through point, right? To get grain out into Western Europe, or even to the United States, so the Polish grain market could maintain its price. I don't know, man. I'm bad.
I can speak to this. So this was kind of the initial plan, right? The initial plan before the grain deal to open the ports of southern Ukraine, Odessa, Pevdeny, Chernomorsk, and before the ports in the Danube really got going for that bit as well. The idea was, and this was kind of like, oh, you can really implement this. We're very close to it. It's not that hard, and then it kind of collapsed. So let me tell you a story that we've been tracking here throughout the spring and summer last year, Colonel. The initial plan was to use some sections of Soviet gauge railway in Poland. So Poland's on standard gauge, same as Austria, same as Germany, 1435, right? But different to Ukraine, which is on 1520 millimeter rail gauge. And the Baltic states and Ukraine are both on 1520. Poland is on 1435, but sadly, there's Belarus between the Baltic states and Ukraine, so obviously you can't run trains through there. However, the Soviets, as they kind of semi-ran Poland after the Second World War, they installed a bunch of broad gauge rails primarily for industrial purposes, for freight purposes, in bits of eastern Poland to move coal, to move some other stuff. So the question was, can you actually just go and connect a bunch of these little disparate bits in eastern Poland with some other sections of broad gauge railway, or convert some of this narrow gauge, some of standard gauge, right, that is running there, that you don't need so much anyway, because what are you shipping to Belarus? Nothing. So that you could connect the Ukrainian-Polish border all the way up to the Baltics, to Lithuania, to the Lithuanian border, as well as to the Baltic port of Świnoujście in Poland, with this broad gauge railway, with the Soviet gauge railway. So a train could simply go from Ukraine straight to port, right? Wouldn't have to transship, transload. The problem, so it never ended up happening, because they said, like, yeah, we have like 85-90% of the route done. The problem is the rest of the route, it's bridges, it's tunnels, it's places where it's much more difficult to do this gauge change, right? Especially where it's already set in concrete. That was one part of it. The other part of it is that these ports up in Poland, up in the Baltics, they're not set up for massive grain transshipment, right? Because if you ever go to a commercial port, you'll see, oh, this is the container terminal, this is the this is the that, and for grain you just need different stuff. These ports were never set up for that, because they're not meant to export lots of grain. I mean, have you ever thought of Lithuania as a major grain exporter? No, because it isn't, right? Nobody ever says, yes, Lithuania, big player in the wheat export markets. 15% of the world wheat exports generated in Lithuania. No, they're not. They just don't do that. So Ukraine is kind of unique in that Ukraine and Russia both, from the Black Sea, actually have been exporting the vast majority of wheat exports around the world. Like half between the two of them, they represented half of all wheat exports around the world. So there's a handful of ports in the Black Sea that are really set up for that, right? Constanza's kind of well set up for it. It's just not set up for it at quite the same volume. So that was the initial plan. And then eventually what happened is just some grain, and not even that much in absolute terms, went by truck mostly, and some by rail, into Poland, and then was kind of just taken from there, and normal capitalist trade flows went from there, and that's how this problem happened. You would never ship it to the US. The shipping costs are far too high. You'd only ever want to ship it to places that don't produce enough themselves but need more. So North Africa, Middle East, some Sub-Saharan Africa as well. That's really the destination countries. The US produces more than it consumes already. Plus shipping stuff across the ocean is really pointless. These are relatively low value density goods. Low value density commodities, and you just don't ship them that far if you can avoid it. Ivana, please.
Yes, so I checked a little bit. The history of it starts at the end of March, when Romania and Poland talked with the European Commission, trying to establish a tracing mechanism for the Ukrainian grain to ensure that there are no problems for the local farmers. You have to understand that when the grain comes into the country, so it is an overflow of grain. On one hand, the prices tend to decrease because of this, because there is too much product on the market, and on the other hand, the price for storage facilities and for transportation increases, because there is a lot of demand. So this is affecting the local farmers. So they try to see with the European Union to ensure that the grain is transiting the countries and not staying in the countries, and also get some help for the logistical bottlenecks that may happen. So that was 28th of March. Then on 31st of March, Poland and the other four countries, so Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Bulgaria, sent a letter to the European Commission asking for some measures in order to deal with this, to deal with the disturbances that are experienced in the bordering countries and Bulgaria, transport, pricing, storage, and so on. And basically, they asked for some restrictions of the volume of the Ukrainian grain imports, and for some additional resources, I mean subventions, as I said before. And lately, European Commission responded. They say that they acknowledge the reality of this. They said that they will continue to apply the suspension for import duties of Ukrainian grain, but they will take into account some measures. I mean, probably subventions and possibly an initiative to buy the Ukrainian grain, a mechanism to buy it in order to ensure that the prices are kept at a level that doesn't hurt the other countries. You have to understand that the grain from Ukraine is cheaper than the other markets because of the local workforce costs, and because, of course, their very good soil and the less need for fertilizers and other things. So that grain didn't used to go to Europe, and it used to go by sea, not by land or by train. Well, by truck or by train. So indeed, this is a real problem. But I think a solution at the level of European Union will be achieved quite soon, because the season starts in like 3 months. We have to see a solution for this before end of June.
And it really feels like something that should be manageable, right? It's not that complicated. It's not that big a deal. And frankly, this year there just will be less Ukrainian grain available in the first place because of all of these areas that are still under Russian occupation, that didn't go through the normal cycle, that might be polluted with mines, unexploded ordinances, whatever. It's a very different story this year as well. And I think that looking forward, they might be looking at something that is already not going to be a problem for them in the first place, even if it's not undergoing too many changes.
Also, my last comment is that these kind of demands for subventions in the European Union are not unusual. Every year it happens. It happens with the farmers in France. It happened in Spain. It happened in Poland before. So every year there is a demand for subventions and for measures that are involved in agricultural products, because we have a lot of challenges, because the cost of these activities is increasing, because, for example, in the Eastern European countries, the workforce before was cheaper, but now it's not so cheap anymore, and also because of the climate changes that affect the agricultural production. We know that we had the drought last year. In other regions there were like floods and things like this. So it's not unusual to have a demand like this. Now it's really strictly related to some logistical problems and some possible drops in prices, but overall it's not an unusual thing. It doesn't have to be taken like a really something that never happened and it's a really big problem.
Exactly, and as you say, this is par for the course. This always happens in Europe. You always have these sort of approaches. Always trying to get more subsidies. Always. George, good morning. How are you doing, George?
I'm doing good. Good morning, everyone. I was just perusing the Nest, and I saw the tweet about the French, I guess it's a cosmetic company, Yves Rocher.
That sounds about right, yeah?
Yeah, and some of the, so I guess, they've decided that somehow Russian, the women are supposed to aspire to the Russian woman a beauty aesthetic. Is that what that is?
George, to be perfectly frank, I have no clue what it's about because I didn't read it. So I hope somebody else will have. Iwana, I believe, might have a much better clue and be a much better interlocutor on this.
Okay.
Well, I'll be quick about this because, again, I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen it like 3 weeks, maybe a month before. Yes, I'm so sorry for this because I really love the brochure. They have some very good quality products. They are very involved in, protecting the climate, agriculture, bio agriculture, and so on. They grow their own plants for developing cosmetics and so on. So I really loved this brand. And I've seen like 2 weeks ago, they issued a brochure in which they wanted to promote the Slavic beauty. And they asked the women in Russia to measure, certain distances. I don't know how to say, some specifics of their face, and send this in order to just make a portrait of the Slavic beauty. And it felt so wrong, so wrong. I don't know. It's like, I don't want to associate this with the Nazis, but the model of the human that they promoted, it feels so so close to this. It's revolting. So yeah, I won't buy a brochure anymore. But if you want more details, I can search for the article and maybe even for the brochure. It's not a new thing. It was like 2 weeks, maybe a month ago, when we were talking about Auchan. It surfaced also.
Okay, yeah, well, I hate to say this, but if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And when you're talking about taking measurements, and trying to say that, oh, certain measurements mean you're this and that, that's that is a direct page out of the Nazis and Dr. Mengele there. It really is despicable. So in other words, and when they mean Slavic, this is an affront to women of other Slavic countries. So I don't understand how the hell they get away with this. I don't understand how there's no. Well, it's France, so like, yeah, obviously they wouldn't have any laws against this pseudoscience nonsense. But it is despicable that you're going to take out a tape measure and somehow figure out if you're close to this or that ethnicity. That's what the Nazis did. That's the pseudoscience quackery that they used to go after minorities, including the Roma and Jewish populations of Germany, and then obviously all the other areas they occupied. So it's we have to call it what it is. It's absolutely abhorrent that in this modern age, some crackpots trying to make a buck are coming out with this type of nonsensical science. What's next? Circumference of your head, and they're going to take out the measuring tools to see the length of your nose and all this other stuff. I mean, come on, this is absolutely disgusting. And if France had any type of honor, they would, somebody in their government would be screaming at the top of their lungs. But honor at the French died years ago, so you know, no surprise there.
Yeah, it just seems very silly also on the face of it, right? And also, why would you think, George, let's forget the content, right? Just think of the form. Who says, yeah, do you know what we're going to do? We should find the modeling agency in Russia because Russia's really in right now, really trendy. That's where we should get pictures for our brochure stuff. That's it's just that thought that's already the simplest, the littlest bit.
Doman,
very
like the whole. I mean, the whole idea that you would pick now to do this, while Russia's on engaging in a genocidal invasion of another European country, right? And you're going to sit there and tell these Ukrainian Slavic women, right? Oh, you should aim to look more Russian, right? I mean, absolutely clueless, just brain dead decision there by this company. And like I said, I don't know how other people look at it, but I find it completely disgusting, just because I studied that period in European history thoroughly. It was an effort of mine because of my personal family history with World War II and the previous interwar period. And for them to just sit there and just absolutely come out with this garbage, it's just garbage. There's no scientific basis for any of this, and for them to come out with that is absolutely despicable. And someone and if they had if they had any integrity, that was the word I'm looking for. If they had any integrity, the people that came out with this campaign would be immediately fired. Just immediately, just fired. No meeting about it. Just send them an email. Pack your shit. Get the hell out of my offices.
Colonel Jeff, are you? You say that when you go to a grocery store, you don't know where to go. But what about when you go to Drogeriemarkt?
Yeah, dude, I'm ready to raise my hand because I'm so excited about another subject. So I'm gonna let you guys finish this one. I'm tweeting it out, and I'm actually writing a bunch of friends because
excellent.
There's a very exciting thing coming. I want you guys to. I want to give the due diligence to this. But I'm just trying to wait out.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I thought it was about this. Maybe possibly. Who knows? I don't have any prejudices. Ivana?
Yes, so I found the original article. It was in Pravda. According to this article, Ukrainian Pravda, the Moscow Institute of Plastic Surgery and Cosmetology published the standards of, I quote, Pure Russian Beauty 2023 on behalf of the French company Yves Rocher. And there was a message on the Moscow Institute which was deleted afterwards. I will cite the message also. The Russian phenotype is a reflection of the purity of Russian culture, a special and bright example for those who lost their originality and exclusivity a long time ago, wastefully mixing their genes with the genes of other people. This is the quote of the message. And afterwards, they published, so there was a brochure with some measurements, a flyer that showed the perfect distance between the eyes, the length of the nose, yes, the length of the nose, and the height of the forehead, which should be the characteristics of the Russian women. The Ukrainian branch of Rocher denied that they received some confirmation from a group Rocher that such promotion was carried, but well, pictures of the brochure exist, and it's not the only source. I remember I saw it in some other sources.
Well, there you go. You just described, the 1930s Nazi campaign against minorities and their strive for "quote unquote" racial purity. That's, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's just absolutely abhorrent, and I don't understand how this hasn't made the more mainstream media news, because it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
And we'll leave it at that. Colonel, before we go to whatever you had, I have a quick question for you. Why do you think it's so wrong for Russia to hold Arctic drills with countries that aren't in the Arctic, like from Africa and Latin America and it's for Asia. I think it makes perfect sense. You know, if you go really high up in the mountains, like the Andes or the Pamir, it gets cold as well.
Can you sure? Can you tell me the threat at the top of the Andes Mountain?
Condors.
Yeah, condors. Okay, right. Yes, dude, the Jamaican bobsled tune. That's my favorite. Whoever retweeted that one out, that's my favorite, man. That freaking makes me just giggle, right? So yeah, dude, these guys don't do cold weather training. They're not intended to training, and more importantly, the 9 countries that are supposedly, they don't even want their names mentioned. It's freaking hilarious. Like usually when you're doing, you know, cooperative training and coalition training, like everyone at NATO, right? I'm not making this up. There's times when smaller nations have small budgets or they can't, you know, their military is trying to do something else, but they want to be part of a coalition training event. So they'll send one soldier so that their flag can show up on the PowerPoint slide that they're participating, right? Like everybody wants and that's a good thing. I'm not trying to make fun of it. Everyone wants to participate. Everyone wants to be involved in when NATO does something, right? They want to advertise it and say, hey, you know, we're Denmark and we are actually involved in Operation Saber Junction, and you know, this is a really good thing and we're partnering. These 9 nations don't even want their names mentioned. It's fucking hilarious.
Maybe the Russians just didn't know how to spell them. Or maybe they didn't know who's going to be coming yet. They're just going to put some feelers out, and nobody said yes yet. And they said, okay, look, we sent 25 invites out. Let's say 1/3 answers, maybe a little bit more. Let's say 9. Okay, 9, and then we'll figure out who to put on the marketing material at the last minute. It's okay, you know, putting the flag up. It's fine. We can do that last second.
Yeah, dude, it's comical, man. Every time I read something from Russia, I'm like, I feel like I got to tweet it out because maybe it's the lens that I look through it and the stuff that I know, but it just makes me chuckle.
Right, you had something much more serious, I trust.
Dude, A-10s are going to Ukraine.
Tell us more. What? Let's start there. What's an A10? Is it like an A9 but one more?
Look up in the nest, man. This is the coolest thing in the world, right? It's freaking awesome. I just posted it, right? So the U.S. Defense Department has announced that it is sending 9 30-millimeter gun-mounted systems on trucks to Ukraine. Dude, if anyone knows about the A-10, right? The A-10 was a 30-millimeter Gatling gun that the military, the Air Force loves so much that they tried to build an airplane around it, right? The first requirement was the gun. The second requirement was the titanium tub airplane that was built around it. This gun is monsterific huge, right? And it's awesome, right? And the joke of all the A-10 pilots is "brrr," because that's what it sounds like. It freaking rattles off, right? 30-millimeter shells just going freaking downrange fast, right? 6,000 or some 4,000 a minute. Can't remember what the number is. Don't quote me on it, but it's freaking unbelievable, right? So, in true American ingenuity, they decided, well, since we can't send A-10s, how about we just send the most important piece? So we're going to figure out how to weld. You know, we're going to arc weld these things onto a GMC pickup truck. How American is that, right? I'm making up the GMC part. I don't know what kind of truck is going on, but it's going on a truck. And they're going to send 9 30-millimeter Gatling guns from A-10s downrange to Ukraine. That's a beautiful day.
I guess the operating costs are a lot lower.
I would venture to say yes. Unleaded fuel is cheaper than JP4 or JP8 jet fuel. I love the quote from when the media was asking the guy, because there's no pictures of these things, right? I couldn't even post a picture, but I posted the article, and they said, well, you know, what is it? What, you know, you keep saying it's a 30-millimeter gun on a truck, and the answer was, quote unquote, it's literally what it sounds like. It's a 30-millimeter gun mounted on a truck. The senior defense official said. It's fucking brilliant, Matt. It's awesome.
Well, let's expand the celebration. Let's go to Tim, then Daniel, Darrow, and Ian. Tim.
Colonel Jeff, I'm extremely excited by this concept. The 30mm Gatling gun technical. Somebody had to do it, and I'm glad Ukraine did it first. What on earth would you use that system for?
So according to the news article, it's going to be used for counter UAV, counter UAS, right? And I would venture to say it's probably also going to be used for counter rotary wing and helicopter. I don't think that there's going to be a guidance system put on it, right? But do you really need one when you're trying to take down quadcopters or slower moving airplane? I mean, this is one of the strategic discussions that we've had on this site before, right? Quadcopters and very, very slow moving UAVs are really hard for traditional air defenses to pick up and see by radar, right? They're moving too slow, and the Doppler notch, and I also posted this up on my thing because people keep asking about what's the Doppler notch. There's a video on YouTube that you can go out and watch, and some geek explains it far better than I can. But it's basically the filter that you say anything moving slower than X I don't want to see, right? And you have to do that because if you're trying to see, jets that are moving at 500 miles an hour, you don't want to see a truck moving down a highway at 60, right? So you tune that stuff out. So when you tune that out, this is why UAVs have become such a great game changer and have such a wonderful place in this battle space. The good news is when airplanes move or air objects move slower in the air, the Mark 1 eyeball is good enough good enough for shooting it down, right? I've been bird hunting enough to know how to do a little lead in a little Kentucky windage to take down a pheasant or a dove. And it's going to be the same thing for a guy operating a 30 mil. Now it's going to be a little bit different than shooting down doves and pheasants, but it's going to be fun. And to be fair, I don't want to see just a picture of this thing. I truly want to see what happens when they actually shoot it, right? Because I want a video. Because when an A-10 gun goes off, the A-10 actually, even though it's nose down and it's actually accelerating, the airplane slows down. So much force is in this gun, right? So that truck's gonna wobble and freaking, it's gonna be so
Newton's
awesome.
third law, Colonel, also affects flying things.
Exactly, right? Exactly. So I can't wait. I mean, this is kick-ass. I would love to be the engineer that got the task at whatever company it is to say, hey, dude, you think we could put a freaking an A-10 gun on a truck? This guy's like, why not? Give me a 12-pack of beer and a arc welder. I'm going down to Bob's John Shop down in Kentucky. We're going to make it happen.
I think I'd like to be the car company whose truck gets that thing mounted on it. I mean, what an advertisement for your suspension, right?
Only if it succeeds, Tim, right? I mean, you don't want to be the car company. It's literally when the gun goes off, there's so much tonnage pressure on the bed that the axle snaps, or you lose a leaf spring.
Now, just putting this out there, I've got a Mazda 6. Very happy to see some modifications. So if you think that could cope with a 30mm, then please let the relevant authorities know.
I will pass the word.
Oh my, where were we? Daniel.
Yeah, I was basically wondering the same thing. I read somewhere, it might be an exaggeration, but I read somewhere that the force from that gun when they fire it sort of is equal to one of the engines cutting off. I would see what kind of truck can handle that kind of force. That would be, yeah, fantastic if it works.
Daniel, I don't know if you heard, but a couple of days ago, Nick Brown was asking, so why does the A-10 have two engines then? I think now we know why, because it's only flying with one half the time. I think the Ukrainians are going to take that and they're going to weld it on top of an MTOB or a similar tracked vehicle, and instead of pointing it up, they're going to end up pointing it straight ahead and seeing if the Russians like it. I have a strong hunch that that's how they're going to end up being used for.
Yeah, but hey, by the way, the reason that the A-10 has two engines is actually redundancy. It doesn't have anything to do with that, right? So, and if you look at, I'm actually being serious. So if you look at the A-10, right? And this goes, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because we're coming full circle. This goes all the way back to requirements, right? And defining requirements. And when the A-10 was designed, and it was, no kidding, a gun built, or an airplane built around a gun, it was known that it was going to be down in the weeds, down and dirty, that small arms fire was going to be shot at this thing nonstop, right? So it was made of titanium. The engines were actually elevated up above the empennage, right? So if you look at that, the empennage is the tail of the aircraft. If you look at the tail of the A-10, the engines are not only up and above that, so away from the ground, they're also individually set, right? So that they're not even tied into the fuselage, because if an engine is taken out by small arms fire and actually frags itself, that the frag actually just will kind of disintegrate and it doesn't destroy anything in the airplane, right? And it's separated by the tail so that the other one won't frag out as well. If you look at the hydraulic systems and the pulley systems and the mechanical gears in which the aviation, all of that stuff is redundant. There are dual systems there. There's so many redundant systems because they knew that this thing was just going to take a shit ton of flack. There's a very famous picture of a female American fighter pilot who actually nursed one all the way back in Iraq. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but she did land it. It was an unbelievable feat because she had lost tons and tons of even the redundant systems, and I think she was flying it literally by the seat of her pants. But if you look at the pictures of that thing and see how much damage that aircraft took and still made it home, it's unbelievable. But yeah, that's why the engines are and the A-10 is designed the way it is.
I mean, sorry to jump in, Jeff, but I read the U.S. Air Force's after action analysis for, I think it was Gulf 1, and the conclusion was that the doctrine they built around the A-10 being this kind of close in, right in the action, dirty weapon, dirty system, didn't really work, right? And they ended up having to use F-16 instead for the in the strike role, because the A-10 just wasn't really as survivable as they thought it would be. Am I correct?
So there's probably a report out there. I haven't read it. What I would ask you to do is go back and tell me who published that report, and then I would ask you to tell me who paid for that report, because I will also.
As a government report.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It always is, right? So I would also tell you that a bunch of years ago, there was a flag officer who shall remain nameless, who paid Rand Project Air Force. So this is Rand, right? This is supposed to be the unbiased, analytic, blah, 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 paid for by the Air Force to go out and do an assessment if the United States Air Force truly needed to keep the EC-130H compass call, or could that airplane be divested because there was really no need anymore for it. And then when that airplane was divested, we could roll all the funds into the F-22 and F-35 so that we could buy more of those, right? So that report was expected to come out. Thank God there were enough people out there that were smart in electronic warfare that finally convinced Rand that, dude, if you publish this, you're going to look like idiots. And they finally went back and said, hey, sir, I know that's what you want to do, and normally we meet your intent and your objective, but we can't say that. That flag officer got so furious, he actually opened up the bidding for and basically Project Rand, or Project Air Force Rand, which was normally got every bid for every analytic thing, had to compete open source again, which tells you a vast amount about the U.S. government, right? And I take these reports with a grain of salt. Tim, before you came on today, I was telling you that I was in a very visceral argument with a guy who thinks F-16s are absolutely the wrong thing to go into Ukraine. He's a fighter pilot as well. Ironically, he works at the Pentagon, and he works in programming. And he doesn't like, and I get it, right? He doesn't like the discussion and doesn't want to have a discussion on how capable or incapable the S-300 and the S-400 are, right? These things have been briefed by U.S. intelligence. They're 100% lethal. If you fly in them, you're going to die. It's the end of the story. It's why we can't fly F-16s. It's why we can't fly A-10s. It's why we have to pay for the F-35. It's why we have to pay for the F-22. And I just look and say, okay, dude, you can have your argument all you want, but we're a year into this war and Ukraine's still flying fighters. They just flew 8 sorties yesterday and every single one of them made it home. I mean, how does fighters too, right? He doesn't like that conversation. And I get it, right? It's an uncomfortable conversation to have. But I tell you what, if you're a nation that wants to spend $700 billion on a weapon system, I think that there's a time for a discussion, right? That we do need to have those discussions.
And we should have known. That's the whole point. It's not that this is something which only comes up now, Jeff, right? Because the Israelis told us.
No, to be fair, look, I'm not going to throw the intel community under the bus. I don't know if Mantis is out there listening, but I mean, there's a lot of analytics, right? There's a lot of analytics that go into intel assessments. And to be fair, right? And now I'm trying to be very, very fair. To be fair, the reason that the Russian surface-to-air missile systems, the S-300 and the S-400, are underperforming is unknown. And I mean that sincerely, right? It could be a operational issue. It could be part of the design. It could be the radar, or it could really be just really shitty training, a lackluster effort on the part of the operator. So it could be, and it could be logistics. Maybe they don't have the missiles, right? We don't know. It very well could be a very lethal system, and if you fly in it, you die. It could be something outside of the capabilities, but there's room for a discussion. And just shutting down the discussion because of some potential fear that it might undermine a long-standing requirement for a nation with respect to air capability, I think that's rather disingenuous to the taxpayer.
It also does a disservice to the F-35 and the F-22 as they were, because they're very, very decent and capable systems. But maybe just the argument that we must have them now in that format may have been a bit of a stretch. And we're not saying that when the argument was first made that they should have known better, but at least since the Israelis have been flying unimpaired and unobstructed very successfully into Syrian airspace on a regular basis since a few years and have been telling us about it, we should probably have considered this.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I get it. And look, I know you. By the way, welcome up, Axel. It's great to see you. I was talking a little earlier, so I have a lecture I have to give in Germany next month, and one of the things I'm going to bring up is I'm like, okay, dudes, here, if European defense industry truly wants its chance, right? I truly believe with great risk comes great reward. Here's your chance, right? You rally up every nation to pony up, let's say, a total of 8 Eurofighters, right? And you train your Ukrainian pilots on these Eurofighters to where they are very, very good pilots. Do a secret project, right? And then you contract logistics maintenance. In other words, you go out and find and hire, retired guys, former guys, blah, 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 and this and that. And you do a test case, right? And you announce it to the world. We're going to do a test case. We're going to send a Eurofighter into Ukraine with Ukrainian pilots, contracted logistics, and we're going to do it for 3 months. It's going to cost us $30 million. It's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. $30 million is a lot of money. But man, if you truly believe in your product and you believe that the Eurofighter can fight and survive, just like the Su-27, the MiG-29, and the Su-25, and it can actually perform in an S-300, S-400 ring, you want to talk about getting orders, right? You want to be able to say combat proven in front of your aircraft against an S-300 and S-400? I tell you what, buddy, that's how you're going to do it, right? And you will put Lockheed on their heels, right? Because at that point, what does the United States do with F-16s? Like, holy shit, the Eurofighter's actually flying and surviving over there. What are we doing? Dude, not only are we not going to get F-35 orders from other future countries, but man, they're not going to go to the Eurofighter. We're going to have to either get the F-35 in the fighter, or we're going to have to get the F-16. I love pitting the two defense industries against each other. Let's go, boys. Let's rumble.
All right. Talking of rumbling, let's push back in, because I don't think we finished that Gatling gun question. Let's go to Darrow and then to Ian. Darrow.
That's only because Tim keeps wanting to talk about it, if you haven't noticed.
First of all, Colonel, you are correct. When when everybody's thinking about the S-300, S-400, I'm thinking that everybody's looking at the threats they faced in Vietnam. That was the last time we had any serious combat with them. Am I correct? Or Iraq, maybe. I don't know if the Iraqis had them and what saturation they had, but that's one thing. But two, going back to the truck, I would think they would need a six-wheel vehicle for this. Like something like that Mercedes six-wheel vehicle, because it would have a stout enough frame underneath it to be able to handle that the capabilities of that gun, because that gun is freaking awesome. When it burps, it's nothing like that sound when those things are firing off. But yeah, that truck, um, even if it's used on the battlefield in a counter, not necessarily artillery, but say in the city, and you have snipers, you have people that are up above, that thing could still rattle off and take out. It will destroy a building if it's hitting it. Where a sniper is or something. If there's no Bradley around or something like that. But that gun is freaking awesome. And putting it on a truck, I'm just laughing because if you have a bed full of ammo, um, that's a beautiful thing. But I would say it would need a six axle truck for it though.
Yeah, I don't think a
And
Chevy. I don't think a Chevy S10 is going to be able to carry that boy.
nah. A six wheel, and if they want to keep it, really mobile, maybe not on that. Maybe not on an LVS or Hemet frame, something smaller that's more mobile for it. Make it a little bit nimble.
Yeah, I'm also happy that they waited to actually deliver those until the mud season was gone. Because I'm not so sure how far they'd move in mud.
Hey, even putting that thing on a Bradley's turret, taking off a Bradley turret and putting that thing on a Bradley chassis would even be a nice thing.
Our friend David Brookfield has an idea.
But David isn't here yet, so let's go to Ian first. Or David isn't here anymore. He'll be back in a bit, and we'll get to that in a second, Tim. I shall bring it up, or you can indeed, Tim. Ian.
Hi guys. Gatling gun as well. It's a superb gun, but I just don't think it's going to be that gun, the GAU-8, that they're going to fit to trucks. Isn't it much more likely that it'll be the Bushmaster 30mm chain gun, or later variants of that? Because those have been, or at least were offered, for the Striker and Bradley. I don't know if they were ever fitted, because I'm not the defense guy. I'm interested in historical firearms more than anything else, but I don't know anything about all that kind of stuff. But surely it's going to be twin 30mm chain guns, because you can actually fit those onto a relatively smaller truck, put some radar guidance on it and a spotlight, and that would be perfectly good enough for these low, slow flying drones. I mean, the GAU-8 would be massive overkill, and the weight and the sheer volume of fire is excessive and very expensive. I don't know how much a 30mm round costs, but it's got to be $100 or more, surely. You just don't need that. It would be a huge problem to try and develop that at short notice, which it seems they're trying to do. So I'm just skeptical. That's all.
Yeah, I get that, and those are all very fair points. But one of the things that we've been talking about for the past hour is the fact that there's no ammunition, right? That they're running out of ammunition in Ukraine, and yeah, I don't dismiss 30mm ammunition's is expensive, but dude, we got shitloads of it. Right? I mean, the A-10's being drawn down. We've got guys making it. We got tons in storage. If you divest the A-10, which the Air Force wants to do, and basically said, "Hey, dude, we're taking the A-10 and we're retiring it. We're that the airplanes can't fly anymore." What do you do with all the stores with all that A-10 ammunition? It's useless, right? You may as well just shoot it off. So there's probably a lot of underlying things here that go along with it. But I tell you what, even if it's not shooting down UAVs, freaking level that barrel and it will light up tanks all day long.
Yeah, I don't doubt what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. I suppose, you know, there's loads of that ammo lying around, so it may be only a logistics issue. But surely the Bushmaster would be the more obvious thing to do, not just because of weight and so on, and the fact that it hasn't been done before to fit one of those A10 guns onto a truck, but just because it has been used in naval systems, you know, the turrets on destroyers or whatever, to shoot down things like that. So why wouldn't you just adapt something that's, you know, already been used in that kind of role before?
So this is it, right? And this is what Tim was alluding to, what David Brookfield wanted to bring up. Had to go for a few minutes. So the article, Colonel, that you linked, right, among others, says, oh, they could put it on a Hilux, right? Obviously, you can't fit an A10 gun on a Hilux because it's a few meters too long. So it's probably not that just because of that. Also, I am pretty sure that A10 doesn't have proximity fused rounds, does it? Right? Because the idea was it should go through armor, whereas you wouldn't want these shells that would then fly in a parabolic trajectory up and then down to also then impact the ground, the 30mm shells, right? Whereas there are other 30mm shells that do have proximity fusing, that do have timed fuses as well, or that kind of self-destruct at peak altitude. So that'd be a lot, you know, safer to employ in this way. But I think just the bit where the article says, oh, you can put it in a Hilux, probably means that it's almost certainly not an A10 gun, right?
Okay, so when you say it doesn't fit, I mean, you don't have to fit the whole barrel on, right? You can point it up, and it's going to be on some kind of turret that rotates around, right? So you'd need to put the center of the gun and then actually the firing mechanism and also where all the bullets are being kept up. So I mean, that the picture that's in the article, and look, I get it, it's a picture, right? It's a Gatling gun, and it's a 30mm Gatling gun from an A10. So there's the presumption that it's that. I don't know what other 30mm. I'd have to go do some homework. I don't know what other 30mm gun the United States DoD has that is going to be able to mount on this. You know, you look at the Bushmaster, it's 25mm, right? So again, we don't.
No, there's various sizes. There's the
Okay,
30mm version as well.
All right, so it could be, right? So it could be that, right? And there are 30mm proximity rounds. So you're right. The vast majority of A10 rounds that are intended from air to ground are not intended to blow up in the air. But there are makers of that, and we do have production lines for 30mm. And I don't know, do they even have 30mm yet in Ukraine?
Depends on which CV90s they're getting. I forget whether the Norwegian ones that they're getting are 30 or 35mm. They do use 30mm shells on some of the Soviet era things. Obviously, they're different shells, but there are 30mm caliber guns on some of those BMPs. Yeah. Bushmaster 30mm depends on which CV90 versions they're getting. So the Swedish ones are 40mm, non-Bushmaster, separate design. But the export CV90s for other countries are either the 30 or the 35mm Bushmaster, and I'm not sure which ones from those other countries they have.
Yeah, but you're bringing me down, man. I really like the idea that an A10 comes go. Can we at least just dream, right? Just for a little bit, right? Because we don't know what 30mm gun it is yet. We don't know. So can we just play out the fantasy for a little longer until facts?
No, it's fine. I'll just read from the article that you linked. It's possible the 30mm gun system provided by the US could fit in a Toyota Hilux or a slightly bigger pickup truck. And just thinking of the size of that gun, and you know, like Darrow was saying, you can't fit that on a Toyota Hilux or even a slightly bigger pickup truck, can you? Right? That's kind of saying what's probably something a bit different.
Could we do a sworn-off GAU?
I think what we need is a meme of a GAU 8 strapped on top of a VW Beetle, like that famous photograph of the GAU 8.
I love it. Chat GPT that shit.
Or indeed an actual Beetle, not a VW Beetle, but like a dung Beetle.
or a beaver, possibly.
No. That's the engineering unit. They don't get the big guns. Yeah, and David also found some sort of UGVs with 30mm guns on them, both tracked and wheeled, that Northrop Grumman is trialing, and so it kind of makes sense that it'd be one of those. But that's a chain gun, not a Gatling gun. I suspect, a Gatling gun might have been to illustrate purely rather than a serious thing in that. On the top of the article.
We should be checking as to whether this can be mounted on the Wiesel.
Interesting. And actually, now 95% of people listening don't know what a Wiesel is. Wiesel is, other than a beer from Austria.
And that's Wieselburger. Now, a Wiesel, or the Wiesel, is one of the tracked vehicles, light tracked vehicles Germany operates. Both an old version, which is a tankette at best, and the second, the Wiesel 2, which is a little bit more sturdy and faster and generally better. And now actually contains this light anti-air defense system just as well, with a proper gun. That is a good carrier mechanism. The US has actually experimented with it. The US Army is about to buy some of them. And Ukraine is getting them. That can certainly carry whatever kind of gun you are talking about. And I didn't catch the beginning of the discussion as to whether you wanted to mount existing Gatling guns or just guns with a 30mm capacity. So I missed that completely. I apologize.
The article just says 30mm, doesn't give more details. But the image on the top of the article was the sort of Gatling gun that's inside of the A10, and that got Colonel Jeff very, very interested. For it would sort of be a reuse case for at least parts of the A10.
Well, why waste a perfectly good gun if you could just give the whole dang plane?
I agree. It's maybe if you just give them the gun, they can build the rest.
We could just, take the A10s, which currently are in Europe, of which, how many are there? Roughly
0.
I thought you still had a couple of standing around from the last list.
No, the A10s they're all out, man. They used the last place was Sembach and they left. Man.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe just hand them over and see what the Ukrainians do with them.
I mean, how cool would it be if they made a potted solution, right? So can you imagine a Su-27 on one of its external stores carrying a GAU-9 that is somehow made to be aerodynamic, and then when that thing fires off, the airplane yaws like ridiculous amounts?
But don't you, that the Russians did try and build a 30mm plane, basically like the A-10, but they made the fundamental error of designing the plane first, because I think it was based on a MiG-19, and then they tried to put the gun inside it, and it was so it caused so much vibration, and the force of the gun firing just ripped the plane to bits on many occasions. I think they lost like an entire regiment of aircraft testing this gun. It was ludicrous.
Daniel?
Russians do a lot.
Yeah, that was the MiG-27. It's a version of the MiG-23. It really, really shook the whole aircraft, and stuff was shaking loose. And
Jeff, did you just by happenstance?
There were
and
serious things in the cockpit that actually were destroyed.
Give them all the A10s.
I don't think Axel and Daniel can hear each other.
No, my line broke off. I apologize. I was just teasing and said that maybe Jeff just introduced the concept of us handing over the remaining A10s and see what the Ukrainians make of them.
I somehow doubt that they would strip them apart and take the Gatling gun off to mount it on and create a technical. I think somehow they would think, let's see how we can fly that dang thing.
Yeah, mounting it under the wing of a Su-25 would probably not be the brightest idea. I don't think the wing will be still attached to the
Exactly, that's
aircraft
what I'm
after that.
saying. Give them the damn A-10 itself, and let's see what they make of it. Whether they just take a squadron of A-10 and look at them nicely, and observe them, put them into museums all across Ukraine, and say, "This is the plane which nearly saved our troops," or whether they'd say, well, maybe.
Tim?
I think I've discovered a flaw in the Toyota Hilux Avenger combo. The weight of the ammunition. Now the gun is big, the gun's not really that heavy. The gun weighs 200-300 kilos. So Hilux fine. The ammunition on the other hand, how much does a 30mm round, round weigh in its casing? About 500 grams, about a pound? Does anybody know? It's probably about that, right? So if you have a couple of thousand of these, then yeah, that's not going to be good for your Hilux.
Closer to a kilogram, probably, I think, than 500 grams.
That sounds about right.
A average size round, depending on I'm not talking about depleted uranium, blah blah blah, 0.833 kilograms.
Right. So enough of those in the belt to have some fun. Then that's going to be too much of a payload for a pickup truck, right?
2 trucks, fucking ammo truck and a gun truck.
So we're talking about the Ford F-350, right?
A dually.
A10 gets better mileage.
You're all making my case.
It's almost like we're on the same side here.
Jeff, we're converting Tim to at least an Air Force base commander.
That's very interesting. Hold on a second. Can we call him General Jack Ripper?
Why can't I be Lionel Mandrake?
I knew you were going to say that. I don't care who everyone is, as long as I get to be Buck Turgidson.
By the way, can I go back to one of your conversations yesterday, which you had with Fred publicly, as to only one building having been set on fire unopposed? You're of course right that when you compare like for like, apples for apples, the Ministry of Defense, the DoD, only has been, unfortunately, once half lit on fire. But I think there was another building at the end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Somebody lit it up once, but in 1812, right?
Damn Canadians.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it was the British, that's fair enough, but it was actually the Canadians.
It's not true. It was Royal Engineers, and they were not Canadians. Sorry.
When the British and Canadian forces took Washington D.C., do you know where the commander set up his command post? Washington D.C.
I don't know. I read only the story about the Royal Engineers who were tasked with burning down the White House. But tell us.
The Commandant of the Marine Corps house in Southeast Washington D.C. on 8th Street.
That must bite till today.
We got it back. And not only did we get it back, but of all the 4 stars in the United States military, The Commandant of the Marine Corps is the only one that actually has a residence that is open to the public. In other words, his front door opens right out onto the main street. He's not on a military base. Doesn't have multiple layers of security. And just 2 Marines stand outside of his house, one on either corner of the street, armed with a sidearm and a long gun. And that is where the Marine Commandant lives.
Reminds me a bit of that famous story about Claire George, the CIA station chief in Athens. He'd just taken over after the previous station chief had been blown up by the communists. So what he did was he sat on the lawn in front of his office, or whatever building it was, with a martini in a deck chair, and just invited them to to try it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. There's an old I would say it's half fiction, half true. But when Washington D.C. mayor levied down a new law that said that it was going to be that D.C. was going to be a gun-free zone, the commandant was asked by the media, said, what are you going to do when the Washington D.C. police attempt to disarm your Marines? And he said, well, I'm going to get a lawn chair, I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to enjoy watching that unfold.
I'm pretty sure that whatever the law was, it didn't actually apply to, federal law enforcement and military.
There was a little political diploma that went on and said, okay, well, we're going to call that federal land and not part of Washington, D.C., and we're going to allow the Marines to carry their guns.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this wasn't actually in the bill proposal, because it wouldn't have gone through anyway. It'd be impossible to have embassies, which are in Washington D.C., to not have armed security. That'd be very. Not to mention the White House not having. This wasn't a part of the law. I'm sure this is a misinterpretation by someone who didn't actually read it.
No, actually, no. It actually. So they do consider federal land, so it is separate. But when you talk about protections of embassies, it's actually really interesting, right? The responsibility of protecting an embassy actually falls on the host country. So when you look at U.S. embassies in Washington, D.C., you'll see that they're guarded by the local police force, right? And if an embassy chooses to have additional security on top of that, then it's at their own choice. That's the way it is, right? So it's on the host nation to actually defend the embassy. That's why here in Austria, you see the Austrian Bundeswehr now standing outside of many embassies. This is a task that the local nation has taken up, and I'm talking about the Turkish embassy and some of these other embassies, right? And now the United States usually will have its own. We appreciate nations wanting to protect our embassies, but we kind of take it on our own to actually do a little extra. So that's the way it is. But the vast majority, if you look at diplomacy, it's on the host nation to provide security for the embassy and the ambassador.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. But again, I have a strong hunch that whatever the gun-free zone will have been, it will have applied to people who aren't in uniform, rather than Marines. Me?
Yeah, I can't remember if I've told this story before, but when I was a student learning Russian in St. Petersburg back in 1993, the Russians had this really weird thing about US dollar bills, that they had to be absolutely pristine. And I had about 4 days left in Russia before returning home. And I was down to my last $100 bill as an impoverished student. I mean, although I wasn't particularly impoverished, because $100 went quite a long way in Russia back then. But my $100 bill had a tiny little rip in one corner, and no Russian would take it. So I was thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I going to eat for my last few days in Russia? And then someone suggested an absolute brainwave. Go and buy yourself a drink in the US Marine bar at the consulate. And that's what I did. And I got my change, and suddenly I had cash again. So that's how the U.S. Marines protecting the U.S. consulates in St. Petersburg saved my skin.
Oh, that's an excellent story. Yeah, well, they will be not nearly as picky about the pristineness of cash, will they?
Oh, and the other thing is the funny thing, getting into the U.S. consulate and the Marine bar was a bit tricky because I had to be thoroughly checked that I wasn't, some sort of Russian honeypot to seduce their Marines and get them to spill their secrets while whispering sweet nothings.
Was it the cocktail dress?
It might well have been, Tim.
Might have been laundry day.
It's laundry day, constable. I think is the way you should say that.
Did everybody see yesterday a video of Putin giving a speech at a ceremony? Don't even care what it was for. Where it was to receive the credentials of new foreign ambassadors, in which obviously again he talked a load of nonsense. And when he finished speaking, not a single person uttered a sound. They didn't move, they didn't clap or anything like that. So when the applause failed to materialize, he sort of carried on talking. He was a bit like, oh, well, that's it, is it? All right, with that, we end our ceremony, I suppose. And off he walks, looking like somebody with no friends. And I thought that was just lovely. But he also said, I'm not going to shake anybody's hand because of COVID restrictions and all that. He was stood well away from everybody. And just remember him shaking them hands in Crimea and, standing close to the normal people in the street in MriyaReport. Yeah, it just seems a little bit odd, that, to me. Two different personalities, perhaps. What do you think, Doman?
Yeah, that didn't seem at all like the same person who was cavorting with those, lower level FSB officers often in Mariupol. Not at all the same, and I'm just glad nobody bothered to clap, because why would you? It's silence is golden sometimes.
Made him look like really awkward and uncomfortable, and it was actually really quite nice to witness. Then John?
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Actually, Ming reminded me of strange episodes with US dollars in your hand. So, in my case, this was in Kigali, capital of Rwanda. I was living there for a while and normally brought US dollars to exchange to local currency. And one time I actually got some older bills from the bank here, and the exchange office I went to, they didn't want to take it, so I went to another one, the one I normally used. So I went to another one, and they were happy to take it, but at a lower exchange rate. And then I asked why. Yeah, because now I can't remember which year it was, but below a certain year, I can't remember which one it was, which year, then it's a lower exchange rate because they could be false. And then I asked, so if they're false, why would you take them anyway? Why would you take them at all? But there was no answer to that. So yeah, strange with dollars.
Yeah, if it's not the newest, it's not worth as much, right? Not to mention, could be fake. Colonel?
Yeah, so I just wanted to tack on to what Mockers was saying, right? So the meeting that you're talking about was actually his speech to welcome 17 new ambassadors that he appointed, right? Because you have to be appointed and signed for as a diplomat from the host nation. So it's a fairly big ceremony, at least in the diplomatic world, right? And the nations that were the 17 ambassadors standing there were Austria, Benin, Cuba, Egypt, El Salvador, Ghana, Italy, Jordan, Nigeria, Montenegro, the Republic of Congo, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, the Gambia, and the United Arab Emirates and Vietnam, right? So now some of them I could see potentially clapping, right? I could understand if Cuba started clapping or some others, but I would tell you in the diplomatic world that most likely a lot of these ambassadors were told, dude, if he says anything about the war when he brings you in, do not clap, right? Because what nation wants to deal with the ramifications at home that had their ambassador applauding Vladimir Putin about the war with their brand new polished ambassador now sitting in Russia? And what shocks me is most likely behind the scenes, all these ambassadors, their first chairs or second chairs, probably went to Vladimir Putin's staff and said, dude, if he says we want to be good diplomats, we came here, we want to work together, but if he says anything about the war, we've been instructed we can't clap, so please tell him not to say anything about the war. But Vladimir Putin is Vladimir Putin, man. He probably couldn't fucking help himself, right? He probably thought, I'm going to say something and I'm going to make it so awkward that these people feel like they have to clap, that I can have that kind of power over people. And to be fair, he does have that kind of power over Russians. The Austrian ambassador, probably not, right? So nobody clapped and it became this awkward thing. And then he looked stupid. I loved it. I freaking loved it. Now, why Cuba didn't clap? I would venture to say there's probably some back channel diplomacy going on that, like, hey, dude, you're not getting any more grain for like a year.
Well, I found it quite delicious that he stood there and he sort of waited and looked around and then sort of mumbled, oh right, okay, that's it then. Yeah. And I think when he's walking away, he says something like, be well, something like that. And
yeah, he said in English. It was crazy, right? Did you got that too? That's crazy.
Yeah. And I thought, ooh, what's that there? Is that little KGB man threat? Be well.
I think he actually said all the best.
Oh, that's it. All the best. Yeah. I knew it was something very close to that. Yeah. But I just thought, that was almost a threat. Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, Jeff, you really cracked me up, because now I see Putin here like John Cleese going around and not trying to not mention the war. Yeah, sorry, but it would make sense, because I mean, looking at the way he walks, you would assume that he has a department for silly walks.
A newt? She turned you into a newt, you say?
Is Dick Van Dyke here? What was that?
Got better?
I got better.
It's not the Judeans People's Front. It's the People's Front of Judea. And that's enough of that.
Actually, I
It's
don't
all
think
getting rather silly.
I mean, if we're talking silly walks, I don't think that's too far from the truth. I'm sure somebody else here will know better than I do, but didn't the KGB teach their officers to walk in a certain sort of way, so they'd be sort of more prepared for immediate violence or something like that? At least that was what I heard about the reason behind Putin walking in that strange way that he does.
That sounds like a very contrived explanation for why he walks funny.
Well, it was good enough for the journalist that I was reading at the time, it seems.
I think it's just irritable bowel syndrome.
Thank you for that, Tim. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Yeah, irritable for sure. So Ukrobronbron is going to be making 152 millimeter tank ammunition for Soviet era tanks in Poland. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
I'm going to agree with you if nobody else does, Doman. Yes, that's amazing. They will be making them in Poland, though, just due to the little issue of the war.
But I think that's really good, right? Because what does it mean? It means more tank munitions for Ukrainian older and also captured tanks, of course, as well as the many that they're bringing in from, say, the Czech Republic, or at least through the Czech Republic in many cases. They get tidied up there, and having a more reliable supply of ammunition for them, additional volumes of ammunition for them, is always a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. And yes, the fact that they're not relying on someone else, they're doing it themselves. Yeah, I think that makes it a very good thing.
Sorry to come back to this, but I've just looked up the silly walk thing, and it seems there was actually a KGB training manual which taught their officers to walk, keeping their right hand close to their chest, and to move forward with one side, usually the left, presumably allowing these guys to draw their weapon as quickly as possible when confronted with a foe. And this was brought up in the British Medical Journal, of all places. You can find reports online. So that might be the reason for it, the silly walk.
I have heard this theory before myself, but oh well, don't know. Maybe he's just got a stiff arm.
Yet another thing that he shares with his, I won't say mentor, because he never met, the man he looks up to.
Isn't that most men? He's really tiny.
Hey, I came up earlier with the idea for Little Kim and having ChatGPT make a rap video for Kim Jong Un. I think now would be fun if we could actually clip together a bunch of clips of the way that Vladimir Putin walks and overlay it with Aerosmith "Walk This Way." I think that would also entertain me greatly. Come on, guys! I'm the idea guy.
Problem is that ChatGPT is text only.
Damn it!
There is a great AI image generator called Midjourney.
I was just about to say that, Ian.
Yeah, we should try it.
Our very, very own Tom Zimbardo, in his non-clinical psychology ways, plays with exactly that. We should hand it to him, Tim.
I think so. He's become an absolute artist with that AI. Excuse me. You have to use exactly the right words. You have to play it like a cathedral organ, to get the right images out of it.
All right. No, he just left us. Very well. I was going to ask him about Russian use of guided munitions, but apparently that's I have to wait for another time. Marcus?
I have a little report that appears to come from Russian sources of, well, gosh, a very high incidence of additional disease within Russia, apparently. Could you believe that happening?
Disease? What kind of disease?
Well, apparently the incidence of tuberculosis has risen by 10%. That's quite concerning. Oh, and HIV by 20%. Syphilis, brace yourself, 71%. Acute hepatitis by 49%. Gosh, they don't seem like terribly good figures.
Tuberculosis by how much?
10%. Sorry, yeah. In
10%.
January, this was. In January, yeah.
I see. So they're 10% more Victorian. Lovely.
But yeah, do you think that the increase in some of these diseases might be due to, you know, those guys that they let back into the community from the war?
Oh, I see. You mean the ones that even they decided shouldn't be a part of society, and then send them to be additionally heavily traumatized, and then let them back into society. Those ones.
Yeah, because you know the thing about bracelets is you can just take them off.
Well, it depends what kind of bracelets.
Yeah, well, they're red and white bands that they were wearing. I don't know. They just looked like easy to remove.
I think it would take no more than some minutes, at most some hours to go and do it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wonder if that might be adding to some of their problems there. And well, ooh, I've seen what their hospitals look like. Ooh.
It just doesn't sound like a terribly good idea. It doesn't sound like a terribly good idea to just propagate these infections further, does it? Not that good an idea at all. No.
Well, you know how you say like healthy body, healthy mind in society. Well, they don't have very healthy minds, so I suppose it's catching them up.
I always thought it was meant to imply the other way around, but yeah, I guess it works both ways.
So yeah, well, gosh, the numbers there seem high, frighteningly high. Talking of other numbers, I sent you a little message about Germany delivering another aid package to Ukraine, and obviously there's additional trucks with that. So I will tell you what has been delivered. So they have updated now 4 armoured engineer vehicles called DACHS.
It's a Apache.
Right. There. 42 mobile antenna mast systems. Previously there were 34, so it's quite a few extra. An additional 8 reconnaissance drones on top of the 26 previously. Hot mic on me there, Doman.
Axel, you have a hot mic. Axel.
Oh, it's Axel. There we go. And let me see. 83,520 rounds of 40mm ammunition. So that's an additional 23,520 rounds. They do like updating aid packages, but this is fully delivered. So excellent.
And of course, it's not just about this, right? But where else have we heard more trucks, more trucks, more trucks? We've seen literally hundreds of trucks from Belgium a couple of weeks ago. Many more trucks coming in from the US
I think
to Ukraine.
Poland.
Poland,
Also,
absolutely.
an additional 50 from Poland.
Exactly right. And what are all these trucks good for?
Logistics.
Exactly. And what was lacking last year in the autumn, when Ukraine was liberating Eastern Kharkiv Oblast? What was missing for them to be able to push further and further still? Apparently, one of the problems was the lack of follow-on forces and the follow-on logistics. And I think this time around, the general setup is being to limit the possibility of that as much as possible by supplying sufficient numbers, sufficient volumes of logistics vehicles, so as to be able to push onward for as long as they can, right? And the many more tracks will certainly be helpful with that.
It certainly does. Without trucks, nothing goes. Without logistics, nothing goes.
Axel, as I notice you are listening, I have to tell you that 3 people have now asked me to make sure that you've seen Oryx's tweet today about the inauguration ceremony of the Bundeswehr Space Command. I'm sure many people have sent it to you, but I'm going to send it to you again. Just have a look in the back channel there. And please enjoy it, because everybody feels that you should. And if people don't know what I'm talking about, I've just retweeted it.
Is it at the Werner von Braun Center?
Alas, it is not.
Something with space agency.
It's more modern. It's a much more modern reference than that, Axel. From further away. All right. While we have while we wait for Axel to review the footage, let me talk about something a little bit different, and something that is likewise, I think, quite important. So the Lithuanian Parliament had a session, which is what parliaments do apparently. They hold sessions and they discuss things, and then they vote on things. So the Lithuanian Parliament had one of those, not for the first time, definitely not for the last time either. And they have passed a resolution, and the resolution is regarding the NATO summit, which they shall be holding, which they shall be hosting in Vilnius in July. Now there's high hopes for said NATO summit, including by the Swedes, of course, right? Because we're the good people of Sweden want to follow their Finnish neighbors into NATO. Hopefully, they're at least hopeful that they would be able to do that by the time of the NATO summit in Vilnius in the summer. However, the Lithuanian Parliament's resolution was not about that. Instead, it said that they resolved that it is necessary to invite Ukraine to join NATO as a member state at the Vilnius summit, invite Ukraine to sign accession protocols, and launch the ratification process once conditions allow. So this resolution was submitted by the Lithuanian MPs from various political parties that are members of the committees on foreign affairs, national security, and defense, saying that this would be a key strategic move by NATO in the attempt and the pursuit of peace, both in Ukraine and Europe more broadly. The chairman of the Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee said that this document also listed tasks for Lithuanian politicians, which they should strive to achieve in the 3 months now, in the lead up to the summit, just over 3 months from now. What they should do, what conversations they should attempt to have with their counterparts from other countries in an attempt to move things forward. He noted that they're against gray security zones, and they want to prove the thesis that Russia has the right to veto Ukraine's membership wrong, suggesting that Ukraine would definitely contribute to our security and make NATO stronger, and emphasizing the necessity to significantly strengthen deterrence by strengthening forward defense, not just in the Baltic region, but the entire eastern flank of NATO altogether, and also to increase Allied presence on said eastern flank of NATO. They also noted a few other things that aren't to do with Ukraine, such as wanting to strengthen air defense, missile defense integration, and including, of course, air defense capabilities in the eastern Baltic. So that's a side point to it all. But critically, I think it's quite a big move to say, NATO should not just accept Ukrainian application, which was forwarded some months ago now by Zelensky, but that it should invite Ukraine to further processes. That is to say, that NATO should take not just a passive but an active role in furthering this. And I think that's something of a move. It would be very meaningful where NATO as an organization and major NATO member states to have done so. Remember when Ukraine effectively asked for NATO membership, some months ago. The reception was mixed. It was the Baltic countries, like the 3 Baltic states, Canada, that jumped at it very quickly indeed. Some other countries of the eastern flank following the following morning. But the vast majority of especially larger Western countries, other than Canada, staying kind of quiet when it came to all of this, and say yes, in due course, in the fullness of time, when we find the file which we have deliberately lost somewhere in the darkest recesses of the basement, then perhaps maybe we shall see. And a move like this, is putting this back on the table some 6 months later, and is trying to revive very actively, very particularly ahead of this summit, which will be hosted by Lithuania, not just the discussion, but also a very clear call to action. Nale.
Yeah, hello, Doman, and hello, all friends of the MriyaReport. I wanted to comment on this British general that Gunny apologized for already yesterday. I think it was
the Lord Dannet.
Yes, that one. So, as we are all of 2 days into our NATO membership now, so we have already announced procurement of Israeli air defense systems, and today we announced procurement of over 100,000 mortar shells. So I hope it qualifies for at least moral support for NATO. What do you guys think?
I think this is exactly the sort of moral support that NATO needs. This in a new sauna at the headquarters in Brussels.
Absolutely, and the sauna is actually the most important part of that support, I think.
Absolutely, Nale, absolutely. Was this covered in? I know it made quite substantial rounds to sort of Finnish mill Twitter. But and we'll finish Twitter. It's really finished mill Twitter. But did it end up percolating into the mainline media? Yle, Helsingin Sanomat, or the evening news, even perhaps.
I think the air defense systems did, but the mortar shells are a new story, so that hasn't.
No, I meant the comments from Lord Dannet.
Well,
about moral support.
I don't really watch the news over here, so no, I don't think so.
I think Mina Arlander was the only one commenting about it, but that will have percolated through to Yle.
Sorry, did it, Axel?
I think it did on that day. At least that's what I heard. But it doesn't really matter. Nobody cares. And by the way, our friends at NATO welcomed the Finns because there is an existing sauna there already for many years, and the Estonians built another one in shape.
So you're saying the groundwork was ready for some time now?
Estonians, like Finns and like Northern Germans, wherever they go, they build a sauna first.
Nale, hear this? It was there all along. It was just waiting for you.
Yeah, good, because I want the whole world actually to appropriate that part of my culture, because it's the greatest thing ever invented by mankind. So, and you're welcome.
We're very glad to. You should come, Nale, come across the bay to Estonia and have a little look-see, and you will find out that the Estonians have been here a long time doing sauna too. But you know that.
Yeah, I know that. And actually, I took, or me and my wife took our kids to, there's a spa in Tallinn that has a sauna section with, I think there was 7 different versions of ways to make you sweat. So there's a Turkish bath and all this kind of stuff. It was great. I sweat a lot there.
So NATO brings us all together. In sauna we trust.
Absolutely. And one thing I also want to thank NATO for is the chance to watch the Vatniks cry in this country, because they are having a major meltdown, and I'm quite enjoying that.
Yes, all 8,300 of them, right?
Every single one of them, yes.
Was it 3 or 4 people who had who still survived the parliamentary election who had voted against Finland's accession to NATO? 2 survived. Okay, final count. Because during that evening, it was already, the list was down, and they were whittled down from 7 to 4. Then 2. Do we know what they got in terms of votes?
Oh, very, very little. So even within, I think they were on the far left side, right? So even within there, because they have like an individual priority system, so they got voted out, and other people from their party who were pro NATO got voted in instead. And then there were other ones like the Ano, I forget the turtle one. His name sounds a bit like turtle, his last name, and then I don't know what it actually is, but he looks a bit like a turtle, so could be. So his party, because he split off from the True Finns or whatever, right? So his new party got 8,300 votes in the whole country altogether, and then he said, "No, this was all faked, and we need a recount." And all few thousand people manned the recount. He got so few votes, he wasn't even listed on the list of parties that got votes. He was just lumped into the other, because he got like 0.2% of the popular vote across the whole country. So different fates awaited different ones of them. That was the one who brought Johann Beckmann, the occasionally Russia residing chap, into the parliament a few days before the election, saying, "Aha, in a few days you will be here with me," and then he definitely wasn't. Neither of them were. Vale?
Yeah, that bringing Johan Beckman into the parliament was one brilliant PR move in this country. That's probably the last thing you should do.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's how he got so few votes, right, Klaus?
Thank you. Regarding the sauna, do we have a 50 Shades of Sweat version of that scenario? Thank you.
I think it would be 50 cents rather than 50 shades. Marcus? Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm sorry. This is
It's
an etymological
50
question of soundness.
50 pearls of sweat.
But that's just counting. They're not necessarily different, right? Where shades are inherently different as their scents.
Yeah, you need 4 or 5 basic ones, and that's it. As Nala will tell you, the key thing in sauna is the beer in between.
Correct, sir.
Okay, I'll come in now. Have you noticed that there's been a bit of a reduction in missile strikes, by any chance?
Yes. Especially, I've not heard of any caliber missiles at all ever since a bunch supposedly got destroyed in Junkai. You know, a bunch. Sorry, I apologize. A bunch supposedly got dejunked in Junkoi.
Very good, Doman. It's just that I'm just looking at a sort of a count of what happened. So October there was 7, November 3, December 6, January 3, February 4, March just the 1. Don't know. It just seems like there might be a reason for that. I mean, February was the short month.
I think between into theater that might limit things, and of course Russians using up a finite resource in the first place, those missiles. I think all of those maybe working together, each a little bit of each, makes a difference.
You don't think it's that Russians are just being really merciful because they love the Ukrainian people as brothers?
Yeah, unless they've come exactly, and I hear the sarcasm dripping out of your mouth all the way over here. That's quite right. And it only took them 12, 13 months to realize, and it's just that all of the other branches of their military haven't gotten around to the same realization yet.
Well, I mean,
you could say, I'm sorry, Marcus, I'm so sorry, but you could say that the missile forces are more propulsive in that way.
They're ahead of the curve.
Thank you for the missile jokes. I was just going to say, I mean, obviously they're not going to run out completely because strategic reserves and stuff like that, but it does make you wonder if they're getting to the point where they're kind of like, we should save some of this stuff, surely. I feel as though they might be a bit concerned.
That's true, and we've been thinking about this several times, right? At several points, there were theories that said, okay, so Russians planned out about 20% of their missiles for the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, about 20% of their stock, and they used about half of it the first few nights, first few days, and now they have some more, and then that's it. Okay, and then they went over that and said, okay, so at the very least, they need to keep about 50 to 60% because they need that for, in case they fight the US. And then they went over that. And I said, okay, but they need to hold back at least 25% because then they went over that, and now they're maybe at the sort of 10-15% range. And eventually, yes, it's true, but who's to say that they are really gonna stop at some point? It's a difficult thing to argue because in order to argue it, you kind of need to set a number rather than just allege there is such a number that. But that in itself is kind of hard to do. Do you see what I mean? It's like a two level complicated complication.
And we do know that they can still produce some missiles, don't we?
Exactly, some, right? But which ones, in what quantities, how reliably? It's all rather shrouded in mysteries. And especially as and this is what we were talking with Colonel about earlier. There are these mysterious fires that do happen in the sort of industrial enterprises that produce things that are necessary to produce weapons of war. So it could be that there could be glitches, there could be hitches in their supply chain that we won't necessarily be familiar with at all, except they will be, because they will need a particular ingredient that they can't get, a particular component, a particular type of chemical that they will just have great difficulties with, and then they can get a substitute, but it doesn't work quite right because it's not quite the same, and it can get quite complicated.
Well, that's a shame for them that it's going to be complicated. But you did mention mysterious fires, and there are a couple of things which I thought was quite, well, not exactly mysterious, but just happening quite a lot. And that was cars being burned out with Z logos on them. So, it was sort of like, I thought, oh, maybe people actually are really targeting these, maybe local people really do have a hatred for this. But no, apparently kids are earning themselves some extra money because they apparently were given a task, dare sort of thing to burn these cars when they saw them. But of course the kids, well, they didn't want to go look all night for them. So very enterprisingly, they got hold of some stickers, put some Zs on them, and stuck them on cars, and then burned them on fire. Well, burn them. So for some reason, they earned their rubles apparently, but for some reason they just chose some random cars, decided to burn them instead. Kind of funny and enterprising.
It's an example of poorly designed incentives, right? And you can find many such in the study of economics. But in this case, there was a fairly straightforward workaround. Instead of find car with Z sticker on it, torch said car, they just went to find any car, put a sticker on it, and torch said car. But either way, I think this is a part of the more general move to just cause chaos, instability within the country, which is the country invading, and I think somebody's just having a bit of fun with it. Who knows how widely spread it is, right? Because there is quite a bit of a difference between one group of kids in one city torched 4 cars, and it's a whole other one, hundreds of groups of kids across hundreds of cities torched tens of thousands of cars, and we're just not there, right? If there were tens of thousands of cars in Russia going up in flames, I think we would be learning off that. And one group of kids torches 3 cars is fun, and is fun news, but it's not useful in the same way.
stage yet, no. But it has happened in quite a few areas, and I wonder if similar incentives were put out. And I wonder which cheeky online people have been doing that.
I just hope they keep spending. You know the Mill blogger, or who was it, whose funds ended up being spent on particular type of
Oh,
material.
your friend, yes.
Yes.
He was sent an awful lot of adult equipment. Yes. Maybe those people, you think?
Well, it could be, and if they divert it this way, it's even more useful than conducting some sort of a prank on him.
I just love that they're sort of at trolling level of like top notch now. They've got it down to a fine art. The stuff that they've trolled Russia with that I wouldn't have even thought of, and I'm like, oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, there's plenty of times when I'm just I open up Twitter and I laugh my head off because of something the Defense U have said or something like that.
Yes, it's absolutely terrific. It's absolutely tremendous, and long may it continue. Hopefully not too long though, because once Russians are out of Ukraine, maybe there's less purpose for it anyway. Another Alex Ferguson fella. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks. Just had an update from that. You can check it on the Metro. It's a newspaper in London if you have a look. So the guy who got sent all of the sex toys has come up with a new wonderful plan. He's announced that he's now going into the business of importing and selling sex toys, and it will give him 3 times as much money to buy drones for the Russian army. All going to plan.
Now, he's the epitome of making lemonade out of lemons, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. To be fair, they're probably running out of men, so they've got to find something to use, I guess.
You mean there's a lot of ladies sat at home wondering where their husbands and sons are? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the gear stick on the larder will serve the purpose, so maybe that's a little niche that he's going for.
Well, ladders now cost often even in excess of $50,000 a ladder, and these are the brand new ladders, ones without ABS or airbags. So I'm guessing those gear sticks are awfully valuable.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this guy, he's clearly thought it through, looked at the logistics, and there's a valid business case for servicing the women of my country in order to service the men of my country with drones. Absolutely going to plan.
The only thing I have to point out is that it was pretty much all for gents.
Are you suggesting his business plan is flawed?
It's flawed in some ways, yes.
Oh, what a shame. He won't be able to buy all those drones. Darn. Meanwhile, Ukraine is getting thousands of them.
I can't say my next comment, so I'm just going to go to Colonel Jeff.
Doman, I'm very, very upset with you. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. I'm thinking it might be other people out there. But when you said glitches and hitches, I now can't get the song "These Are a Few of My Favorite Things" from The Sound of Music out of my head. And I don't know if I'm the only one, but the way you said it, it was like glitches and hitches, and it's freaking really killing me. So thank you very much.
The Sound of Music only plays a role for Americans.
I see a lot of smiley faces and laughs out there. I'm sorry, man. This show is it's timeless, and it's taken over Europe.
By the way, whoever sent the image on line 99 of the G-Wagon, the improved one with the 3 axles, that actually is a car which was produced by Obereigner. which is Obereigner, is closely aligned with Mercedes-Benz and has been working with AMG for ages. And I was there when they created it. It's a very, very sensible car. There was a military G-Wagon version of that used by the Australians for many years. And it's very hardy, but even, well, the Aussies even managed to break that one. And yes, it has a load of carrying capacity. It is definitely sturdier and more flexible and has a swing pendulum axle. So it can actually go across, say, elevations which go beyond normal on any kind of non-tracked vehicle. And it can carry loads which go far beyond the F-350. So you could mount something on it, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to talk about mounting guns on really cool things, what if we took twin 20 millimeters, twin 30 millimeters, and a 105 howitzer and mounted them to fire out of the side of a C-130? I mean, that'd be kind of cool, right?
Hell yeah.
Oh shit, the Air Force already did that. It's called the AC-130 gunship.
Can you explain what that is and why it's useful? Because every time it gets described, it's just like somebody took a transfer plane and stuck a bunch of giant guns on it instead of using a helicopter for a much smaller number of such guns.
So just like probably this 30 millimeter on a truck came through, right? You get drunk aviators with a bar napkin and almost anything can happen. And some special operators who flew MC-130 Talons, right? They came up with the idea, and this was back in the Vietnam day. They're like, man, we can fly 130s really close to the ground, and as long as they're not expecting it, we can do middle of the deep dark night vision goggles, fly low, nap of the earth, and we can insert and infill and exfil special ops teams, which is really cool, right? But every now and then we come under fire, or our special ops guys on the ground come under fire, and they could really use some air support. But since we're SOCOM, we're Special Operations Command, we don't want to pay for F-16s and F-15s, and we don't want to have to rely on the Air Force for A-10s and shit like that. So what if we just created our own close air support system? And so they started out with them. It's like, well, we got C-130, so let's keep on a C-130 airframe. And maybe since the aircraft commander sits on the left-hand side, we're going to mount these guns to kind of fire out the side. And we're going to have different size guns because we want different kinds of fires and different kinds of effects. And so they freaking built this C-130. It was Puff the Magic Dragon was its original name, because actually when it started shooting, all this white smoke would come out of it and billow out, right? And it would just kind of loiter in a circle, kind of do a left-handed slow 20-degree, 30-degree circle and drop down. And now what's amazing is the precision of these guns is unbelievable, right? And so the pilot now, the AC-130 gunship pilot for the Spectre II and the more modern AC-130s, they actually have a heads-up display mounted out the side on the side of the aircraft. So they look down and they get a cueing thing that's actually cued to their eyeball, and where their eyeball looks, the gun moves, and they can kind of pick which gun they want. And the advertisement for the gunship used to be that it could fire if the barrels didn't overheat. Right? So I want to clarify this, right? If the barrels could be fired nonstop, they could make one pass by Joe Robbie Stadium, which is the football stadium down in Miami, and put a bullet in every seat. One pass. That is the firing power of that gun. Guns.
You say put a bullet in every seat. I think it would probably put 20 bullets in every seat.
Yeah, but one pass. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? I have a friend. I have a very good friend, actually. His call sign's Buck. If you've read my first book, you know that Buck is one of the characters in my book, right? So that gives you an idea how he's actually in all three of my books. I love him to death, right? So Buck was an AC-130 gunship pilot. He actually has a Distinguished Flying Cross for some of the stuff that he did in Afghanistan. And if you read my fiction thrillers, my books are about as real as fiction gets, and the stories in there are a little bit about Buck and what he did in Afghanistan. And he had a situation where the guys on the ground had called danger close, And if you know what danger close means in military terms, right, that basically means that the guys on the ground who called in for air support, the pilot in the air said, "Hey, dude, I can't shoot because you are literally so close to the enemy that I can't discern you from the enemy clearly, and I'm very, very worried about fratricide." And the guys on the ground, if they say you're clear danger close, that means that they're going to die if you don't start shooting. And it's on you to actually, dude, if you commit fratricide, you're absolved of any responsibility. Now, you're absolved of legal responsibility, but you can imagine the weight that carries on a pilot, right? That, you know, now he's going to actually pull the trigger, and there's the potential that he's going to start killing off very well trained Navy SEALs, special forces, because gunships don't just go in and support anybody, right? They support our best of our best, right? Our special ops teams. So these guys are extremely well trained, right? And to be fair, the problem is when the guys who are SEAL teams or you know, other Green Beret or these special forces teams that go in there in small teams, they can easily get overwhelmed by a battalion of enemy forces. But the intent is they're smart enough to know not to go in there. They rely under the cover of darkness, and they you know, Chuck can explain all this, right? So when you call danger close, you got to start shooting, right? And so Buck, God bless him, actually was able to stave off the thing and not even injure a U.S. Forces member. So it was really, really cool thing. But yeah, he also gave me, I don't know how many people remember the initial operation. It was probably, I want to say October or November of 2001, where we kind of thought we had Osama bin Laden pinned down in Tora Bora. And both he and I were on that mission. He was flying his airplane, I was flying mine. But when we came back, we landed on the base, and he brought over a 105 howitzer shell that he gave me, and basically, you know, wrote on it the date and said, you know, that they were pretty sure that they got bin Laden with one of them. So the original assessment was that I actually had a 105 howitzer shell that potentially was the one that took out bin Laden. Unfortunately, he actually was able to get away, and then we had to chase him for another almost dozen years or some crazy shit. So, but yeah, Buck's a great dude. Really, really cool guns. Unbelievable to see that thing in action. One of my favorite phrases that Buck always says is like, you know, when we circle over the enemy, man, they can run, but they're just gonna die tired. so may as well not run.
Were there ever any? Then it's just curious. You know, you said Buck. He was in charge of this thing that had a bunch of guns poking out of it, and he was a very good shot. Was there any Buck shot jokes ever, or not so much?
No, but the Buck's not that kind of guy. He wouldn't even find that funny, man. I'm trying to get Buck on the show actually, because he's retired now and he's out, and I think it'd be a lot of fun now. Now he and I disagree on some things, so maybe we'll both have to have a couple scotches before we start, so we don't get too mad at each other. But he's a really, really good dude. You know, but I want you to know, gunships actually need to. There's a couple things, right? So gunship pilots are really hanging it out because the C-130 is really big. It's got a huge radar cross section. It is not something that you go fly, you know, on day 17 of a war when the enemy's really looking there and really's got the radar up and stuff, because you're going to die, right? And the other thing is you don't keep going back to the same place. It's not like, you know, you the element of surprise is really important for this, and being there and getting in and getting out is also really important. And there is an EWO on board that does radar jamming and stuff like that and monitors the electronic spectrum. And there's some other special dudes on there that you know, maintain some comms and shit like that, right? So this is a special ops mission. And sadly, one of the guys I graduated from flight school with, his name was Steve Quam, great dude, right? He graduated the class ahead of me. He was the Super Crow, so he was the top EWO in his class. I was the Super Crow in my class, and we always freaking, you know, sat at the bar on Fridays and we said, dude, you would have been second if you were in my class, and we always joked about it. But Mogadishu, and he died, and it's really sad. So, you know, and I lost a friend, and in militaries that happens, right? But that one kind of always stung.
And this is how it feels for a lot of Ukrainian Air Force guys who are losing their colleagues these days because we're not giving them the right kind of kit yet. It stings and it annoys.
You say stings, but on that one, can I give you a little bit of a positive bit of news?
Sure, shoot.
You know the Avenger, the anti-air system that uses Stingers, Stinger missiles, that you had been arguing for giving to Ukraine since at least 13 months ago.
Ages.
Yeah, 13 months ago. I think that's probably fair to say, right? Well, they are now well and truly in theater, and they're apparently very good at intercepting various kinds of both reconnaissance as well as one-way drones. Well, making all drones one way, really, apparently.
I remember that we spoke here on this space amongst us about NASAMS, Avengers, Patriots, and IRIS-Ts. And that was
And HIMARS.
And HIMARS.
The three were Avengers, NASAMS, and HIMARS. And
Yeah,
they came in reverse order.
Jesus. And not because we're super smart. It's just, it is
That's
so
pretty obvious. You looked at
exactly,
Wikipedia,
it's so
pretty
dang
obvious.
obvious.
But I hear that Ukraine is getting, at least in certain spheres, it's getting some of what it needs to conduct a successful counteroffensive. Nick, has it been now speculated, Nick, that there are now some clever apps that are delivering these even better than before?
Delivering what better than before?
Ground fighting equipment to Ukrainians into just the right places.
Oh, are you referring to Putinder?
Yes.
Yes, Putinder is an app I thoroughly recommend. Yeah, you can match if the Russian troops and even Russian tanks can swipe left and right to match themselves with a worthy Ukrainian opponent. You can have your Wagner conscript wearing the red moccasins who can hook up with a 1.90 m Ukrainian special forces soldier with night vision goggles, or you can match your T-72 with a Centurion for a guaranteed evening of pleasure. Challenger, sorry, for a guaranteed evening of pleasure. Yeah. Yeah, Putinder available now on all good platforms. I have to say, actually, I came up with that independently, but I did look, and apparently somebody you can actually find screenshots of an app called Putinder. Most of them apparently featuring dating Vladimir Putin himself, but this is the military spec version.
You will toss your turret higher than ever before.
Let's try and keep it vaguely PG-13 this time of day, Darren.
Shall I tell you more about Cope pyramids?
Tetrahedra, to be specific about what kind of pyramids we're speaking of.
Whatever you want to call them. However, overnight, along the Wanga line in the Belgorod region, somebody went out with a spray can and sprayed upon the lovely white pointy tetrahedras these some letters that spelled out Ukraine BPR is waiting, as in Belgorod's People's Republic.
I wonder if anyone's ever gone out and sprayed. I wonder if anyone's ever gone out and sprayed "Russians go home" in slightly grammatically incorrect Russian, and been corrected the next morning.
I don't know. I'm not sure anybody moved them around to make any different words, but
Risky ite domum. Risky ite domen.
Oh,
I thought that's what you said from the start.
yes. Well, anyway, nice bit of trolling there, and I just I love seeing these just unusual and fun things to appear on the battlefield.
I feel I must correct Damon on the pyramid tetrahedron thing. I know it's very pedantic, but
I'm ready for it. Come on.
okay. Well, I mean, I've been aware of this for a while, for reasons, you know, going back decades or so on and so forth. But it seems like modern usage of the term pyramid suggests a five-sided figure, like, you know, Cheops, Giza, that kind of stuff. But actually, the original Greek pyramidos didn't necessarily mean that. So you can argue that you can use the term pyramid to refer to a tetrahedron, as we'd say, as well as, you know, the five-sided figure too.
Right. Yep. Nope. That's perfectly fine. Pyramids you can indeed separate into tetrahedra and into square pyramids, square base pyramids. But there are also other kinds of pyramids that aren't the two simple ones, where all the edges are of equal length. There are ones where, for example, if you imagine a longer, narrower pyramid, a pyramid with a greater aspect ratio, you don't have to have all the sides the same. It's still a pyramid. There are several kinds of pyramids. The reason why I say tetrahedra is because they are indeed tetrahedra, because they are four-sided pyramids. That is to say, pyramids composed of four equilateral triangles. Therefore, they are tetrahedra, not some other kind of pyramid. And since they are all tetrahedra, I like calling them tetrahedra instead of calling them pyramids, which would imply all manner of different shapes. But they are all tetrahedra. So you're not actually correcting me, but I'm explaining why I
He's just
insist on the
giving
usage
you
of the particular term.
He just gave you the overarching category for something which you had perfectly well specified. And by the way, there are even pyramids which could have completely unangular or even round or roundish or elliptical shaped bases. These would also still be pyramids. If only they have one
There's
thing.
all sorts of pyramids.
And exactly, if only they have one thing in common, and what is that they all have to have in common, Doman?
The top.
A spherical, or at least converging,
You guys have
pinpointing.
clearly been thinking about this much more than I have. Perhaps
No,
you've got too much time in your hands. That's
no,
okay.
it was worse, Ian. It was worse, Ian. We were tortured with this stuff at least once in our lives, if not twice.
See, now you finally have a use for this stuff. When you were a kid, you were probably wondering, you know, oh my gosh, when am I ever going to use this stuff? Like, this is so stupid. And now you could go back to your kindergarten teacher or your 8th grade teacher or wherever it was and say, I used it on a global Twitter space. And thank you very much. So I just have to say I love this conversation because I'm a total nerd, so I'm nerding out. I mean, it's a very simple conversation, but I still love it.
I must have used the word tetrahedron at least 10,000 times previously. So, as far as I'm concerned, it is a very useful thing. Nick?
I think everyone knows the most efficient tank trap shape is a Toblerone. I don't know whether an individual part of a Toblerone is. Do you have Toblerone in the US? You must have. Even if they don't sell it there, they must have brought it home. People must have brought it home from the airport. The giant thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Nick. They have airports, of course. They have Toblerone.
Yeah. So the each. It's an interesting question whether each individual chunk of a Toblerone could be considered a pyramid because it's a little bit two-dimensional. Although I used to think Toblerones hurt to eat because until about the age of 35, when I ate a Toblerone, I would sort of insert the bar in my mouth and bite a bit off. And at that point, the point sticks in just behind your teeth, in your palate behind your teeth. And my wife can confirm she did that too. And the very first time we bought our kids a Toblerone, I'm not certain why we did it, because it would have been, we presumably intended to inflict discomfort on them. They simply broke off one of the triangles and inserted it into their mouths horizontally, like any other kind of, piece of a bar of chocolate. And we
Like
looked
a
at
normal
each other.
person?
We looked at each other, having been defeated by a 4 and a 2-year-old at the process of eating chocolate. Yeah. But it turns out, I've talked to people about this over the years. I shall do a Twitter poll. How old were you when you realized that you could eat a Toblerone by breaking it before you put it in your mouth?
But Nick, there's the difference. There you can see that you are actually originally English, because the Toblerone sold in England were the small ones, the one-handed small ones, where you could make that mistake, because the original Toblerone is really, really large.
I went past the I was in Bern last week, and Bern University has a building that is now called Uni Tobler, and it's the old Toblerone factory that the University of Bern now runs as a building of, I don't know what they do in there, but it's a building of some kind. My other geometry related observation based on this conversation was, we mentioned a sphere, and a sphere is defined as a surface where all points are equally distant from the center. And I had an Italian colleague once who said to me that the canonical example of a sphere is Italians queuing for the ski lift. It was the Italian who told me, so it's not what Everest.
He was correct.
Have you seen it? You've seen Italians queuing for the ski lift, yes?
Yeah, I can tell you. You can tell the Austrians from the Italians. That's the least I can say. No, but Nick, in Switzerland, there is actually such a thing as a Toblerone line that was constructed. I'm guessing the 1930s, I guess, in the west of Switzerland, on the French border, to prevent any sort of invasion into Switzerland from the west. And it is basically lots of these, sunk into the ground concrete things sticking out, and makes it look like lots of Toblerones. Don't bite them; you will break your teeth.
Yes, you probably would on those. Yeah. I shall consider whether I want to do a poll on that. I do get, sometimes I ask. What was the one I asked the other day?
The 99.
Yeah. No. Did you know that hotel? Did you know before you read this tweet that hotels are usually made from powder? And I think it was something like 58% didn't know that. And for listeners who, next time you go to a hotel breakfast buffet and you look at the scrambled eggs and you ask yourself, why is it the scrambled eggs I do at home have sort of yellow and white bits, and this is a kind of homogeneous yellow color? The answer is they're made from powdered eggs. And
Nick, I was about to tell you that this is down to the choice of your hotels.
Of course, but a very large number are. And it actually, if you put enough milk and butter in there, it's not too bad. It makes some sense, because they real scrambled eggs, you put them under an infrared light for not very long at all, and they're not very good. So there are some advantages to this. Somebody then responded with the 50-centimeter long hard-boiled egg tube, which is the most astonishing looking concoction. But if you've ever had an egg salad in a restaurant, in a sort of modest restaurant in Germany or Austria, and you wondered why all the slices of egg were exactly the same size, as if there's some sort of chicken laying an egg that never tapers. And then somebody linked me to a wonderful video of the machinery in Denmark where they make this. Absolutely fascinating. I love food technology.
Cylindrical eggs.
It's the next step. Much better than parameter ones. So
Yeah,
I hear those would hurt.
It's a concentric. If you imagine a slice of hard-boiled egg, but 50 centimeters long, and it's basically a tube of egg white filled with a tube of egg yolk, and then they boil it, and it cooks and becomes perfectly okay hard-boiled egg. And if you look in the factory, they're just cracking eggs. There's nothing they are made from fresh eggs. It's just this. When you see it, you kind of wonder what the chicken looked like. But yeah.
Well, let's throw some egg into the soup.
Yes, I was just going to say, I wonder if Chef Xenia has any of this technology, any of these cylindrical egg bits.
Peter, would you know anything about that?
Axel, I laughed too hard when you said that depends on your choice of hotel. That made me laugh too hard. And all I can remember is being in a hotel in Romania and seeing my omelet made right in front of me. And also thinking of all the times I have been in a hotel buffet at different hotels. And Nick, you're right. I would see those eggs and I would think the same. Why do those eggs look different than the ones I have made? And so, well done, Nick.
I have always found the people who work on the omelette station are very often some of the nicest people you will meet in the hotel or indeed on your entire vacation. And I read once the first ever Marriott hotel was opened in about 1962. And their longest serving employee of the whole of Marriott Corporation retired about 3 years ago, and he was the omelette chef. And he joined when he was 20, and he retired at the age of about 79 about 3 years ago. And you need to be the person doing that. You have to take the orders, you have to take the complaints, you have to take the compliments. If you're doing it in a holiday hotel in Spain, you have to speak about 5 languages. And some of those people are quite amazing individuals to do all that pressure. The people who show cooking generally, people who show cook for tourists, I don't imagine they're that much better paid than anyone else in hospitality, and they are putting on a show for you. It's a very, very worthy profession. I forget the name. Is it?
Would you go on? Go, Nick. You first.
What's the name of the English guy we had on who's volunteering in a kitchen and he's cutting carrots?
Richard Woodruff.
Yeah, Richard. That's the reality of most commercial kitchens. Is you're in the back, you don't get to see the punters. But I think a lot of chefs, a lot of cooks are introverts and are probably happiest that way. I always enjoy it when you got the good omelet station, when they can do me a poached egg in a perfectly poached egg in water, no vinegar, 3 minutes. It starts my day off right. I prefer that to an omelet, but it's fantastic. A fantastic profession, and I don't know whether Chef Xenia he seems a little bit of an extrovert. He's on here, maybe occasionally he comes out and talks to the customers, but the people he relies on most of the time will be just content to get on with the food and concentrate on that, and that's the most important thing.
Nick, can I dovetail with what you just said, because it was an omelet chef at the JW Marriott in Bucharest that has just frozen in my memory. My experience with him, my conversation with him, it happened several years ago. And to this day, I still can remember what the omelet he made for me there at the JW Marriott in Bucharest tasted like. I have stayed in some nice hotels. I have stayed in some really, really sketchy post-Soviet hotels. I'm thinking of you in Slovakia. There's been a couple I've spent there. But Nick, may we think about this concept of the egg right now, this week, this very holy week? We're coming up upon Easter in the Christian tradition, where we've adopted the egg as this symbol of hope. It's my understanding that Passover began last night. We have Ramadan happening around the world. This is a very holy week, and it's the idea I wanted to share with everyone this morning, this idea of hope. Because as I was thinking about what I might say this morning during our spring fundraising drive, when we're talking about all the good work we're doing at the Maria Report, we're asking people to consider us as a priority for their charitable giving during this holy week. I came upon this idea of hope, and I thought about the name of our report, Maria. Now, I can remember where I was at that exact same moment. Perhaps you remember that moment as well, when I saw Ukraine's Maria, their giant aircraft destroyed. I saw the video. It was shocking. It was stunning. For me, that was one of those moments where I realized the world has changed. Because what the Ukrainians did with their Maria was amazing. I mean, think about it. They had created the largest flying aircraft that human beings had ever built. And what did they use that creation for? It wasn't for war. It was for help. The Ukrainians, because they had this giant aircraft that could lift more than any other aircraft, they used it for humanitarian assistance missions around the world. And they called it Maria because in Ukrainian, Maria means hope. And so Ukrainians, prior to Russia's invasion of their country and last year, Ukrainians used their idea of hope, their aeronautical engineering expertise to help people around the world. And Maria carried humanitarian assistance and brought hope to many people. And yet, when they were attacked, when Ukrainians were attacked, what was the first thing that Russia wanted to destroy? They attacked the airfield right outside of Kyiv. I know Colonel John Spencer is spending a lot of time learning about the battle for Kyiv, and I'm sure we're going to hear much more over the coming years about how that unfolded. But the first thing that Russia wanted to destroy upon their invasion was Maria, was their hope. And yet Russia failed. Maria lives on in Ukraine. And the Ukrainians have said they are going to rebuild their Maria, and it is our Maria report that recognizes that spirit of undying hope, that spirit of hope that happens during this week in spring when multiple religions around the world have their holy weeks. We reflect on that concept of hope. And in a sense, I know we're kind of joking and we've got some good banter here about omelets and scrambled eggs, but you know, in the Christian tradition and in the secular tradition, that egg, that symbol of spring, that symbol of Easter, it does represent a kind of hope, a hope for the future. So that's why during our spring fundraising drive right now, I would ask you to ask yourself, as many have done, what does this community of hope, think about what our name means. We are the Hope Report. I know we have had tears. I know we have had people on this space who have died on the front lines in Ukraine. We can remember their voices, but why were they fighting? I'm sure they were fighting in part to defend their country, but also for hope. We are the Hope Report. We are not a funeral procession. We are not here to mourn the death or loss of Ukraine. We are here to remind the world about a very powerful idea, hope. That is our mission. So when we talk about pushing back against Russian disinformation, when we talk about helping our friends in Ukraine, those big ideas, that big concept, in a simple word, hope, the Maria Report. That's why I want to personally thank everyone who has made a tremendous donation during our spring fundraising drive. And remember what we are doing. We are here to support, through this fundraising drive, Ukrainian veterans, those who perhaps they've been wounded, those who have served on the front lines, those who need perhaps a little bit more hope. We're here to help them. Think about Chef Zhenya. Think about what he's doing to provide a nutritious, well-cooked meal to a soldier. What is it about a good meal when you need it at that right moment? Well, there's hope. This is our mission at the Maria Report, and it's why we are charging forward with our spring fundraising drive. And it's why I've said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again because it's so important. It's why I want to give a special note of thanks from me on behalf of our entire those voices that are almost like friends to you at this point. Perhaps you've never met them in real life, but you feel like you know them because they're part of your community. They're part of your community of hope. And that is why I want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who has generously given to our spring fundraising drive to help those Ukrainian veterans, to help Chef Zhenya and his Magic Food Army, and to help the Maria Report, a community of hope, achieve our mission. And I know right now in the audience, there are people who are listening. This is how it always works. There's a certain percentage that's a lurker. There's a certain percentage going to open up their pocketbook and they're going to say, okay, I want to make a donation. I know someone listening to me right now has been thinking about it. They've maybe been putting it off. They've been part of this community. They have learned, they have benefited. They have asked themselves, what does this community of hope mean to me? I know you're there. And my personal request to you, now is the time. I'm asking you to make that donation, to continue to join other members of this community in making that donation to help Ukrainian veterans, to help Chef Zhenya and his Magic Food Army, and to help achieve our mission of pushing back against Russian disinformation, helping our friends in Ukraine. Doman, Axel, Nick, let's talk about hope, because I think that concept of hope is so important on this very holy day, this very holy week, and during this period of spring as the world is coming back to life. I think hope is an important theme for us to consider on this day.
Peter, and this is why we're here, right? So this is why we're here to further the positive message among all that is wrong, horrible, horrific, appalling, disgusting that Russia does in Ukraine now, especially in Ukraine now, but also more broadly, an attack on freedom and democracy, even much more generally.
Oh my goodness! Actually, did I scare everyone away with my comments? I wanted
No,
to.
no, no, no. I think Dr. Nick and I were just giving it time to sink in, but please, Nick, shoot.
Yeah, actually, I was just going to say, kind of in relation to what Doman said, that, and in relation to what Peter said, that, the idea in my mind in this invasion, and Peter, that was really brilliant of you to point out the destruction of Maria. So, like in those first days of the invasion, was that intent to destroy their hope. It was a symbol of Ukrainian progress, of technology, and you get that kind of progress and that kind of technology in, in societies that value diversity of opinion, diversity of ideas, and that's where those types of innovations can flourish. And you see that most frequently in democracies. And the idea Russia wanted to do also was to destroy their, democracy. We've discussed that democracy in Ukraine was definitely not perfect. They had been making wonderful strides in that direction. And again, with the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, they had been striving towards that with a hope for the future. And Russia wanted to destroy all of that. And, we have to be here, and this is why we're here, to say no. We're not okay with that as a global community. And we are going to stand side by side with Ukrainians to, be a symbol of hope for them too, to let them know that they aren't alone in this fight. And so I think by giving
to this community, giving to Chef Zenya. He also, like you said, provides them with some hope too. You know, I can't stress enough, you cannot, as somebody who has been in the military, you literally cannot live on MREs. They were never meant to be a life-sustaining for long periods of time type of meal. And so Chef Zenya is, you know, trying so many different things to create these healthy yet sustainable meals that can be freeze-dried or whatever, delivered to the front, his own sort of form of MREs for the troops that are actually healthy, that are good, that can be sustainable, that will sustain them, and give those soldiers that hope too. Because as Chuck talked about the other night, and as other people who have been in any sort of military situation, even if it was just, you know, boot camp and having those MREs because you never seen the field like me. I never saw war. I completely can sympathize with this. You know, having a real meal gives that soldier some sort of hope. You know, having a real meal, and he's doing everything he can to give those soldiers that as well. And so I think that allowing us the opportunity to help him would mean a lot, not only to those soldiers, but to Ukrainians who love them as well.
That was well said, Dr. Nick. Thank you. Axel, do you have hope this day, this season?
Well, as long as I breathe and as long as I have access to food, water, guns and ammunition, I have hope, of course. What else did you expect to hear? I hope that my Ukrainian friends have the same, and therefore we need to donate and help them to retain that hope and make sure that they can actually win. And rather than having to negotiate about Crimea, they have to win. And to keep that hope alive, they need to be fed proper.
You know, there have been these moments for our community. We've had our ups, we've had our downs, and there have been downs. And at those moments, we've had members who have come up and they've wanted to share their emotions. Their emotions are true, they're real. And yet, once people start talking about crying and feeling down and being despondent, when we do have those down moments, I can remember several times in which you and other co-hosts have said, hold on, wait a minute. We're not a funeral parade here. We're not here to mourn the death of Ukraine. We are here to share information about what's happening and to focus on Ukrainian victory. And, you know, I talk about community, but I think community is important because think about what that means. That means that we are people from all over the world who have come together. We don't live in the same neighborhoods. We don't go to the same restaurants. We never see each other in person in large part. And yet, what do we share? We share the same values. Ukraine must win. Ukraine must prevail against this invasion. We share the same worldview, this outlook that there need to be rules in the world. And the idea that might makes right is wrong. And Dr. Nick, I love that line that you said, we say no. I think that's right. We say no to Russia. And we have embraced the idea and promoted the idea of Ukrainian victory. And then we've said, all right, well, what do we do now? Well, let's go through it. Let's see what kind of weapons and material do Ukrainians need? How do we align Western policies to support that? How do we push back against Russia and deny its ability to wage war in the first place through sanctions? This is the nature of hope. And it's why I'm so thankful for everyone who has come together in your own way, to everyone who has donated. And I'm asking you today, if you haven't yet made that donation, if you've been thinking about it, if you've put it on in the back of your mind, this week is almost over. I know everyone has a busy life, but this is the moment to click on our link. Doman, I'm going to assume, if I can I assume that we have our Chef Zenya link in the nest right now?
Yes, we do. It's now number 1.
this is the moment we've made it easy for everyone. Click on the link right now in the nest. It will take you directly to our MriyaReport donation page. And I wanted to also spend a moment as we think about hope to talk about how this community has evolved. I think it's important, and we've talked about it before, but it's really important to remember where we were. So in the craziness of February, when the Russian military was moving across the Ukrainian border, people just came together on Twitter Spaces using this entirely new kind of technology to connect with each other, to share information. And over the following weeks and months, and now year plus, we have all come together to do the same. But originally, we were kind of an anarchist collective. In the best sense, there was no sort of guidelines. All we were doing was coming together. Everyone was bringing what they had. In a sense, we were a bit like a hippie commune. And that was kind of cool. But also, hippie communes tend to collapse over time. Anarchist collectives tend to collapse over time because they are anarchist collectives. And one of the things that we have done as a community is to take that very important next step and to become a thriving, growing organization. So here in the United States, one of the things you can do is to incorporate yourself as a nonprofit organization. And this is an interesting point because others have brought it to my attention. Here, Americans, we can be a bit American-centric. We can assume that everyone in the world knows what we're talking about when we throw out some of our slang or refer to our terms. But here in the United States, a charitable foundation is what the IRS would call, in their beautiful branding, a 501c3 organization. Now, a 501c3 organization, for everyone who is taking notes at home and furiously typing into Google, that's essentially a charitable nonprofit. It means that you are non-political. It means you don't do lobbying. It also means that you are focused on a mission. You have said to the world, we exist as an organization to achieve this mission, and you are run just like any other corporation. You have to have a board of directors, an executive leadership team. You have to have set rules. You have to have accountants and bylaws. And oh, goodness, this is something I know about because I have spent my career helping to build up organizations from an idea and a dream, perhaps a little hope, into thriving, vibrant, sustainable organizations. That's where I bring my experience. So as a 501c3, there are some advantages because in the US tax code, sometimes Congress does dumb things, but at this point, Congress did something smart. They said, we want to encourage civil society. We want to encourage organizations to be guided not by benefiting their shareholders, but by achieving a mission. And in order to incentivize that, we will make sure they don't have to pay taxes or, basically, they don't have to be governed on the tax law, on the tax side of things, the way, say, the Disney Corporation or the Ford Corporation is governed. And yet, in exchange, they will do something other than just benefiting their shareholders. They will achieve their mission. And here at the MriyaReport, that was the step we took. And so what we said is our mission as an organization, the reason we fight is to push back against Russian disinformation, to let the world know what was happening in Ukraine, and to help our friends in Ukraine. That is why the MriyaReport exists. And as a result of that, I've been happy to work with so many wonderful volunteers who have stepped forward. We have now put in place the people and processes necessary for this organization to grow. But we're not alone because we have our community of hope. And that is the ultimate purpose of this fundraising drive this spring. It is to ask everyone to step up and say, yes, I want to be a stakeholder in this community. I'm going to donate to the MriyaReport to help our friends in Ukraine. This is a mission that I value. It's a mission I want to be part of. And that is why I've been asking during the prime time of Europe and the prime time of North America. That's why I've been asking absolutely everyone to say yes. To say yes, that I want to be part of this community. I'm going to donate. I'm asking you to donate to our effort right now. We've made it easy for you. And for those American taxpayers, for those American citizens, I'm not a tax attorney. I'm not an accountant. I'm not providing tax advice, but donations to the MriyaReport are tax deductible and here in the United States. And even if you are not an American citizen, we're still asking you to donate because you're part of this community. And our mission is just so important.
I guess I'll just jump in and say that sometimes people feel that, especially, you know, sometimes people just feel that I don't really have a ton of money to give, so maybe I just shouldn't give anything. And, you know, my little bit, you know, $5, whatever, American dollars or what have you, €5, isn't going to make any kind of an impact. And we call that in political science the collective action problem. That's where people, you know, collectively, individually, they have this rational belief that your one individual contribution is not going to make a difference. However, there's a bunch of you out there that are thinking that, you know, my €5, my €3, whatever, isn't going to make any kind of an impact. So I'm just not going to do it. But €5, whatever it is you have, you can impact collectively together, and you would be overcoming that collective action problem. And together you could all make a difference. So that's one thing I would highlight, that there's no contribution that is too small, that everybody together makes an impact. Every donation makes an impact. A US dollar, a euro goes a very long way in Ukraine, and it could impact so much and do so much for Chef Zenya. It could also help us here do the things that we need to do. So just keep that in mind when you make your donations.
Dr. Nick, you are 100% correct. Also, it's important that we have a lot of donations. So even those under sort of the accountants, the bean counter team, they would refer to those as small dollar donations. But those are so important because they show that we are a community. We show that we're just not one or two people dumping a bunch of money into a 501c3 and taking the tax benefits. You know, that has happened in the past. The IRS is alive and aware of that. And so what they want to see from an organization is that it's funded by a large number of people who give in those small amounts. And think about what that means. You know, we talk about, you know, the elites, we talk about billionaires throwing around, you know, dark money, influencing things. And yet here, that's the nature of civil society. Civil society says no to that. Civil society says we are coming together as a community. We're joining forces to achieve a mission. And even if it's a small dollar donation, frankly, that helps us just as much as the larger donations, because it shows we are an organic, bottom-up effort. That Dr. Nick, that is literally the definition of civil society. And as you and I and others know, that civil society ensures our resistance and resilience to the tyrants and authoritarians around the world, because it allows us to push back, to create that shield wall. That makes us powerful. And that's why I think our donation drive this week is so important.
Well said. Couldn't have said it any better.
Martina, join in.
Hi, Dom. So I have a question. Obviously, I appreciate everything you guys do, and I also donated, like a test donation. And I got the message that it's on hold and get audited. Is something I should worry about, or do I get a message when it goes through? Because I wanted to send you guys more, but I was a little bit nervous. I don't know. Did anybody had this situation that it said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a PayPal.
Yeah.
It's a PayPal snag.
Right. So because the MriyaReport is, we set up our bank account back, in December or something like this, right, guys? Or January, or recently. I forget when it was exactly.
Much more recently. Much more recently.
Oh, okay.
Peter will know the details.
Much more recently.
And the PayPal
Right.
account was set up, what's it, a week and a half ago, Peter?
Right.
That is correct.
Right.
Keep going, guys. You're correct.
Yeah, so because of that, so I can speak from experience myself because I was just before the full scale invasion. I was setting up a nonprofit, and I was in the process of going through getting a 501c3 myself, and then I stopped the process because it is really difficult to do, especially when you're doing it by yourself. But I was setting up the bank account for this purpose, and they ask you to put in information relative to the registered numbers and all of this stuff for the nonprofit. If there's a 501c3 already, they want you to put those documents as well and everything. And so from what I believe is happening, because it's happened to my donations too, is that PayPal is just doing their due diligence to ensure that, okay, this 501c3 is correct, because the PayPal account, it has to be set up as a nonprofit and then additionally as a 501c3. And so PayPal is probably really overwhelmed by how much everybody has been giving so quickly, considering it's just been opened. And so they want to do their due diligence to protect you as a donator, to ensure that, yes, everything is in order, everything is okay. So I would just say to, leave the donation there. I've got 2 donations in myself, and, they will go through. It's just a matter of PayPal ensuring that, everything is fine, and it will be. So, it's just them doing their due diligence to protect you. And so in a way that should actually make you feel more confident. I know that may sound kind of ironic, but it should make you feel confident that, one, that they are checking on it and checking up on us to make sure that everything is in order, that we are who we say we are. And then the next time we have a fundraiser, this should not even be a problem. You should be able to donate just like anything else, right? But because this was our first one, and I think because so much has been coming so quickly, that they just sort of are pumping the brakes a little bit just to verify all of our information. So it's a completely normal process, and I wouldn't worry about it.
And Dr. Nick, just to verify what you've been saying, I can tell you, we have spent hours at this point on the phone with PayPal. And Dr. Nick is correct. So as when we set up this account, I was part of that process. We had to provide all sorts of documents, our official registration letter from the state, our official IRS designation letter. We had to provide all of those things. And I got to express some frustration with PayPal because they're a little slow in the uptick, but once they get going, they sort everything out. So I know, hold on. I know some folks have had that. Rest assured, when you make that donation, I can see it in real time. I can see those donations coming in. Many of them say pending. That's what you've received. Everyone who's made the donation to the MriyaReport through our spring fundraising drive, you're going to get the official email from me. This is the official letter from me recognizing and thanking your donation. It has our EIN number, which is a very important number in U.S. law that says that we are a nonprofit. It has all of the particulars that you need, and all of these documents are, as usual, available on the IRS website. You can use that number, log in, you can see all of the official documentation, and it's just part of the process that's important to make sure that we uphold those highest standards for volunteerism, for accountability, transparency, and to take care of the donations that people give us, because we are part of that community. It is so important to me. And as someone with nearly 2 decades at this point in nonprofit management, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to make sure that we can uphold those values. And that's what you're seeing. Dr. Nick, you are completely correct.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was, it's definitely a process. And even just getting the 501c3, I mean, I can speak from experience. Of course, I was just one person doing it and trying to navigate it myself. There always seemed to be some other document that I needed and some other thing. And, it's a very complicated process. And for us to have gotten that 501c3 status like so very quickly is just to me, it's neck breaking speed, first of all. I had to just stop doing it because, again, the full scale invasion happened, and I just focused my efforts. I probably will pick it up again at some point, but you know, it's a very complicated process, and you know, it's a necessary one, though, and that should the fact that we even have that status, and the fact that you know, that once it goes through on the end of PayPal, you know, at that point you should feel 100% confident that everything is on everything's on the up and up. But we had to, I know I had to, you know, put in all my that EIN number and upload those documents too, and it's just part of the process, unfortunately. So, but it will be fine, and everything will be just fine.
Well, it is fine now. So that's where I wanted to weigh in. So we have resolved it. And Dr. Nick, you were correct. When we created this account, PayPal, I think, was expecting maybe 1 or 2 nickels into the jar. And what happened was this tremendous outflowing of support for this mission, for this fundraising drive this spring. And so we responded, we talked with them. And so I can verify now, because I've seen the numbers, I've had the verification. We've got all of those sort of issues resolved. Let's focus on the theme, though. Let's focus on the mission and the reason why we're having this. It's important. There are lots of priorities for everyone's charitable giving. I know there are lots of people who will say, hey, give me $5 for a cup of coffee, these kinds of things. Great, do it if you wish. But there is that added level of accountability and transparency that comes from that designation as a 501c3. Dr. Nick, you're right. It's not easy. Frankly, I hate paperwork. I hate the minutia of filing all of these things, and yet it is so important to do it correctly. And I've spent 20 years learning how to do it correctly, making sure that you have the processes in place, adding a level of professionalization to our work here at the MriyaReport. That too has been important. And I think it distinguishes us from many of the other good causes, many of the other necessary options that you may consider for your charitable giving. I think that distinguishes us from many others. But most importantly, our mission and this aspect of community. That's why I say this community of hope. Maria means hope. We are the Hope Report. When you see MriyaReport now, from now on, I hope you think that means hope, because we think about what the Russians tried to do at the very beginning of this current phase of the invasion. They tried to destroy Ukraine's hope, and what the Ukrainians have said is no. You cannot break our will. You cannot destroy our hope. The MriyaReport exists to say yes. We want to support that spirit. That's why I think this spring fundraising drive is so important, and we're being very specific. Donations to the MriyaReport support our mission. We've allocated special options for supporting Ukrainian veterans and Chef Zhenya's incredible Magic Food Army and all the great work he is doing. This is why we exist as an organization. This is why we fight. And it's why I want to say again, thank you to everyone who has made those donations so far. And if you have been on the fence or you have been wondering, well, now's the time. Now's the time to take a moment, click on the link. You can go to the MriyaReport.org website. You can see our statement of values, our statement of ethics. You can hit that donate button as well. Do your due diligence, do your research, but no. We have an incredibly dedicated team that doesn't care about the static. We only care about helping our friends. And that's why we exist. And that's why I'm so thankful to everyone who has given. And that's why I would encourage and why I'm asking everyone who hasn't yet given to do so today, on this holy day, during this holy week, and with US tax season coming up in the middle of this month. This is your opportunity. Thank you for all who have given. And again, thank you for all who are about to give.
I think Ian had his hand up. And then,
Alec.
no, sorry, I don't mean to step in y'all's place.
I did have my hand up. I was just going to comment on the PayPal thing. Having set up a non-profit in the UK, I know that PayPal is just extremely diligent. In your first 90 days, at least that's what it was for us. in making sure that any transactions that go through are thoroughly checked. So that's just completely normal and fine. But just, I think it's fantastic that you've been able to get 501c3 status from, I think, was it December? So it's about 3 months. I know how difficult that is in the States. There are, just huge technical requirements. And so anybody that gets through that process and the auditing and everything gives a very strong guarantee that actually, anything you give will really be absolutely, properly vetted and will go to where it should go to. So, thank you to MriyaReport. Amazing work you're doing.
Thank you, Ian. 20 years of learning how to do these kinds of things wasn't easy, but you are correct. It's a high bar to pass, and we have passed it. And thank you very much, Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Alex.
Yeah, just seen a slightly nerdy news story, but it's actually really important. So this is from the Moscow Times, so take it with a pinch of salt. But Airbus have announced they plan to sever relations with anyone who helps service its aircraft in Russia, which is fantastic because these things require lots of maintenance, repair, overhaul. So if you can't do that, then eventually you can't fly them, or they will land themselves in a rather spectacular way. But the other really good thing about that is most high performance grades of titanium and various other metals, a lot of them are actually sourced from Russia. Same with aerospace grade aluminium alloys. So clearly Airbus has reworked its supply chains and now is no longer worried about access to some of these high technology engineering alloys. But yeah, the Russians tried to destroy Mriya and down the aircraft in Ukraine. Well, Airbus have just basically downed aircraft in Russia. So just thought I'd share that. Bit nerdy, but yeah.
No, Alex, this is super important. Hold that thought because we'll try to get Ming back up. We had a chat about this earlier today already.
Yeah.
Exactly how this is going to get implemented.
But before we go there, just briefly to round off what Peter has been saying and what Peter has been saying, and Ian, thank you very much for the appraisal in that regard. It has to be stated that whilst the approach well prepared, though, but the application was made in December, the status of 501c3 MriyaReport already changed in mid-January. So very quickly, because it was done very professionally, as it should be. It's just that since then, we've had many other things to do to prepare appropriately for doing what is being done now and what Peter leads, and that is making sure that this becomes a professional backbone organization for continued voluntarism in favor of our mission. So not cart before horse, but horse before cart.
There's a proper way to do things, Axel. And I know you agree. I know everyone in this community agrees. And it's part of that element of stewardship, which is so key. That's why I started this conversation by talking about where we were 12, 14 months ago, how we went from this anarchist collective model and brought the best aspects of that model, where everyone comes together, where we're interactive, where everyone shares that little piece of information that they know, volunteers, gives of themselves to something bigger. These are our values, and we have taken many steps along those lines to make sure we write our values down. We publish them on our About Us on MriyaReport.org page, but it's that professionalization that is necessary. So for us and for me, the challenge and the excitement has been to take the best parts of this community, having been there from the beginning, and to transfer that into a professional, enduring organization that isn't going to go away tomorrow. Because we are a community and we have to sustain ourselves. We don't want to be like that hippie commune that starts out with a lot of big ideas and then in the end, it's just a bunch of, empty huts because the hippies have abandoned the commune. We are here for the long haul. We are here to make sure that Ukraine wins this war. We are here to share news and information with you, to push back against Russian disinformation and to help our friends in Ukraine. And I'm very proud of all of the great work that our volunteers have been doing, and that process of professionalization is ongoing as we speak. And you're right, it wasn't easy to get that designation. You have to do everything correctly. It has to be pristine. And we have done that. So now we take those next additional steps, and this spring fundraising drive is part of that.
Did you say hippie commune again? I have to, if there's one thing I have to disagree with, it's this. No hippies. These were fighting monks, kibbutzim, and Saracenes all together.
Okay, fine. Pick your model, pick an example. Fine.
No, you're completely right. This ad hoc voluntarism is what has been driving people here together. And funnily enough, they created their own neural network of linkage and strength and weaved that web, which has become so strong that you can found an organization on the basis of this. And so, courtesy to all of you, and thank you.
I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I know Nick has had his hand up for a bit.
Nick, there's some lovely filth down here.
I know. I just put my hand up to say this PayPal stuff is all very strange for us Europeans. We're vaguely familiar with it, but if Maria ever gets an account in Europe, we will just be able to send money there, more or less free of charge, perhaps for 40 or 50 cents per payment, within a few seconds, from any European bank account to any other European bank account.
Nick, you're right.
It's a source of constant amazement.
Yeah.
So it's sort of constant amazement to me that the US does not have a functioning online wire transfer service that doesn't involve another company creaming off whatever percentage PayPal does. And I know they give good deals to non-profits, but it's quite baffling to most Europeans how difficult it is to transfer money, even within the United States.
Nick, so good point on that. We have to work with what we have here in the United States, but let me give you an idea of the road ahead, because it's very important. So people have been talking about the importance of having that US 501c3 designation. For many Europeans, you might be saying, what is that? That sounds weird. It basically means that we are a federally recognized charity here in the United States, and the IRS has lots of rules and regulations we have to follow, language down to the language of the thank you letter that you're going to get from us will conform to those rules and regulations. But many of you work for large companies. Some of you work for Fortune 100 companies, and these companies, well, they're good corporate stakeholders themselves, and they have matching programs. So there are programs that we are now applying for to get that officially recognized designated status on account of our 501c3 status that says if you donate to the MriyaReport, your company will match up to a certain percentage. Your company will match that donation. So the road ahead for us over the next several weeks is to get that additional designation, so that, let's say you're in this community now and your company, you're thinking, hey, Mike, I've heard of that. I remember the HR briefing. They told me about that. Well, now, once we have that designation, your company will match. It varies by company, but your company will match up to a certain amount your donation that amplifies your voice, that amplifies our mission and our impact. So that's the road ahead for us now. Like I said, we've been bringing this together. We're moving very fast. The war does not wait for us. And that's why
I completely appreciate why it's a US 501c3. That makes complete sense. And as a sort of counterpoint to our phenomenally good payment system here in Europe, we don't have anything like 501c3. It's fairly unusual for an employer to make matching donations unless you happen to work for an American company. And the tax deductibility of charitable donations varies across every European country. So swings and roundabouts, as we say.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Leonard.
Just a short question. I mean, there are some people who are maybe a bit old school and don't have PayPal. Maybe it's easier if we have an IBAN and SWIFT to basically just do a normal money transfer for us Europeans.
It's in the works. We're working on it as we speak. You are absolutely correct. We're working on it as we speak, and we'll have more information very soon on that front. That's good point.
Will that be as a euro account so we can use the SEPA payment?
We'll have more information on it. I don't want to. I only like to say things that I know. I only like to announce things that are true and real. So once we have that in place, we'll make a big announcement, and I know more Europeans will be able to do it.
Alrighty, thanks a lot.
Along the same lines, Peter, question. Something used in across the pond. Maybe some people across the pond who don't have a PayPal account might want to donate by check. Is there such a facility?
There is. So what I would recommend, you can send an email to info@MriyaReport.org. That's not sort of a sort of empty, nobody reads it kind of thing. Send an email to info@MriyaReport.org, and we'll provide the particulars for you if you do want to send a check. Frankly, I'm trying to think, Doman, when was the last time I wrote a check, an actual physical check where I had to write down the numbers and sign my name? I'm trying to think of when. I can't remember, but for larger donations, we have a mechanism in place. I've been talking to some of the larger folks who have provided larger donations. I've been having personal phone calls with them, explaining on a one-to-one basis what we're doing. They've been very encouraged. We're going to be building out our advisory council at the Mirror Report. So those individuals who are they have the ability to make those larger donations, to say, I want to be a bigger part of this community. I've been able to connect with them. And so for larger donations, or if you have questions about checks, info@MriyaReport.org is the best place to start. You'll get a call from me and we'll talk about it.
Fun fact, Peter, there's a number of European countries where checks do not exist at all anymore since many years. Estonia has ruled them out. If you were to send a check to an Estonian entity, they would not be able to cash them in, neither in Sweden nor in Finland nor in Estonia at all.
I mean, Axel, when did you write a check? I mean, yeah, I know you can send off a certified check or the wire transfers, but I mean, gosh, when I wrote a check to pay for something, it must have been 10 years ago, maybe?
I think the last check I ever wrote was in 1992, because thereafter nobody used them anymore. We just don't do it. We have different payment systems. Europe may be terrible when it comes to defense, but Europe is light years ahead of the United States of America in terms of payment systems, as is Japan.
So there we go. All right. So yeah, Doman, the answer to your question, and to Lennart, if there are questions on how do I give if I don't want to use PayPal, the answer is write a note to info@MriyaReport.org. That is a very important account. We'll take a look at it. We have had, like I said, individuals who are in the position to give much more than $25 or $10 or $100. We've had individuals who said, I want to give a significant amount. And I've talked to them, and we've actually discussed the vision, what we're doing. And like I said, we are building out an advisory council at the Mirror Report for individuals to share their expertise, their knowledge, to help us grow. This is how we build a community. It's happening right now, and it's why this spring fundraising drive is so important.
Peter, can we just add one thing that, of course, by the way, that we continue to also support our friends and colleagues at our wonderful, how you would call that, cousins in Canada, MriyaAid, because people have been asking us this in the last 48 hours, and we continue to support them and donate, say, in drives to them when applicable, but that we focus on individual drives, such as Chef Genya at the moment, to make a difference. Maybe we should highlight this.
That's right, Axel. So the MriyaAid is a fantastic organization. I love MriyaAid. MriyaAid does great work, and I stand by them in a locked shield formation. MriyaAid gives equipment, non-lethal aid to Ukrainian friends. We advocate. We this is how it works. In our founding documents, we made sure that we included as part of our mission our ability to provide financial assistance to Ukrainian foundations. So that's in and other foundations, but Ukrainian foundations. So that's in our mission statement. Again, it's on the IRS website. You can go check it out. So our ability to assist groups like MriyaAid, groups like Chef Genya, groups like the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. That's part of our founding documents. It's in our mission. So your donation to the MriyaReport allows us to achieve our mission. So we love MriyaAid. They're doing great work. Keep it up, guys. The support you have provided is important. And I must say, I am personally proud to support and encourage and lock shields in spirit and in real life with the great work that they're doing at MriyaAid up in Canada.
And more hands are just flowing in, Peter. Let's go to Carrie and then back to Ian. Carrie.
Hi guys, sorry I had the tap running. I was just going to say PayPal is so easy, guys. There's a few of you sounding like you've not used it or a bit nervous about it. You'll spend as long setting up a PayPal account as you will to do all the verification you need to for just one payment for a new recipient. It's just so easy, and then you've got it for all sorts of other stuff as well. So just giving a big fat tick to PayPal. I know they take a small amount, but many, you're going to find that anywhere where you're looking to give away some money. So just, investigate it. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it.
And it inspires confidence by donors to know that PayPal wants to make sure they're doing their due diligence. And like I said, we have had hour-long conversations with PayPal to make sure everything was on the up and up. And PayPal has now removed any of its concerns. And so I'm very happy about that. And a hat tip to all of the volunteers and folks who were burning the midnight oil with PayPal to make sure we could address any little hiccups that popped up during this spring fundraiser.
Ian.
All right, yeah, well, fantastic. You managed to get through PayPal so quickly. we had the same kind of troubles, but I just wanted to ask a question. I know you probably don't want to commit yourself to anything when you can't promise it definitively, but I would like to ask you, Peter, whether you're considering at this stage setting up a charity in the UK, because as I'm sure you know, the UK government will give 25% in addition to any donation that is made to UK charity. So if you give £1, they'll give 25p more. So that's the question. I might have to just sort of, I've been getting the Twitter pox, so I might not be able to respond to any answer. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. So having run a US registered nonprofit, so my previous job, I was the president and CEO of CEPA, the Center for European Policy Analysis. When I took over, we were a little bit under $1 million a year in revenue. By the time I left, we were a little bit under $10 million a year in revenue. So I am well aware of a lot of the growing pains that come with a fast-moving, fast-growing nonprofit here in the United States. But part of that was our international expansion. So because of my previous organization's focus on Central and Eastern Europe, we opened up an office in Warsaw. That necessitated us to create a Polish registered fundacja. Ian, I'm not going to surprise you here. But would you be amazed to know that the accounting laws in Poland are actually in conflict with the accounting laws in the United States? And if you try and apply the same accounting laws in either system, it becomes a nightmare. So I've spent too much of my life working with accountants to understand these differences. But the important point is this: I am completely open to creating new options for us to grow our effort. That's why we are moving from that anarchist collective model to a sustainable, enduring, and thriving organization. I have no doubt there is an international future for us as an institution, as an organization. But you have to do things right. You have to do things by the book. Right now, I want to build up our professionalism here at the MriyaReport. I want to build up our US-based 501c3. I want to create opportunities for Europeans to donate to us. I want to make the option for Americans to have matching funds matched by their company to donate. I want to amplify voices. I would absolutely say there is growth and international expansion in our future. Right now, I just want to make sure we do everything right here in the United States.
Yeah, focus on the basics, get that right, concentrate on that. I absolutely agree. But of course, as you'll be aware, a lot of people, in countries that don't get the same sort of benefits as US taxpayers would get by donating, would also want to, have that option. So I just hope you'll look to that in the future, in the months ahead. And, all the best to you for doing that. And I wish you absolutely the greatest success.
Thank you, Ian. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would encourage you personally, if you haven't given, consider us as an option for your charitable giving, and I'd be very thankful for that.
Consider it done.
Doman, I see a lot of hands. I carved out some time this morning to talk about 501c3s, to talk about our growth, to talk about the vision and where we're headed, and also to talk about hope. So if folks want to talk about that, I have some time left. We're making some coffee in the background. We have a second pot coming. Let's talk more.
I think we have two people who switched continents, not at the same time. Let's first go down south from you, Peter. Let's go to David, and then we'll go this side to Ryan. David, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Today is Thursday. Just wanted to share that with you. I was a little slippy on that last week. I see Ryan has his paw in the air. I'll cede the floor, Ryan. I'll chirp in afterward. Lovely to see you. I hope you're well.
I absolutely refuse, David. I need a pep talk from my favorite Irish Floridian. So you go ahead. We'll keep the order as it were.
Buckle up, Ryan. Be careful what you whisper. Good morning, everybody. Good evening to those lucky to be in Europe, and good night all around the world. Retweet, share the space, visit MriyaReport.org and donate what you can. Excellent point from our speaker just now, Kerry, when she mentioned that yes, PayPal do charge for their service, and the service is security, and they act as a pass-through company, and it's a service worth paying for, but also because it's in the interest of a charitable not-for-profit foundation. There's an option on the donation page where you can offer to pay the transaction fee, so that the whole sum of your, say you want to give a round number, we call it 10 euros. You want MriyaReport to field the full 10 euros. You don't want to pay the transaction fee out of your 10 euros. And so they'll offer you to tick a wee box to say, do you want to cover transaction fees, percentage, whatever the hell it is, small percentage. I always say yes. So say I wanted to pay my 10 euros, I'll pay my 10 euros and they'll say, click the fee. Yes, I'll pay the fee. I end up paying like 11 or 12 something, but I get the satisfaction of knowing that my full whack of 10 got to MriyaReport. So I just heard Miss Kerry speak about it, and I had seen the button myself and thought, well, it's not a clever idea. Just for satisfaction from my point of view as a donor who had a round number, I wanted to say, oh, well, I gave this round number. Obviously we're happy to pay for the fee and the service of PayPal that they're giving and providing for the funds transfer and for the security, but it's also nice to know that you can throw a few extra dollars or euros at it and make sure your whole sum arrives. So that's just something I wanted to chirp in a bit. Good morning to everybody who's listening on the East Coast. I hope your coffee is percolating, Peter. It's great to hear you speaking, and I wanted to kind of hit the drum for yesterday. I was asking you questions about the not just committing an organization to the rigors of the not-for-profit legal regime, but that it's also something that we should always strive not to match but to exceed. So that I heard you mentioning that there is and will be public reviewing, a third-party review and public sharing of finances, which is an extremely high standard. And the reason I like to discuss these things, or like to provoke you into sharing with us here, the group, about it, is because I think that is an incredibly distinguishing factor for this group as it has organized itself and formally got legal status. It is a distinguishing factor that there are people who are willing not only to donate time and work, but also that they are willing to apply themselves to a higher standard and be held to a higher standard than others. Why is that important? Because I think if you're going to do good, do good. Don't just do good and then maybe do a little bit of grey. So that's just my own personal expression. So thank you very much, MriyaReport. Please retweet and share the space.
Hold on. David, thank you so much. I think that is the most important point, and I want to underscore it because it just is so critical. So once you achieve 501c3 status, you have to play by the IRS's rules. That's good. That's important. It maintains that level of transparency and accountability that has brand USA stamped on it because we play by federal rules. However, it is not required to actually post for the world to see your third-party audited financials. Many organizations, they'll post an annual report, they'll have a spreadsheet, they'll show their balance sheet, but that's a PDF. That's not a third-party audited financial. And what I learned over the course of my long experience is that there is a difference. It is a distinction with a difference when an organization actually maintains the highest level of credibility. It can uphold a federal audit. And then you post for the world to see your third-party audited financials. What does that mean? That means that there's a third-party accounting firm that you don't have any control over. You hand your books over and you show them, these are our processes. The board has adopted these standard procedures. Nobody can spend money over a certain amount unless you have fulfilled the following requirements. All of the money that we use from our donors, it must go to the targets that we have talked about. This separates organizations from everyone else who's just running a charity. Maybe you might not know, but when you post your third-party audited financials for the world to see, that is an added level of credibility that is not required under US law. But I have said from the beginning, we're going to do it. And I would also note, MriyaAid up in Canada has done the same. That's important because it shows the commitment to that value of transparency, that value of accountability, that value of stewardship and volunteerism that we hold so dear here in this community, our community of hope.
Thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate your time, and I encourage folks to put your hand up and come and visit and speak and share your mind. Thanks for waiting, Ryan. I appreciate it.
And just a real quick for the uninitiated who might not be familiar with third-party financial audits or 501c3 status and Form 990. Everybody submits a 990 to the IRS if you're a 501c3 on an annual basis. And that does have some basic financial disclosure info in it. But essentially what Peter and MriyaReport have committed to is not just showing you the glossary or the index page. We're going to show you the whole book. So that, I think, provides some degree of trustworthiness and openness on our part, and demonstrates that we're not trying to hide anything, and we want everybody to know what's going on. A Form 990 will give you a short summary list, somewhat equivalent to a balance sheet, but
and it does play an expense, and it does play an expense.
That's correct. For the lifetime of the organization, And Ryan, do you want to talk a bit about that? Because, you know, there's a reason why we put these values into our founding documents. It's why we published them on our website. It's why we have said this is the code by which we fight transparency, accountability, stewardship. These are our values as an organization. Do you want to talk about the importance of those values, Ryan?
Sure. Some of us have been here for months, if not over a year now. Some of us, listeners and participants, just showed up in the last. Am I talking to a muted mic this whole time?
No, you
Yeah,
said over a year, and some have joined, and then we lost you.
Gotcha. There are people who have joined as volunteers or as listeners. They may not be aware of how we started or what commitments were in the beginning. Initially, we didn't have an intention to touch finances at all because we wanted to be an all-volunteer org, and we wanted to elevate organizations and individuals that we thought were doing a lot of good here, and also bring news and information about Ukraine. As things have developed over time, that mission or directive has changed a bit because we realize that there are people in the United States and organizations within the United States that want or need that tax deductible receipt from donating to a 501c3, because Maria and a lot of Ukrainian organizations are registered in the United States and don't do all of that stuff. They're not held to the same standard, or they don't have to file IRS documents. They also don't have the ability to issue a tax receipt if you donate to them. MriyaReport will have that ability, and we can also elevate and promote people like Chef Jinya or Frontline Kitchen or whomever we deem worthy, trustworthy, to get the job done here on the ground. I think that's an added benefit for us. That's why I am here volunteering still. I quit my job to go volunteer. Well, I quit my job to volunteer on MriyaReport about a year ago, and finally decided that that wasn't quite enough for myself. I had a unique capacity to come over here and volunteer on the ground without having my house foreclosed on or, you know, impoverishing myself. So I decided I wanted to do more, and that's what I'm doing now. But I haven't personally met Chef Shinya yet because I sent a couple of other people down to drop off food and supplies to him. I look forward to meeting him, hopefully in the near future. And if anybody has any questions, we're an open door.
Ryan, you're a humble guy, but maybe you could talk a bit about
more broadly your view of the importance of volunteerism, the importance of self-sacrifice, the importance of giving of oneself to something bigger than yourself. This is a value of ours. I know you live that every day. Maybe you could, instead of talking about yourself, talk about the importance of that value, because it's in our core documents, it's in our code of ethics, and you represent that, you live that every day. Maybe you could share a bit more about that important value.
Ryan, mute button.
Sorry, I said I think it's pretty much what the volunteers and participants on the MriyaReport have centered themselves around. As heartbreaking as it is to have watched what's transpired in Ukraine over the last year, it's also uplifting to know that there are selfless people all around the world who are willing to donate their time or their money or their skill set and their body to go help people that they don't know the name of and may likely never meet in person. If you have an opportunity to help other people and you don't do it, then what does that say about your moral compass?
Well said, Ryan. Well said. John?
Why would I speak if we can have David speak instead? David?
Yeah, David's way better at this than me. That's why I insisted he go first. He's an orator. I'm a driver.
How dare you? I'm a Catholic. It was a little joke, a little Eastertide humor. Wonderful.
That was a wonderful joke, by the way.
Thank you, Ryan. I also enjoyed telling it. I wanted to say that I mentioned Eastertide, and today is part of Passover, and we have been in Ramadan. And those who don't profess a faith also notice that spring is a time of change and a time of opportunity and growth. And so, we're talking here about charitable giving and giving of oneself. It's probably one of the most basic human things. Not just consciousness or worry for oneself, but then the consciousness and concern for other folks, knowing that we are all interconnected, right? And so that can feel a little ethereal, a little wishy-washy, a little wordy. And it's difficult then to imagine how that would fit in a very strict and very diligent Department of Treasury or IRS tax code. But it has been done under the auspices of a charitable foundation, not for profit, is the key catchphrases. And why would that be of need? I mean, isn't it good, just as Ryan was saying, to give a platform and be a media outlet, an eye and a mouth and an ear for the world, right? Yes, but there comes a time when, as was being said by Peter earlier, that the fun of revolution or the risk and the excitement of being a guerrilla operation fades away. And unless we give ourselves rules and structures and strict standards to which we must hold ourselves to, unfortunately, we are all just humans, and we will fall upon each other in petty disagreements and things we just imagine are problematic just from being overexposed to one another. Never mind war fatigue and the PTSD people share and help each other deal with here. So it's necessary to give ourselves and each other this order, but also that it's done in the ethos of charity, that it's done in the ethos of not for personal gain. I mean, Ryan, when you speak, I mean, you're self-depreciating, and it's a wonderful characteristic. I recommend you very highly, and that with your great humor and sense of self and sense of other is something that has been a great joy to get to know you here in the space. But I think by very virtue of your being, right, so you didn't have to bother your brain, my friend. You could have decided to go live in Punta Cana and just play golf for the rest of your life and be on the phone and donate money and let that do it. But you felt a higher calling. You felt an urge to give more, that you felt you could do more. And so, as an example of charity, I think the story you've told here pretty much speaks volumes. That and it's not in any way. Some people misinterpret these stories and these sharing of instances as putting it in someone else's face, and it's not that at all. It's that if we discuss this and speak honestly with each other, then we can exponentially spread good. That's how it happens. You just give confidence to others to realize that they too can have a small positive impact. And if it is, I'm going to give my $3 today at lunchtime, instead of getting the super sprinkly looking coffee, just get your regular coffee and give the difference. And say 10 other people do that. Well, there we go. There we have a tourniquet. $10, right? $3 is a $30, and that's a tourniquet. It's going to save somebody, civilian or military. So it's the small efforts. It's the small pieces of selflessness, and that being encapsulated by a tax regime and made formal is not just something that should be celebrated among the community and by people who support and follow, but then should be recognized that it's not felt as enough either, that this federal taxation regime is fantastic and does bestow a certain level or class. But then it's also important to recognize that it's complete transparency that is being aimed for here, and that it's truly a not-for-profit outfit, that there's not personal gain or personal wealth being accrued here, that it's structured in a way and I said earlier, I chipped in that this third-party financial review of systems and spending, and then the publishing of their report, which they sign as professionals and stand over, is an imposition. That's a burden. That's work, and that's devotion of resources that has to be done annually. Why? To show that it is above board, more than above board, to the highest possible standard. And that has huge value, which I think we should share with each other and share with folks as they come in and meet the community.
Absolutely. And I want anybody listening to know that this wasn't a decision that was taken lightly. We were careful and cautious in deciding to go this route. If you'll note, it's been one of the long-time things on MriyaReport, basically from its inception when it became MriyaReport, was that we committed that nobody here who was a volunteer or a co-host would ever have a Venmo or a Cash App or a PayPal or anything like that attached to their account. We could have gone that route, and that's the less transparent way to do things, and you don't always know that the money you're donating to an individual is actually going to get redirected to the people who actually need it. We chose not to do that. Everything we do will be above board, and it will be reviewable by the IRS and whoever the third-party audit firm is that is chosen to review our income and expenditures. That's one of the reasons I started volunteering on MriyaReport, and that's one of the reasons I've continued volunteering, and that's one of the reasons I was willing to become a reluctant board member on MriyaReport once we formalized and became a 501c3. I know who set up the bank account. I know who's in control of it. I'm one of those people. I went to the document.
Uh-oh, Ryan, that was such an important thing to say. We just lost you. Let's get you back and let's have you repeat that, because I think that was so important.
Sorry about that. I had an incoming call mid-sentence. I don't know where I cut off.
You were saying, Brian, that you decided
Bank
to
account.
reluctantly become a member of the board, and because you know about the money and the control, and you're one of those people, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's not a decision I took lightly. I checked it over. I had some friends who are well more versed in law and 501c3s than myself look it over, and I wouldn't have just gone barreling into this without knowing what I was getting myself into. I've been entrusted with a lot of other people's money in the past, and I was judged a good steward of it in more than one instance. So the amount of money is insignificant to me. It's not about the money. It's about the stewardship of the money and making sure that you're a good fiduciary. And of course, I'm not a literal fiduciary, but it's making sure that you spend that money wisely and can account for it, and you know where it goes, and you're not off having pizza parties or a bar night or whatever else with donor dollars. That's not cool. If it wouldn't look good on the front page of the paper, it's probably unethical, and you probably shouldn't do it. It's a pretty simple rule to live by.
Ryan, that's why I'm so proud to have you as part of this organization.
And don't worry, the National Enquirer won't come for you.
Well, they can come all they want, but they're not going to find anything worth printing in the paper.
Well, the thing is, the National Enquirer would only be interested if you were operating a space laser.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't have any alien babies, so I'm really not their meat and potatoes.
Ixnay on the space laser.
Ryan, that you know of.
That I know of, exactly. I may be hiding out here in Ukraine so they can't serve me with papers, and that's totally a joke. I do not have any children, known or unknown.
Okay, gentlemen, we have had a great chat this morning. We started off talking about the theme of hope. I spent some time getting into the weeds about 501c3 stuff and accounting because it is so important. But let's stay focused on our mission. Let's talk about what's going on in Ukraine right now. Let's get a sense of the battlefield. Let's pivot back to the day in and day out of our mission here at the MriyaReport. Thanks to everyone who has donated so far. Thanks to everyone who has been listening and donated now. And if you are thinking about it, I'm asking you, make a donation today. It's important. It helps our mission. It helps us help our friends in Ukraine.
I think you might have one more, Peter. Raver?
I'm late to the conversation. Sorry. I know I've added MriyaReport to my daily list, urging people of reputable landing pads for their donations. This is obviously a space I believe in. I'm here all the time. You guys are like family to me.
Thank you, Raver. Thank you very much.
So what's going on in Ukraine? Mockers? Any booms?
I can start if you'd like. Berdiansk apparently has an evacuation order. No reports of any explosions as yet. But why would the Russians be evacuating the city and the coast of the Sea of Azov, 100-something kilometers from the front lines? Who are they evacuating? But why would they even consider evacuating the largest city and one of the oblasts that they say they occupy?
Because it's Ukrainian and they shouldn't effing be there in the first place.
Hey, Ryan!
Brilliant.
Have you been looking at the answer sheet?
Because they're using it as.
Gonna say I pulled that one right out of the ether. That if they would have just listened to the people that they invaded a year ago, they would understand that there were countless elderly men and women and young men lost their lives trying to convey to the Russian invaders that that city was not Russian, it was Ukrainian. And here we are a year later with untold amounts of lost life and pain and suffering that didn't have to happen because Russia wanted to be a bunch of conquistador bastards. And now they're going to have to relent and acknowledge exactly what the Ukrainians told them a year ago. Hey guys, this is Ukraine. We don't want to be part of your federation.
River?
Yeah, so I'm much more cynical, especially given Belova's UN FaceTiming thingy. I think this is cover for them to begin a deportation operation to skew the demographics of the area post-war by making a bunch of Ukrainians disappear.
You're probably not entirely wrong. Unfortunately.
I'll just remind people how the Russian evacuation from the city of Kherson looked like, right? Because they announced an evacuation there, and people didn't really want to go, and they didn't really go. The very, very few people followed the then evacuation order. The people who did follow the evacuation order were the sort of ones who then later showed up in Belgorod Oblast instead. The sort of people who were running the occupation authority or were running the Quisling component of the occupation authority. The occupation administration, the sort of people whose cars have this propensity to spontaneously combust. Marcus?
I was just going to add, they've not had a nice time in Melitopol either, apparently. There were indeed some booms in Melitopol overnight, and I've hang on, I'll just no, I won't translate that at all because it won't translate for me. Thank you, Twitter. Have you noticed that it's sort of broken now? It only does some of them. Anyway, it was in the direction of the airport of Melitopol, I believe. And yeah, I'm just trying to see if there was the tweet that I was looking at earlier, but there's not. It's lost and gone. Never mind. But yeah, anyway, there was beams.
There you go, Dr. Nick. What more could you want?
I don't think I could want much of anything else, to be quite honest with you. Maybe accept them completely yeeting themselves out of Ukraine and Crimea. You know, obviously,
can one
that
yeet
includes
oneself?
Crimea. Yes, you could technically, right? I mean, I suppose if you strapped a rocket jetpack to your back, which does technically exist, those are things that exist. You could, I don't know, shoot yourself into a rocket and, you know, shove yourself into a rocket and yeet on back to Russia, which I think would also be an acceptable way to return to Russia. You know, in history, allegedly, a Pole had tried to claim the czarship of Russia, and then they killed him and then burned his ashes and stuck it in a cannon and shot it in the direction of Poland. So I say, in retaliation of all of this, that could be one way we could yeet some of these people back to Russia. Stick their ashes into a cannon and shoot it in the direction of Russia. I don't know.
And if they're short on rockets that are needed to yeet themselves back into Russia, if they want to just DM me their coordinates or, send me a text, I'll be happy to pass it along to people who can donate them some rockets.
Braver?
Pointy
I
end
like
first.
Braver?
I believe I saw a video and I wasn't able to watch the end of it simply because I don't do gore porn. But it looked like a drunk Russian yeeted himself and his squad all over a woodline of Ukraine using an anti-tank mine.
Oh yeah, I saw that. The that was intense. It was something like a oh well yeah, like it the missile comes up in the video, right? And then it drops right down into like a trench area or something like this, right? And the it lights up that whole area. Is that correct, Raven? Is that the one you're thinking about from yesterday or the day before?
It had a drunk Russian in a striped T-shirt throwing an anti-tank grenade around, and I knew how it was going to end, and so I did not bother to watch the bloody bits get yeeted all over Ukraine.
Yeah, okay, this is a totally different one that I'm thinking of then. But yeah, I missed that one. But there was an interesting one where there was an anti-mine tank that shot a missile and allegedly took out a whole line of Russian forces. And I only read it quickly, and it looked like they shot themselves. But regardless, it was a brilliant boom and a big that one. I missed that
There's
one.
just so many.
Are you talking about the Miklik charge that went off?
It was I forget what it was. It shot across. You know what? I'm gonna just be quiet, and while other people are speaking, I'm gonna go through my likes because I liked it, and then I will share it.
That's a fantastic idea. Let's go to David, and then I see that I have Alex back and Ming up, and we can talk Airbus. David?
Thomas, good morning. It's Thursday. Please retweet and share the space. You're listening to MriyaReport.
What? It's Thursday?
Just trying to check with Dom, and he almost got me last week. Just
Really?
making sure.
Doman, did you hear this?
Yes,
Monday,
today's
Thursday.
Thursday. I can say with an air of false confidence.
I'm shocked.
I can't but tell you I am as well. But we must power on Retweet and share the space. Invite a friend. You're listening to MriyaReport.org. It's here 24/7, and you can now make a tax-deductible donation if you are in the United States or under the auspices of the IRS. So if you have to pay tax in the United States, you might be living somewhere else, but you can still claim it part of your tax as a deductible. I wanted to come on and ask, had folks given much reading to the text of the conversation shared from President Duda's of Poland's official account yesterday, that agreed by the president in much brotherly love, that the relationship between Ukrainian and Pole would be borderless. There'd be no language border. There's going to be no physical border, metaphysical, between the souls. I found it very powerful and very warming to hear two young sovereign nations speaking to each other when they do have a certain conflict history between them, obviously a different context and different sort, but still very powerful and very reassuring, obviously timely given the dates. But I also wondered the effect of it in terms of this in folklore and the war magic aspect to speaking these words, which are known to be truth because they come from people who tell the truth. So when we see the Russian and the Chinese and the Belarusians speaking about brotherly union and limitless support, it's just a gang of thieves and liars telling each other a lot of lies, hoping they can thieve from each other. But they know when we speak in that way, usually it means it's going to happen or it's going to mean something. So I wonder how terrified they were to see the Polish and the Ukrainians again pledging their unlimited union and bond, both now and into the future, forever and ever, amen.
David, this is immensely
important.
important. David, this is
who'll be listening.
David, this is immensely important, and it's immensely important because of what the Russians try to project, and what they try to project onto Poland, their own tendencies, their own wishes, their own desires, their own approaches to the rest of the world, right? And because
I think they like Poland.
Indeed, and David, think back to the opening days of the full-scale invasion. What kind of maps that were being bandied around of Ukraine split, with Zakarpattia going to Hungary, with Galicia, Wolinszczyna going to Poland, with
it was like a heroin fever dream. Is what it was like on a map.
Precisely. And what did we learn? Why was that there? Because they were projecting the Russians, that is, onto Poland, what they do themselves, the way they think themselves. Ridiculous, absurd. And it is a reminder, and we should have another reminder, that for all of the bad history between Ukrainians and Poles, and there's plenty of that, Poland was the first country to have recognized independent Ukraine following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, before Ukraine even asked to be an independent country. Poland then, on the day when Ukraine declared independence, recognized their independence a second time in 6 months, less than 6 months. On the very first day, together with Canada, two countries that were immediately there before all others, Poland and Ukraine. And since then, I believe every single Polish government coming into office since then, I believe it was every single one, has reaffirmed that there are no territorial disputes as far as Poland is concerned between Poland and Ukraine, to make it clear once and for all that the border is the border, the border is where the border is, the border isn't the point. The point is working together, living side by side. And in this yesterday again reaffirmed there on the I don't know what the translation is, the Royal Castle, I think, in Warsaw. With the speeches side by side, the presidents Duda and Zelensky. Absolutely, David. The importance of this is really beyond what can be imagined. If you don't have that context, and much more context on top of that as well.
Absolutely, and this is the why it's so earth-shattering, and the week that it was the commemoration of the butchery of Stalin, of the Polish. Well, the Katyn, the first Katyn massacre, I should be specific, and that it is also not just, it's a message to their world. They said it in public to everybody. So those in the East heard, and I hope those in the shabby halls of Versailles and other places where power in Europe used to reside have taken notice. The stakes are upped, and if they want a part of the democratic, liberal, capitalist future, they're going to have to represent their credentials. And unfortunately, luckily, lately they've been looking a tad shabby. But competition is a good thing, and so it gives me great encouragement and hope. So that's why I wanted to mention it. And I had wondered, had other folks seen it, and obviously glad that you had seen it too, Dom, and had they felt the significance of it as I had, because we can't keep ourselves bound to this planet fighting over fake lines on a picture we draw poorly. We need to get off the planet, and that's where we should be expending our resources, not to leave the planet, but to progress as a species. So that's just a little personal point of privilege. I don't think that's MriyaReport's policy. Please retweet and share the space, and donate what you can if you can, and if you can't, that's no problem. Retweet and share just the same. It's really appreciated.
100%. Thank you so much, David. Alex, do you want to fly away the way that Russians soon will no longer be able to in yet one more mode of transport?
That way, I'm happy to nerd out about Airbus if you guys want, but I also don't know if you noticed, TASS have explained the fire in the Ministry of Defense yesterday as being down to ignition of a tea kettle.
It wasn't redecorating.
I'm just wondering if I need to be concerned about my tea kettle, or if more Russian billionaires and oligarchs are going to suffer from suspicious tea kettle related injuries. But anyway, if you're happy to nerd out about Airbus, send me that announcement too if you have any questions.
Let's go to that, because I see Ming is up, and Ming said he might try to make a call or two to get more details. But Alex, remember, you live in the UK where every plug is fused, and so is so many sockets. So I don't think that you will suffer the same fate as that poor Ministry of Defense in Moscow employee. No, but on the point of Airbus, right? Earlier, Ming and I were discussing earlier this morning about the significance of this, and our conclusion was the biggest effect, the biggest stake that Airbus probably holds over the maintenance technicians in third countries is removal of certification, and thus loss of other business. The parts they can probably at least often get from elsewhere, but the certification that comes really, at least in part, from Airbus. Ming, did you get any further on that at all?
Yeah, no. So I put a call in to a friend of mine. I've not heard back from him yet, but in the meantime, I've done a bit of thinking about it, and it's actually so. Yeah, obviously, Airbus is not supporting the Airbus aircraft in Russia in any way. So this is purely about the people who offer maintenance and/or parts. And on the maintenance front, it's very hard to provide Airbus maintenance and Airbus approved maintenance if Airbus has severed all relations with you. But in terms of actually getting your hands on Airbus parts, that's probably easier for the Russians, because there's plenty of companies out there, all they do is sell parts as opposed to provide maintenance. So they don't necessarily need Airbus's goodwill to do that. Obviously, it's much more difficult for them to support new Airbus aircraft, for instance, and there's a few of them in Russia, the A320 Neos. They've only been around for like 3 years or so there's not a lot of spares in the overall sort of system to keep those aircraft flying, and you'd probably have a really hard time doing it without direct support from Airbus. But your bog standard Airbus A320 current engine option and there's just so many airframes out there that getting your hands on the parts isn't that difficult.
That's an interesting one, because the chairman of my company is also the MD of an organization called Trenchard Group, a global maintenance, repair, and overhaul business. Now they, can source parts and things for other ways, but as a global organization, they might be thinking, well, what is the risk to us as a business if we lose some qualifications or if we lose access to being able to provide some of our maintenance and overhaul services? It's just massively ramped up the risk. And also with the maintenance, repair and overhaul sector having a largely consolidation of lots of little mum and pop shops into sort of actually global networks, the actual access to sort of that network is being more largely consolidated, and these people have people like BlackRock behind them. So these people are probably getting extremely wary of sanctions, whereas the little mom and pop maintenance, repair and overhaul units of old maybe a bit faster and looser than these new big private equity players.
Oh yeah, no, I know you're absolutely right. Someone like that is going to be super careful, and their considerations are going to be absolutely risk driven. Again, going back to this, I really should get Maid Marian up here on the space since she basically she works for a company that sells engine spares. I'd be really interested to get her up on the space to talk to us how they do their processes internally to make sure that these aren't being sent off to the wrong kind of users when a request comes in from, say, Kyrgyzstan from someone they've never heard of before. So I shall pursue Maid Marian to see if I can get her up to walk us through that whole process.
She from European Aviation Group, by any chance?
I don't know. All I know is that she sells spare engine parts, LLPs, and that's what keeps her busy during the day.
I believe that's a moniker, right, Ming?
Correct. That's her Twitter. In fact, she's Jane something or other.
Yeah, rather than the original, because I think she'd be rather, I don't know, technologically challenged if she was still around from the Sheriff of Nottingham days. Raver,
are you making ageist comments again?
Yeah, I'm making ageist comments again. I think the people who are pushing 700 are not very in tune with technology.
Yeah, to say the least. So my takeaway from that speech yesterday on that, no borders and whatnot, was a direct reference to the fact that post-war Ukraine's going to be a member of the EU and thus share visa-free and duty-free with Poland and have a semi-unified legal code. And Ukraine's going to end up in NATO, whereas if Russia wants to try this bullshit again, Polish soldiers won't have to be restrained. They'll already be there ready to kick some ass. On the aircraft front, does Airbus have the ability to break diagnostic tools of companies that try to thumb their nose at Airbus?
Ming, Alex, anyone?
That's actually a very interesting one. What would probably be the most, so for example, the Aero engines, most of those have a service contract with them so that all of the data from those engines goes back to HQ and it's monitored so they can essentially do predictive maintenance and tell you when things are likely to break, when you need to repair. But yeah, I'd be astonished if those people haven't shut down provision of that service to tell people when to maintain their engine. I don't know. I don't work for Rolls-Royce. I mean, I've had friends who, yeah, they have rooms where people just sit there monitoring engines all around the world, looking for signs of concern for the engines. Presumably, it's the same for the airframe. But yeah, without access to those tools, if you're based on a predictive maintenance program where you have smart software telling you need to go and fix something, then restriction of access to that could have some knock-on effects. I wouldn't be able to quantify them, but presumably they would.
Yeah, I think that's I think you're right there, but I think that's true of the engines and the airframes, and of course Airbus don't have any input over what happens with the engines, since that goes back to the engine OEMs.
Yeah, so that would be the engine OEMs that presumably they have also sanctioning the living daylights out of it. But they also have a similar problem that Russia is a massive supplier of the engineering alloy grades that are used, particularly when it comes to titanium and aluminium. In fact, this is great for me because I source my 7000 series aluminium from Germany, whereas my biggest competitor sources it from Russia. So they're in trouble. But yeah, presumably once they've secured supply of these high-grade alloys previously from Russia, which presumably Airbus has now done because they need to make planes they previously sourced from Russia. So presumably it tells that supply chains are adapting to keep the aerospace industry going at the expense of the Russian economy in that sector, or supplying materials into that sector. And that would include engines as well. They would use a boatload of titanium typically in the fan blades.
But overall, on the software front, that's going to be the biggest problem the Russians are facing, because a lot of the manufacturer support is to do these days, especially on the newer aircraft, is to do with software upgrades, and they're going to be completely cut off from them. I mean, I can't see anybody who could provide those to them, other than the Airbus or Boeing.
River?
So since we have a couple of civil aviation types up here, I just wanted to relate a quick story they might find interesting. One of the Rolls-Royce afterburning turbofans that was on Concorde number 2, when it set its world record flight from London, New York, is currently in a private museum in Faulkner County, Arkansas, and I know this because I had to haul it to that museum. A commercial pilot found it rotting away in the desert, verified the serial numbers with Rolls-Royce, and then bought it. And he is now restoring it in a private museum.
That's pretty cool, because that was such a feat of engineering for the time. Like, I actually met one of the senior engineers, and he was literally solving equations by hand, which we would now just get a computer to do. It was really good.
I actually have the fan blades of a Rolls-Royce Tay to you guys. It needs a bit of a polish, but it's been converted into a mirror.
Yeah, I've actually got a coffee table, which is from a tornado. Sorry, it's nickel, so it doesn't rust. Makes a great outdoor table.
It's also cheap.
Yeah, it was only a couple of $100. Got it off eBay. Gave it a bit of a polish. Looks
I
great.
mean, it's a bit more than a nickel. Then it was a couple of $100. David. Sorry, very silly joke. David?
Hey, very good. I was enjoying your joke. I wanted to come and speak to think about
On Thursdays.
the first topic, and it was at the tip of my tongue, and now it has evaded me. So there were two things. Oh, it was the Polish question. Yes, Reva, when you said that it was the understanding of the unity under the auspices of pooling a certain amount of sovereignty in the EU, that's how I read it. And it is the implication from it. And there are also 3, 4, 5 other readings with context to Doman, who would have shared their own neighborhood context, but also the intimidation and the putting on notice of those to the east, who would make themselves emperors. That the bad old days of the united Polish and Ukrainian people to their western borders are back. So I enjoyed it, and it was certainly something that would be, I think, taught and read about in history books, given the date and the time and the significance of the castle. And a lot of things were done exquisitely well. And I think when dust settles and histories are written, that will be seen as one of the first public stepping out of what will be in the future current engines of innovation, democracy, and progress in Europe. It has shifted, and yesterday was one of the first great statesmen expression of it. It fitted very well. It looked the leadership and the mantle of authority with which they bestowed one another and enjoyed for the cameras before us suited them. They wore it extremely well, much better than the shuffling, fidgeting fools who we see creeping out of Berlin, or the ones from France. Look like they're maybe B+ or A- students who got there and couldn't believe their luck, which is probably, one can read a lot into that, but they don't look like they carry authority. They don't look like they are leading. Whereas yesterday we saw leadership and we felt it. And this is powerful. And I'm very, very hopeful for Europe and for Ukraine. Slava Ukraine, retweet and share the space. And give what you can to MriyaReport.
Thank you, David. Among the news out of Poland, did you hear the news out of Lithuania, David?
I did.
Excellent. Well, then you know, then no point in me repeating it.
No, let's move on. All right, go on.
So,
Go on. Let's drag it. Like,
for one or two people who do not follow the proceedings of the Lithuanian Parliament, they had a discussion today because you know what Lithuania is doing in the summer. Well, in July, they're hosting the NATO summit, the annual NATO summit in Vilnius, and the Lithuanian parliamentarians are trying to figure out how to make just the most of it. And they have passed a resolution that says that it is necessary to invite Ukraine to join NATO as a member state at the Vilnius summit, to sign accession protocols and launch a ratification process as soon as conditions allow. Now,
July the what?
Sorry, not like, but as soon as conditions allow.
When is the summit in Lithuania?
Oh, July.
What date?
About the 12th of July, I think, give or take, plus minus a few days.
Marching season. Okay.
Yes. It's just it's about a week after the rebellious colonies. Sorry, the U.S. celebrates kicking out the Brits. No, so
July the 12th is King Billy commemoration for my brothers in the north of Ireland. It's July the 12th.
Oh, I see. Yes, very well. Yeah. Sorry, there's so many celebrations in July. I guess people like picnic weather. But importantly, David, you will remember that last year the Ukrainians have applied for NATO membership, right? And who immediately said, yes, this is a terrific idea. It was the Canadians, and it was the representatives of the Baltic states, and then a number of other states in the eastern flank, Poland, Czech Republic. They also said likewise, yeah, this is a terrific idea. Let's have a joint resolution, and that was out within that's about 24 hours, give or take. The rest of them stayed a little bit mum on it, and I think the Lithuanian parliamentarians, this is a very cross parliamentary group sort of proposal, are saying it's time to revive this a little bit again. David, it's time yet again to revive this a little bit, and I think it speaks very much to the same sort of things as you were saying that the Polish notes yesterday in Poland spoke about as well.
Exactly, they are once again showing their leadership of thought and in their thinking and society, and expressed in their politics. These are bastions and homes of democracy. They know the price of freedom. They have paid it, and so have their parents. And so we would be wise to take a leaf from their book and to adopt their style of messaging, short sentences, so the Russians can understand it.
This reminds me of a joke, David. I won't go into the stereotypes and the messaging around it, but let's just put it the crux of it is being this. A sister writes to a brother who's on the front lines a letter. She starts off saying, "I'm writing slowly because I know that you cannot read very quickly." As though this conveyed through the writing, as long as the reading speed is contingent and writing.
Don't explain it. Don't explain it. Don't explain it. Just let it hang.
Yeah, I thought I did a poor job of delivery. I apologize.
Enjoy the delivery. No, just the slow delivery. The slow delivery makes them wait, and then you got to pause, and then they laugh.
And then you say Thursday.
If you're to believe it, they say it's Thursday. Axel, I'm not buying it, but repute it. It said today is Thursday. We'll see.
April Fool's Day, 5 days and counting.
On the Orthodox calendar.
That's exactly my point. April Fool's Day was invented in medieval times, prior to the amendment of the calendars. Technically, it should not have shifted because it was
if I'm not quite mistaken, derived from something which was not necessarily calendar based, but fitted with the calendar because it fit with a certain position of the sun. Domen.
I don't know anything about this. You'll have to explain this all
You
on your
have
own.
to talk to one of the Celtic derived people. David, is it Thursday?
Were we supposed to find one of them?
David, is it Thursday?
It depends what you mean by Thursday, but the time of planting has come upon us, if that's what you mean by the sun movement. Axel, I don't really follow your point, but I'm very excited to find out what it might be.
I shall be digging into Celtic assessment as to when on Earth one should bring the seeds out. And who's the fool who does it and who is the fool who does it too late, and who's the fool who does it too early?
February 1st is the first day of spring, to those who know anything about early Christian calendar in Ireland. So I would say February 1st, but I would send you to Mr. Decoding, who is deep in that time in Ireland. But I think we need to go back to Polish and Lithuanian striking fear in the hearts of Muscovites, and that they remember the tithes and taxes that they had to pay, and that those days are back. They will be paying for generations for the genocides that they have enjoyed and have inflicted upon people. And yeah, I mean, I think we should prepare the documents. I think that the current leader of NATO, Stoltenberg, I heard him mention on this space, and I saw him say it live, that the membership plan for action should be considered and drawn up. And I would just hesitate to say that that man is not known for his risk taking, and that he wouldn't speak in such a way if those papers and procedures probably are underway. I'd probably give them maybe they've gone a third of the way through it by now, maybe a little further. But I think with July as a putative date for signing some protectorate or intentional documents, that could be realistic. I mean, I know the Lithuanians are extremely high achieving and hardworking people, but if momentum is maintained and the Ukrainians continue winning as they are at the current pace, I could see July NATO for Ukraine. Really, I could. That'd be 33 in three in 15 months would have joined then.
It would actually, if Sweden, when Sweden and Ukraine join, we're at 33, yes. And when Moldova, which should actually join pretty much at the same time as Ukraine, it would be 34,
right, if not,
and then 35 if and when we manage to convince everyone in France to, just go down south, Route de Soleil, go on holidays, and here you sign, and Georgia joins. Sorry, Domen, you were saying?
Oh, you were saying the French go down south. I thought you were getting Monaco in.
Well, I'm not so sure that we would want them. I'm sure that the French would like to tax Monaco, but there you go. Who cares?
I support the House of Garibaldi and that they should remain free from the tyranny of Paris.
David, welcome to my tribe.
Shalom, nice to meet you, brother. But I think if we were to send French to the Riviera and they were to book into the Russian-owned hotels, we'd probably have to dress it up and pretend we're Russians, being real like super secret sneaky spies, and then get them to sign it. They seem to enjoy that kind of we're being really naughty, a slightly little bit Vichy aesthetic, and I don't know if it's just the leftover from the hangouts and the layabouts that the students in the 90s or whatever, they got into the 40s and realized life caught up, or what. But the immaturity needs to pass. We see that they don't go on vacation to St. Petersburg or Paris. We're polluted with them in New York. They like to come to the West. They should remember who butters their bread. But that's probably too
Well
French.
said. And by the way, David, you win the prize for this hour's prime alliteration, which is a field I usually indulge in. Super sneaky secret spies. Loved it.
I robbed it. It's from a NAFO meme, and it ends with squirrels. But I said spies.
Domin, is it Thursday?
Allegedly.
It's not Monday, right?
Pretty sure.
Because then Biljana would be here, right?
Correct.
Did you advise the audience?
I didn't advise the audience. I should advise the audience now. Today's session with Dr. Biljana Lilly has been postponed to Monday for scheduling reasons, but it will be in less than 3 days because it'll be slightly earlier on Monday than it would have been today. I advised them once early this morning, but I believe the audience might have changed by now. So no Bulgarian talk today, but so much more Bulgarian talk on Monday. And why does Bulgaria matter? It's not just for the Chushkopek. It's not just for the rose oil. It's not just for having had Panzer IVs dug in the Tobruks and Turkish border up until about a decade ago, but also because they used to be the hamsters very much of the Warsaw Pact, and now are sadly something of a soft underbelly of Europe and NATO, and they're in a political gridlock, undergoing far too much undue Russian influence. And who better to talk to all of us about that than not one but two Bulgarians, both holding degrees from university, that has never knowingly produced a KGB agent, and who understand these Russians and indeed study these Russian influence operations in the area in various forms. So join us on Monday as we're joined by not just Dr. Biljana Lilly, but also Dr. Dimitar Pechev for a deep dive into Russian influence operation in Bulgaria, especially now in the aftermath, in the direct aftermath of the 5th Bulgarian parliamentary election in under 2 years.
It's like a good match, isn't it? They're playing.
How's that
really
for a
good.
pitch?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's like a tennis match. They're playing like in the 5th set in the good old days in Wimbledon without this early tiebreaker nonsense, which the Americans invented for television audiences who didn't have the time to eat their strawberries. I love the fact. I mean, they're playing it out. I mean, what's it going to be? We're now 3-2, 5th set, so they have still a mile to go, and then what? 17-15 later.
So you lost Miss Strawberries.
Tennis, Domin. You know, people going outside.
Lawn
to
tennis.
harvest. Of course. Is there anything else?
Real tennis?
Domin, you and your southern friends with all this ash. Tennis is played on a proper lawn.
No, it's played in a cloister. I've been well assured.
Right. Let's not go there. David, is it Thursday?
Well, Dublin insists upon it. I suppose I'll observe the tradition just to be polite to the chair. They say it's Thursday. This is Maria Report. Visit MriyaReport.org to make your tax-deductible donation. Aside from the tax benefit, it is my own preference, and so I happily recommend it to those who listen. I wanted to perhaps speak about deliveries. I know there had been a list gone through that itemized a certain, I think 2.6 billion total. So it's 2.1 billion of a certain DALC and then $500 million from the presidential drawdown or vice versa. And why it is important and why the frequency we should notice and the pattern of understated, reserved, muted, we're all a little regretful and disappointed has continued. And by that we can understand that the method is seen to be successful. It can be seen to be felt as working by the Ukrainians, and that this is the method by which they are executing their liberation of land. And then to go through the itemized list, I know Mr. Raver was here with us earlier, and I'm sure he mentioned it in Track Ruts as well at the weekend with Angry Ants here, the segment that goes through armoured and all things motorised military on Maria Report. That it generally, from my listening to these folks who seem to have practiced it and know a little bit, and I'm happy to share with fools like me, it seems to be that the Ukrainians are ensuring or preventing against the curse of succeeding further than your train can follow, or than you can be resupplied or protected. And with these tankers carrying 50,000 gallons each, and them coming in tens, they're not sending 2, 3, 4, and they're coming in tens and tens and tens. We can see that this, or can we see, or is it wrong for me to presume that this can mean a punch of 150 miles easy, which brings you to the border and past it in some cases? But not to be over egging the pudding, but just from seeing how they've done it before, and then adding to the equation the amount of heavy laden armor vehicles, and then the fuel, train and supply and repair for them, is it fair then to impute, say, 100 miles or 150? Not to expect it to put pressure, but just to look at the map and do a little bit of mathematics. I don't know, obviously, that's why I'm asking. So if it's a foolish question, I don't mind, but I'd like to find out. So please retweet and share the space, and if you know, please come up and share. This is MriyaReport.
Thank you, David. Can I not hear Axel?
You can hear me. Do you need
For a
anything
second
from
then,
me
I thought I'd lost
specifically?
something.
I'm going to entertain the two
Not right
Irishmen now with a bit of Thursday Jubilee and planting seasons, but if you want to, of course, only. We lost
I
to
see
Doman.
we have our friend Will.
Doman has gone full Thursday, as it seems.
Never go full Thursday.
Yeah, so perhaps we need to get a Doman back. But Angry Ants, go ahead.
Hey, how's everyone doing? It's a great Thursday here. I'm getting to do a little work, normal work, not in Ireland anymore. So, but I do have a couple minutes, and I heard David talk, and I would love to come up and kind of put up 5 minutes of my thoughts into it, if that's okay.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so I think that David really pointed out something important, is that the last two big military aid packages have really focused on support, the support vehicles that are needed to go on the offensive. And to answer David's point is what I think we're seeing is both a creation of Ukrainian forces, new units being put, or old units being put together into new configurations, to be able to go on an offensive maneuver or a counteroffensive that drives Russia to their borders, whether it's all in one big bite or in 3 medium bites, or just over an attrition over the front line. I believe that's what it is. And the question you have to ask is, it's not how far they can go in one push. It's how long can they sustain forward operations while creating wide area security. So being able to secure the area that you're taking back over. And what's so incredibly important to that is the follow-on forces, the ability to control that large area, which Ukraine has an upper hand in because it's their own personal territory. They don't have to worry about insurgencies behind them when they're going through these areas. So it bodes well for the Ukrainians. And why I really, what I think I really want to make the point of is that we really started the conversation about combined arms during I think 3 Rammsteins ago, I believe. And it was when the real big announcements of tanks and Bradleys and the real maneuver elements of what you need to put together to create, combined arms units that are kind of the NATO standards being trained, which we know they're being trained on. So they started training these soldiers on the really big stuff. Most of the support vehicles, it doesn't take that much to learn. It's if you can run a tanker, you can run any tanker. It might take you, it doesn't take you 5 weeks to learn how to shoot the gun. It's pulling a nozzle. So you can do it pretty quickly. So you don't need to. You can cross train cross-load your support units much easier. So what I think we started to see was the creation of what I think people would call core or division groups, where I think that there's about 3 divisions being created, probably 2 by NATO, 1 in the western part of Ukraine. I think that there'll probably be at least 2 heavy divisions, and that means that you have to have all this support, and that's what the numbers look like when it comes to the combat vehicles that have been pledged. So what we've seen is now all those secondary. When you look at a division with that overall echelon, it has all the support vehicles. It has all the different. Whether it's from MPs to electricians to engineers, both combat and civil type engineers. What we're really seeing is all those other pieces come together for these units to be created to really be able to go on an offensive maneuver that we've never seen before in Ukraine. Even this will be much different than even the Kharkiv, because of that supply chain that's going to be behind. And if you look at Angry Ants' pinned tweets, there's a couple of great examples of what a 150-kilometer push from a division looks like. Very abstract, but it will give you a good idea for it. But I'll be quiet for a second now.
David, I think you got as much as you could possibly have bargained for.
I hope that summarized it okay. It was pretty quick, but as I said, I got a few minutes before I have to run.
Alex?
Yeah, that was a really interesting summary. I was wondering how long you would estimate it takes to then, concentrate all of those groups together before they can actually start going on the offensive.
I think that's a good question, and that's a question that we're not going to ever know right now. We're going to find out when the time's right, when they're really all put together. So I think right now you see the 1 second. I might be. Can you hear me?
LC.
Oh, sorry. I was getting connected to Bluetooth. 1 second. Let me shut that off. What I think you're seeing now is that there's probably there's probably enough soldiers trained that have been able to rotate through to stand up the maneuver parts of those elements. We don't know when the vehicles are going to get there, but we do know what the mission was, that all the NATO groups came together. That Ramstein 3 times ago the goal was to give Ukraine the ability to go on the counteroffensive in the springtime. And we can read into when spring is, but I think when you look at, say, General Milley's conversations when he first visited the training forces in Ramstein or in Grafenbeer, he was very adamant about the urgency of the timeline. And when you put a NATO training force on a mission, and a willing group of learners and a country willing to defend their country in Ukraine, I think that you're going to see that this was some historic training levels, and it was really, really effective. So what I'm saying is I don't know when the offensive is going to happen, but I think those units probably will be able to be constituted anytime soon. I think it's happening, and we don't really know it, and that's good. We don't need to know it.
Thank you, Will. I think one thing that we should kind of pay attention to, right, is yes, Ukraine is releasing a lot of videos of units, information, probably somewhere in Germany, Poland still, of the defense minister, having a look at new equipment as it arrives. But all of that is done in a way where it doesn't give any other information, right? In a way where it is fundamentally a little bit of a psyop. But that's a good thing, because nobody should have any information except for the Ukrainians until the moment that they've moved forward, or indeed until several hours after that. Other than the Russians that they're directly engaged with, but they won't have a good overview of the bigger picture. So this is all going seemingly very much according to plan. That we don't see anything else. And when will it happen? When they're ready for it to happen. Lexicon.
Hi. Yeah, thanks a lot. And I don't know if you're angry, if you have any idea of what's been kind of hanging over is the question. We see an awful lot. The whole sample shop is there. They got something of everything. And yeah, I really like your emphasis on the supportive stuff that's necessary to make all this offensive power work. It's the numbers of the tanks and of the Bradleys. Like they took about 100 Bradleys when we want 3,000 or 8,000, things like this. So do you have any impression? I realize there's no way we should know this. Anyway, do you have any impression or guesstimate or anything about the numbers of all of those animals on the ark? Thank you.
I think that the numbers are probably pretty close to what you're seeing. Remember, there's been a large amount of vehicles donated over the recent pledge of the recent months. But then also there was also stuff that was prior given that hasn't been destroyed on the battlefield. There's still a lot of that left. So at one point in time, Ukraine's going to need they need a full military. They need to be built from tooth to nail, new NATO vehicles. But what most importantly is that they need to be able to have enough to effectively fight right now. And, unfortunately, if we can't get them 3,000, we're going to get them 100, or we're going to get them 150. And they're going to use them to devastating effect on the enemy. And they're going to do it in a way, they're going to create units with those vehicles to create the most amount of damage. So even though you see all those little numbers, when you start to put all the different numbers together of vehicles that NATO has pledged or that's going to be getting there, you start to be able to create these units that are probably some of the most advanced combined arms units to ever walk the face of the earth, even with those small units. And they're the type of training they're getting, the NATO style standard combined arms training, along with a mix of what works in Ukraine, putting in the new technology. You're creating these units that are force multipliers, that you don't need 300,000 soldiers. You need 90,000 soldiers, and you need 90,000 soldiers that are with this really good equipment that's trained, that can then take over, a 150-kilometer area, in a matter of 72 hours, and then hold it. And that's the most important part. So when this is where, precision is sometimes better than quantity. And unfortunately, I'm a realist. I work with what we've got, and until I know what I asked for on a daily basis, but I know what we have, and that's what I try to always base my conversations and my thoughts off of.
Yeah, super. Thanks.
David.
David?
Well, while there's some free air, because I will have to drop here, I'll wait for David to come up or restart or to try and get up. But the one thing that I did want to say is that I believe that we're going to see not only NATO, some of these NATO vehicles in these big counteroffensive maneuvers, but I also am starting to really think that there might be some sort of a third division, a third unit put together that can work to kind of fill spots, or that can use some of this equipment. Maybe it's the Leopard 1s and Strikers have high mobility, or whatever it is. But I believe that we're going to see even maybe sooner than the big offensive is some of these vehicles being placed in very strategic areas to shore up the lines, or help to start to make back smaller, they maybe do a couple of test operations, in smaller areas. That's just a thought I have. I have no, data to back that up, except kind of some of the things that I'm looking at when it comes to the way they're putting these vehicles together, and what I've gleaned from some people talking. But that just a thought I've been having.
Try David again. David. No, David. Okay. So, well, in the meantime, then I shall ask you the following. We've seen, among other, lots of strikers, cougars, other APCs, right? Vehicles that don't have a whole lot in the terms of armaments and have some reasonable armor. Where does that fit into the equation? Right? Tanks and IVs, that's kind of what we keep talking about, is the first force coming through right after the mine clearing equipment and the likes, right? Where did all of those infantry carrying vehicles come in? Because Ukraine is accumulating an awfully large number of them, many hundreds, into the thousands, very possibly. What's their role?
What their role is to be able to exploitate any penetration or gap that's created by the heavy maneuver elements. So what that means is that once you've been able to make a breakthrough, exploit an area, and you've got your heavy units that will have infantry in them, you're able to have these, maybe they're a light brigade of a light armored infantry brigade of APCs, the way strikers are, that can then maneuver a lot of soldiers very quickly to say to clear out a city that's been bypassed during the maneuver, to hold a big area. But when we look at these vehicles, I always look at them in a couple different terms. Is you've got the heaviest versions, the heavy support, which is the tanks, and then crossover vehicles that are lighter, heavy, that pack a big punch. Heavy infantry mobility. So that first line of heavy infantry, where you need as much protection as possible. When you're running into a trench line, you want to have your Bradleys, your CV90s. They're much better off than even the strikers. But that light infantry mobility, light armored infantry mobility, is so key in maneuver warfare, because it allows you to maneuver large amounts of people very quickly. So they fit in very importantly, but also the reality of it is Ukraine's going to use them in the way they need to be used. So we've seen M113s do amazing stuff that you never would have imagined. An M113 from the 1960s could be used in maneuver warfare, defending or attacking trench lines in Bakhmut. But we've seen it with our own eyes. So, even with the strikers or any of these other, they still have, upgraded weapon systems, heavy machine guns, etc. But really, the ability to maneuver a lot of infantry soldiers very quickly, because again, we've seen a lot of penetrations where we've seen people break through lines, etc. But we haven't seen much exploitation where you have the ability to really fill in and then make that gap as wide as possible.
And why is protected mobility important, Angry Ants, as opposed to just piling into some Toyota Hiluxes?
Well, artillery is probably the main reason here in Ukraine. And to me, the ability to, artillery or the the grenades from drones, etc. The ability to protect your infantry from those things, and most of these vehicles, unless you're getting 155 rounds dropped right next to them, can withstand quite a lot of artillery barrages. So that's, I would say, is the most important thing, is the ability to get infantry into the fight, but also to be able to get infantry out of the fight. It's incredibly important to be able to, maneuver your soldiers during a combat operation. And sometimes that's going backwards. So, and you need to be able to go backwards, with protection. So having as many of these APCs, from 113s to Boxers to many other ones, that they this is where they've really stacked the numbers up, and everyone's we're overlooking them. But they've really stacked the numbers up when it comes to light armored vehicles, when it comes to APCs, armored personnel carriers, and also light or the heavy wheel vehicles. So the MRAPs, all the different mine resistance vehicles, they have just massive numbers accumulated. So when you put that together with the heavy armor, with the CV90s and the Bradleys, and you can really create these hodgepodge units that can really maneuver fast and effectively.
Well, I've been asking this of a bunch of people. What is the one piece of equipment that you're the most curious to see how it performs, if it performs, how it will do, what it will do for Ukraine?
So I think it's actually it's a series of things that I think that I'm most excited to see. Is I still think the artillery battle that's happening right now is done out of necessity of this layered standoff of a stagnated front line where Russia's stagnated and Ukraine is providing a layered standoff where it's more of a traditional artillery battle. What I'm excited to see is that whenever the big maneuver happens, I'm excited to see what the close air support, the what we would call shock and awe factor, that fixing operation looks like, because we've got some of the most highest precision, like the technology when it comes to, we don't have the air force that we need for a NATO style shock and awe, but we have precision fires that have never been used before in battles, the small diameter bombs, the jeep, the daggers, the massive amount of these really high technical mobile artillery pieces that can shoot, the 155 precision rounds. So what I'm really excited to see is when they decide that this is the area that we're going to go into, when you start to see those glide bombs, acting as close air support, being able to hit targets very close to front lines, etc. When you start seeing, anything within 40 kilometers being hit with an Excalibur round, I'm really excited to see what that looks like, because it's going to be drone, and also using drones. Like it's all a big combination. So what does that look like? What does that shock and awe look like that clears the battlefield for the maneuver element? That's what I'm excited about. And
You said the magic words, close air support, and look who flew up. Latin.
Hey, Doman. Nice to hear you on here again, Angry Ants. Always interesting to hear your perspective on it. And I think you touch on an interesting point there, is because obviously it's not going to look like shock and awe the way we typically think of it, right? But if I understand what you're saying, that the Ukrainians are going to try something similar, right?
Exactly. And when you look at combined arms maneuver, it's the one thing you want to do is you don't want to fight tank on tank. You don't want to fight an enemy that's entrenched, that hasn't been blasted out of its world. So how does that get done when you don't have squadrons of F-18s and F-16s and everything else, F-35s now, all that stuff, right? So how does that happen? And what is that, we know they've got the best intel in the world. So if they're looking at this 70 kilometer area, they're going to try and strike. They're going to be collecting, and they're going to have to choose how to target those targets before you go in there, right? Before you're pushing your infantry and your armor through those lines. And what does that look like is really interesting, is what I'm really interested in seeing. So sorry, didn't mean to talk too long.
That is, I just want to kind of take that point, or part of what Angry Ants is talking about, that, obviously the air component of it, which is going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because they, like you said, Angry Ants, they obviously don't have a NATO Air Force. What they have is a legacy Soviet Air Force with just a little bit of NATO standard equipment, or NATO standard weaponry anyways, and probably a lot of NATO intel, like you said, and NATO thinking that's going to come play now. And I'm assuming you're thinking kind of like the very short term, like in the next few weeks into the summer, right? Like that kind of phase of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Whatever this, this spring counteroffensive that I believe is going to happen, whether it's, we don't know what it's going to look like. I still think that there's probably going to be multiple fronts, but I think that there's going to be at least one big major push where they really try to clear a big section and take on a big objective, and they're going to need to clear that pathway for it. And again, what I'm thinking is that the ability for them to start pushing air defense out. I'm very interested to see where these Patriot missile batteries get put in place, to see what kind of air superiority they can. But I really do believe that it's going to be a real. Instead of using the majority of it being planes, it's going to be precision fires, but in a way we've never seen it before.
Yeah, precision fires. That whole element of it is that's kind of more your area, and the tank. What do you call you guys? What do you guys call yourself? The tank tracks.
Ruts.
Tank tracks.
It's called track ruts.
Track ruts. Thank you, sir.
And yes,
track ruts. Yeah.
Our friend
the ground warfare.
Trash Panda came up with the idea at a very early stage, and I think it was a good idea to complement what we do.
Great idea. I haven't heard from Trash Panda in a little while. Hope he's still around.
He is. He's here in the recent days.
Oh, okay. All right. A lot of trash pandas in Toronto get run over by cars. I hope that hasn't happened to him. So, but no, on the angry ants, to your point about what maybe I can help you out with a little bit of what the aerial side of. It's not a NATO standard air force. They're working with what they have, and what they. I think one of the there are two aircraft that I'm really looking at right now as being potentially playing an important role in this upcoming period of counteroffensive that you're talking about. The Su-25 and the Su-24 are the two that are that's their primary air-to-ground aircraft. One of them is more of a tactical aircraft, that shorter range, smaller payload, and the other is the closest thing they have to a bomber. The Su-24, longer range, strike aircraft, large payload, and the most advanced air-to-ground navigation system that they have. So one of the questions that I was asking the other day, an expert that I trust commented on his timeline, Guy Plofsky, who if anybody wants to know everything there is to know about the Russian military aviation, follow this guy. He's really on it. But he had retweeted an image of Ukrainian Su-24. The Ukrainian Air Force has retweeted images of that aircraft quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, which I think is a signal, and it combined it with some of the comments that they've included in their tweets. And I asked him on his post. I asked him, what role do you think this aircraft is going to play in the immediate future, near future? Because I got a feeling that it's going to be playing a significant role. And his answer was interesting. He said that unless some other potentially Western type of precision weaponry, preferably with at least some level of standoff capability, is integrated, that he doesn't see them changing their role and playing a significant role other than what they've been doing so far, which has been really a battlefield role. They've been doing close air support. Now, I agree with that assessment completely, and that leads me to the idea of, I've always thought that is one of the prime candidates for integration into JDAM. So JDAM is the weapon system that, when it comes to the aerial side of any future operations, is going to be key. As you know, the role that it plays in American operations is
I've
take your
got
pick,
to
right?
see some very close and personal JDAMs, and I will concur.
So you could, yeah, and maybe when the time that you were serving, I'm not sure if they had already introduced the extended range version, which only increases that capability. And this is apparently what I think they're getting it. I think Ukraine is getting that extended range version. I think that was announced in some of the packages. So we've yet to see how they're going to integrate this stuff. And I go back to some of what General Hodges repeats very often. He said it on MriyaReport. He said it in other spaces, that he doesn't focus so much on particular aircraft or particular vehicle or whatever. He thinks the more important consideration is the capabilities. And in the air right now, I think if the Ukrainian Air Force is going to play a very significant role in the upcoming offensive operations, precision guided munitions is going to be a very important part of that. And we got an inkling of that the other day when they sent out that picture that seemed to the Ukrainian Air Force posted that image that generated quite a bit of conversation, which was it was from that same series of images of that Su-24 sitting on a tarmac somewhere in some location in Ukraine. And it was of a laser guided missile. Nothing groundbreaking, something from the Soviet era. But it was telling. I thought it was interesting, and I think it points us not so much to that particular weapon. I don't think that was the point. I think the point was that aircraft, how many they have left operational, we don't know. They had a lot lying around, so they may have. To be clear, this is not an aircraft they're going to be able to acquire from foreign, from other countries. They're going to have to go with what they have. But I think it was an indication of its use and some of its capabilities that it has, its range, payload, navigation, precision guidance capability. And if you take that, and we've heard a few people, I know, what's his name, Hop, who saw up close Libyan Su-24s operating over the Mediterranean. And he agreed with that assessment that it would be that particular aircraft would be an excellent match for JDAM if they're able to integrate it. Or other Western systems, speculation, right? But others that may appear at some point, which could have real effect on what the Ukrainian Air Force, the kind of reach and the strength of the punch that they could deliver to the Russians.
So, Latin, did we?
David, I've got to jump. So can I jump in
go
for
for
1
it.
second? Sorry. So I think that's really interesting. The last point, and I think that one of the things that we haven't seen, and I think some of the laser designate in NATO forces. The idea of forward observer that works so good. And I think that's something I heard people talking about in the earlier parts. That was a big part that was lacking in the Ukrainian Air Force. So have the boys at MIT or wherever it is been able to fix that issue for the Ukrainian Air Force, where now they're, and I that minute I saw that laser guided rocket, I went straight to the idea was, wait a second, they're not supposed to have laser guided stuff that much. But that was what it went to, was like, why are they showing out that laser guidance system? Is that because there's other systems coming in? So I'm in the belief that we're not going to see the massive extent. I think that Ukraine is going to be very still judicious with their Air Force, because they have to be. But what I really think again is the combination of all these modern precision fires that we've never seen before. But I really think the one that's going to play the role of close air support in a way that we've never seen anything before is those glide bombs that are shot from the MLRSs. When you look those up and you look at their ability to have a 360-degree flight pattern around where they're shot at, that they can go around mountains and target the rear end of things, as long as they've got a designation. And I'm not exactly sure all the ways that they target acrosite. So people were talking about them being real long distance weapons, where I think that you're going to see those ones. I think that that's going to be one of the ground breaking. Going back to Doman's question of which weapon you're really looking forward to seeing in action, I really think that MLRS glide bomb is going to be the one that I'm really looking to see. Does it integrate as good as I think it could possibly integrate as close air support? But I do have to drop down. I really apologize.
William, I mean, we're all in agreement that it's helpful, but it's a replacement only. It's temporary, and it will never play.
100%. In the meantime, we need a Ukrainian Air Force that is compared to any NATO one, and we need it as soon as possible.
And we had this discussion here. I mean, Jeff and I played with the numbers a couple of times. David and I played with them earlier, and for a country the size of Ukraine, you will end up having at least 320, maybe 350 aircraft, fixed wing. That's what you need. That's the minimum. Technically, with a quality of neighborhood they're in, you should probably have 500.
So, speaking of the laser designation, Latin, did we find out what Rudolph the Red-Nosed Missile was?
Yeah, it's a KH-25. Soviet era missile, and it was that particular variant was the laser designated version, and that red Rudolph nose is just the cover that covers the optics behind it that will home in on a laser that is that illuminates the target, and that can be done from the air or from the ground. I think some of what Angry Ants was mentioning there and kind of leaning towards is because the Americans have quite a bit of capability, and they have several, at least two trades of people who are on the ground working with the ground forces. That's their job, to designate the target. Now, I don't think the Ukrainians, I'm not sure if they had gotten to that yet. As far as I know, it's more like the special forces that do that kind of stuff, but they do have them. Now, maybe you can help me, Doman, with this. When Angry Ants, because I see he dropped down, he had to go, but when he mentioned the MLRS launched precision munition, is that essentially like a dagger? Okay, I'm getting confused with my ground systems here, but is that a GPS guided?
Yeah, so you see how
Okay,
lovely,
so this is
how great it is to pronounce that.
But we're not talking about the ground. Oh no, wait! This is the ground-based small munition.
Yes,
Is that
the
the
small
one?
diameter bomb. Yes.
Small diameter bomb, right? So that, if I understand it, that's essentially that's using a Mark 80 series bomb as the core weapon, and is essentially a ground-launched JDAM.
A small one.
Of a smaller.
Small one with an.
Yeah, it's the 250 pounder. It's the 250 pounder
Yes,
Mark 80 series.
but importantly, it has the nose cone is modified so that it's hardened and more pointy, and that has more penetrative ability because you're focusing that force across a smaller area, and therefore it can be a bit more of a bunker buster as well.
And therefore, if it penetrates into otherwise enclosed spaces, it can utilize that force with a smaller amount of munition to use the compression of the space and then have it really go off. The term bunker buster doesn't even quite capture it. It has magnificent impact on larger, otherwise shielded storage facilities. So you really want to take out something which matters.
So, Axel, it sounds as though part of its design is kind of in addition to the explosive force, there's a kinetic force involved in, like the way it's designed. The initial penetration of the target.
Exactly that
is. That's what it sounds like. Yeah. Well, so it's a similar. I mean, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, and you guys, it sounds like it is, from what you're describing. Then I mean, it is a similar class of weapon to JDAM, except the JDAM is air launched. We are seeing them already. I mean, I think some of the explosions we've seen are JDAMs. I've heard many different opinions on it, and we get the official announcements as well that they are not only in country but in operational use. I'm looking at that weapon system as well as one that delivery is obviously the bigger question. There are questions about delivery with a ground-based system as well. How far forward can they push them? But from the air, I do think they have. I did a little write-up on this a while ago, and it's just my thoughts. But I think with the Su-25, you've got more of a battlefield use, like a closer range use of the smaller JDAMs. And with the Su-24, you've got much more of much more reach and potential, and some capabilities that haven't really been used yet by the Ukrainian Air Force. Because that aircraft was designed to operate at very low level through heavily defended airspace. That's what it was designed for during the Cold War. But we haven't seen either side really use it that way yet.
They're afraid of that medium high.
Correct, but it's the low profile, right, Axel? I mean, they would, and if you add to that its night capability and flying at low level to penetrate into occupied territory during at nighttime or in lower visibility weather conditions, which it is again designed to do that. I'm excited about the potential for being to deliver JDAMs pretty far into the Russian-controlled territory, and some of what that could now. How far could that go? We don't know. It's total speculation. When I hear General Hodges talk about the isolating Crimea, and hitting certain key points there to accomplish that. I think JDAM could play a role in that. But I mean, I'm not here to argue one way or another. It's again, as I've listened to many conversations with General Hodges on the subject of Crimea, and he always emphasizes the idea, and he said it just the last time he was on Miria, that there are several. Probably I remember him saying maybe 5 or 6 systems that he could think of that could do it, but it's going to be in the end up to them, and we'll see the results at some point, whether it's in Crimea or before that in some of the operations in taking territory to the north of Crimea. But yeah, I think JDAM with the aircraft that they have is going to be a very interesting thing to see, and hopefully, of course, later in the summer, I would like to see then the plug and play potential of JDAM with some Western airframes arriving, the initial Western airframes arriving. That would be tremendous if we could see that then happening later in the summer.
It would be absolutely terrific, wouldn't it? Having ability to deliver something like that. Alex.
Yeah, so if you've been looking around certain sites, you've probably seen video footage of first-person view drones, which have been mocked up to carry a couple of kilos of anti-armor or anti-personnel warheads. And we've seen these only like on a piecemeal basis here and there, but they've been going from attacking everything from infantry all the way up to main battle tanks. But we know that, well, we've seen evidence that they are producing these at an industrial scale, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these things. What do you think is going to be their use? And are these videos just them experimenting with trying to figure out how to use? When you have thousands of kamikaze short-range drones, what might their use be, and what would you be trying to achieve with such a squadron of drones?
One of the uses that I've seen and identified over the recent weeks and months, not so much for the FPV. Look at Vuhledar, for example. The track goes; it's no longer drivable. Russia, the crew jumps out, scurries away, but the tank's still there, right? So in normal conditions, what you'd expect is somebody rocks up eventually with a recovery vehicle, the same day, the next day, a week later when the front lines moved a little bit, whatever, picks up that tank, drags it back, either gets it back into service or at the very least scraps, takes bits off to put onto other tanks eventually. What Ukrainians have been doing quite consistently is dumping grenades through the open hatches that the crews left behind when they've scurried off, and make sure that nothing in the tank is ever going to be useful again. Now, you do that once, okay, fine, whatever. You do that hundreds of times, you're really denying possibly scarce resource to the enemy, right? So that's been kind of the one very concrete, very specific use case for drones, where they're just so much cheaper to do it that way than it is to do it with artillery, because if you use dumb munitions, you're going to use 20, 30 before you hit the tank properly. If you use smart munitions, it would have cost just so much more than that little mortar shell that's dangling from under the drone, right? With the FPV drones, I know that wasn't your question, but the FPV drones, I think, is still kind of figuring out exactly what they're good for. It seems to me ever more as though they're not a change. Having them isn't the difference maker. But not having them when the other side has them is, right? It's kind of like being in a trench without an assault rifle. It seems like something that will just be sort of a baseline piece of equipment soon. The question is also how effective each side is going to be going after not just the drones themselves, but the operators, because the range on these isn't often terrifically long, and there's going to be a lot of improvements that come through that. But a combination of just better situational awareness because of their presence, other side things other than the explosive itself is going to come into play. And how you use that is going to be important. So it's interesting, but I think you've identified it right. I think they're, at least to a degree, still figuring out exactly how to use them, and then picking up or as much of that low hanging fruit, the bottom 10, bottom 20% of cases, does actually, in the aggregate make a difference. Are they a difference maker in themselves? Probably not. Are they going to make a difference with sufficient volume of employment? Yes, and much more so than, say, a Russian approach to artillery, right? It's kind of a low volume counter to just area fires. Latin, do you have a thought?
Not specifically about drones. I take the point that drones will be playing a very important and probably imaginative and in ways that we haven't really considered yet or seen a lot of in the upcoming operations. But can I just take a stab at another part of this picture, of this aerial picture in the offensive operations?
Of course.
I was talking a minute ago about, okay, so there's one piece of it is the drones, and I think that's an important part of it. Angry Ants was talking about some of the ground-based precision fires. I was talking about some of the air-to-ground operations that we'd be seeing. I honestly think that in my assessment, the part that worries me the most, I'm excited about capabilities like JDAM and what that might bring to bear for the Ukrainians. But if we look at this, we have to look at things in a very clear-eyed. And the one that really concerns me, and this one's on us, the collective West. This one is because we delayed, but it's the air-to-air picture. That's what worries me. As Ukrainian forces push forward, ideally you do that in an environment of something like or close to air superiority. That's not going to happen. They don't have the capability for that. There's going to be, as they move forward and aircraft move forward to attack Russian ground targets, as Ukrainian artillery, rocket launchers, those types of systems are moved forward. Those are targets for the Russians. And the Russians have the aerial capability to hit those. They have the much greater number of multi-role combat aircraft with precision ordnance. And so far, those are the forces that have been a little more hesitant to really jump into this battle. But I think that when the Ukrainians push forward, okay, it's possible they may not even do it then. We may see them sit back even then. That wouldn't surprise me. But that might be their trigger to see them really get into the battle in a way that they haven't. Now, when that happens, they'll be operating under the cover of their combat air patrol, which, as has been said endless times on this space, has an advantage in range over the Ukrainian equivalent. It'll become a lot more dynamic and quick moving than it is right now, where it's been kind of static for a while. But there's going to be losses on both sides. So that Russian combat air patrol and tactical aviation that move forward to counter the Ukrainian counteroffensive, they're going to be exposed to primarily their primary threat will be the long-range surface-to-air missiles. So again, referencing that Su-34 kill from a few weeks ago, that sort of engagement we're going to see a lot of. The problem is that in the air-to-air domain, the Russians have that advantage in range. As they push forward, the Ukrainians are not, with the aircraft and missile and radar combination, aircraft radar combination that they have right now, able to equally push them back. They have less range. Now, I don't doubt the courage of the Ukrainian fighter pilots. I think when push comes to shove and they're really needed in that particular situation, notwithstanding that range differential, I think they're going to push forward. And they'll do it knowing that they're going to experience losses. And again, we need to be clear-eyed about that. There's going to be a level of losses in the air, I think, that we haven't seen thus far in this war. When we get to that higher level of operational pace and of the Ukrainians moving forward. So that's just an observation, and that one is strictly on us, because if we had moved more quickly to equip them with and train them on what they want, what they have said so many times clearly that they need, that situation would be a lot better right now. But it is what it is. They're going to fight with what they have. They're going to push forward with trying to provide as much aerial cover as they can with their Su-27 MiG-29 combination. They will take out Russian aircraft. It's not going to be all one-sided, but it's not going to be. They're not going to be at the advantage or in the position that they could have been had we moved quicker to provide the aircraft they needed. Again, I never get tired of saying it. Hopefully later in the summer, at some point this year, we will begin to see some of that. I'm looking forward today to hearing. Is Nuno on today?
Yes, he is in 2 hours. 2 hours.
Okay. Looking forward to that, because I know last week when he was on, he emphasized, and for me, it was one of the big takeaways of his last appearance was when he mentioned, and I think Nuno has some pretty good contacts in kind of the European military community. I just get that sense that he knows certain things, and he was mentioning how on the NATO side there's a lot going on right now. That he said, if I remember it correctly, that he was saying that some of the silence that's coming out of NATO on weapon systems, some of the bigger weapon systems, and I'm sure he was thinking of combat aircraft, that it's the silence is actually good, that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. So I might ask him about that again today, but I hope he's right, because if he's right, it could mean maybe not summer, maybe a little bit earlier, but for sure, I think by summer. And summer's going to be here very quick, and it'll probably be when some of the more critical offensive, counteroffensive operations are going to be happening. So let's watch for that.
Just a few Thursdays from now. Just a few Thursdays from now. Alex.
Yeah, I'll just, I guess, a quick follow up on the drone one. Sorry, it's a bit jumping around the topic, but the new ones, if you look at the new ones that they have, it appears that they are carrying high explosive anti-tank rounds, essentially from the old school RPGs, the unguided ones. And they've also the ones on United 24 of the NAFRO ones. Those look like they would have like a more of a anti-personnel weapon. So these are quite different. I don't think they'd be used for situational awareness, because if you've flown a racing drone, you've pretty much got tunnel vision and can barely see anything as it's whipping past you. But yeah, I did think maybe it's interesting to go and have a look, because they are clearly, they initially started off targeting APCs, but there is now evidence, and it's quite, it seems to be fairly consistent. When they go for a tank, they're coming and hitting the tank from behind with what looks to be a heat round based on the footage from the thing. And then the regular drones are confirming the kill. So it looks like these things have the ability to kill everything up to a main battle tank, because they have the ability to fly and hit them in the backside where the armor is weak. So I'm just,
If and when they get there, if and when the control system actually is detached from the drone, if and when they are not shut down. Currently, the ratios of, say, civilian drones or light commercial drones or repurposed drones being shut down by Russian EW is so excessive that it makes no sense using them. So we should be careful.
Well, remember, these drones are made by the Ukrainians, so it was designed for this purpose.
I know there are a couple of drones made by Ukrainians which are utter crap and tosh. There's a couple of them which are very good. We should be very careful what we advertise. Ukrainian aerorazvidka is integrated into the ZSU, is working extremely hard, working very smart, but it's a topic we never touch here in great detail. There's good reasons for it. It's an important topic, but it's something which we'll save for end of the war.
Okay, message understood, point taken.
Thank you.
I could have sworn Latin had his hand up. Did you not?
No? All right. In which case, I will take this opportunity to say my goodbyes to all of you for now, and talk to you all early tomorrow morning.
Goodbye and enjoy your day. So that's it, folks. You've stuck with me. I'm in charge. You know how it is. No messing. You can all be good now. Nah, we're all right. So I did have a few things that I wanted to mention. And one of them was, I've seen this a couple of times now, that apparently any Russians returning from abroad are being quizzed by the FSB very soon after their return. This is coming from Russia's mobilization news channel. reports men are being made to explain their actions fleeing mobilisation, and some of these chaps are being forced home because their visas have expired and haven't been renewed. I can only imagine that that's quite an awkward conversation. So yeah, I'm just thinking that's not going to be a fun chat, really, is it? It's going to be, here's your papers, sign them. Good evening, Zagolman.
Good evening, or morning, wherever you are. I guess it is afternoon where I'm at now, by 2 minutes. I just wanted to add something to the conversation we had about, what we're interested to see. The thing that Axel was put out. What you're going to be surprised by, or interested to see how Ukraine uses. To me, is how they deploy their air defense systems is going to be in just a. I agree with everything Latin said about, that air is going to be vulnerable for Ukraine, and there will be combat losses. And to me, the interesting thing for me is how is Ukraine going to deploy the new air defense systems they're getting? I believe that they're the long lead thing that's kind of preventing, the offense from happening till they get those in place. But do they, for instance, I think they're getting 2 Patriot systems. Are they going to deploy them in a positions to protect critical infrastructure, or are they going to use those to support the offensive? And how they deploy their new Western air defense systems is going to be really, really interesting to me to see how they do that, and whether what they prioritize that with. The Russia is, they're not out of missiles, but the missiles on the infrastructure have calmed down a little bit. So to me, that could be the game changing thing that turns air. It won't turn air into the air to air problem that Ukraine has. That there's no apparent solution. But depending on how Ukraine utilizes those air defense systems, it could limit that advantage a little bit. If you, for instance, put the Patriot systems in IRST more toward the front and deploy them to support the combat aircraft versus infrastructure. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out.
Do you not think they'd be much more likely to install Patriots in, a defence role, and maybe then they can free up some of the other more mobile systems, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question of priority is it's always the question is, there's no obvious, to me, again, what Laden was saying, there's no obvious solution to the air-to-air problem where from a combat perspective, Ukraine's at a disadvantage, right? So how can you possibly mitigate some of that disadvantage is, by creating safe corridors for, Ukrainian air forces to operate near the front line. And the only way to do that is really with a combination of, air defense systems near the line and harm missiles, to take away their air defense systems in corridors. And like I said, it'll be interesting to see. I think they will protect critical infrastructure, but I don't know that. We'll see, because their Air Force assets are really critical because they can't afford to lose too many because the world's out of them. And, we in the West haven't figured out how to get them more aircraft and get that air-to-air capability deficit Ukraine has kind of solved. I'm just thinking, what other means is there to solve that air-to-air deficit, right? And it's, maybe the advanced air defense systems can kind of keep that balance from being so out of whack. But we'll see.
Which brings us back.
Oh,
Sorry,
go on.
apologies. I was just trying to tag it back, also tie it in with what Goldman just said, which brings us back to a discussion which we had, I think, in the weeks before Christmas, when we talked about the capabilities the air mobile units would need in order to ensure both their overall mobility as well as their close air support. And that whilst helicopters definitely are significantly at risk on manpads, if you mix this up with the existing close air support fixed wing assets the Ukrainians do have, plus a series of Apaches, you would probably stand a good chance against what the Russians currently have in the field.
Correct. Right. That's the capability gap filled. Right. There's multiple ways to fill that capability gap. Like Ben, General Hodges said, there's, the West is good at developing multiple approaches to solve a single problem. There's never really one way to solve the problem. There are multiple ways to solve this problem. The question is, have we enabled? We haven't enabled Ukraine through pure air-to-air capabilities to change that game. Now, is there other means that we can do? And that is another way to solve that problem. We just have to get on with helping them solve the problem.
Which brings us then back to the wonderful regular topic of political will, its absence, and French behavior by people who are not even French.
It is clear political will. The letter that the DoD sent to the 8 senators that asked why isn't the U.S. giving Ukraine F-16s? Is it typical? It's hard. It's difficult. It's really hard. It's not their number one priority. It's priority 1A, B, not 1. But at the end of the day, to me, it came down to one thing. There wasn't enough money in the allocation to the DoD. The DoD is working within to take $11 billion and set it aside to facilitate the transfer and training of F-16s. It's money. It's money, and that can only be solved through political will. The DoD is working within the budget they were given, and that's essentially what that letter said to me.
Thanks for that, Mr. Goldman. I have a general rundown of the events of the day for you all, and I'll go through them. So today is day 407, and there has been a little bit of violence in southern Russian Republic of Ingushetia, I think. There was a shootout between police and rebels, and apparently the rebels won. The Telegram channels report the death of multiple Russian officers, and a bit later on, their names were then given. So it looks as though, they came off on the bad side. Well, you never know what might happen. More explosions in Melitopol overnight, and also a loud explosion somewhere in Kursk, not far from the border. The British MOD update today was quite scathing, and is suggesting that, as claimed on Russian social media, the Russian MOD has likely dismissed Colonel General Muradov as commander of the Eastern Group of Forces mainly because he's been doing so terribly well, as I'm sure you might imagine. 1 second, I'm going to cough. Okay, so here's a bit more about Mariupol. Apparently, there were 6 HIMARS missiles fired at Mariupol. According to Russian sources, they were all shot down. But apparently, according to locals, there were many ambulances headed to the military camp at the airfield. So I don't know, maybe they were just invited for dinner or something. You never know. So we've not had a very high number of troop losses today, but it does kind of suggest that they're not doing these waves, zombie waves, at the moment. And we are still seeing quite a decent number of artillery systems taken out. And today there was 3 special equipment, and it ticked over the 300 mark. So it's now 302 in total. And well, that just makes me very happy. But Bakhmut holds. I can definitely tell you that. I saw something yesterday, and it was like, this just totally encapsulates the Russian war. We've gone from hunting down oblasts and learning the sizes of them, then to town names, then to village names, and now we are literally being told what street they are fighting on, because it's got down to that amount of progress, which is awfully funny to me. But yeah, it just seems to be, it was the country, then it was the oblasts, then it was the towns, cities, towns, villages, streets. It's going to be rooms in houses soon that they're going to be celebrating capturing. It's utterly bonkers. Yeah, it is something I mentioned before, but I thought it was quite fun that someone has defaced some of these incredible dragon's teeth on the Wanga line in the Belgorod region, and it states Ukraine BNR. That's the Belgorod's People's Republic, apparently, Belgorod National Republic or whatever they are, is waiting. Yeah, Belgorod People's Republic. So that's just a nice little troll there. Let me see. A councillor in Russia has been fined 30,000 rubles, which is about $375, for writing "The grave of men, the widowhood of women, the orphanization of children" against the backdrop of a Russian flag. So apparently this was considered discrediting the army, even though he was, quite clearly trying to choose poetic words. I obviously was making some sort of stand, and that just isn't allowed. Gosh, no. So Minister Reznikov was apparently due to visit Athens today. Don't actually know if he went, but I'm going to assume that he might have done. Let me see. In occupied Berdyansk, Russia's newly installed leadership has suddenly drawn up hasty plans in the event of evacuation, because, everything's going according to plan. And they encourage people to evacuate into Russia, obviously. Now, in Melitopol, there has actually been some information from the locals. They've posted some photographs of missile wreckage in the streets, and also report hearing rockets fly over their head in the night. What they're stating here is these particular rockets are actually from Russia's air defense, and these are the ones that land in streets and houses. and are causing all the damage, basically. That, you know, any damage to private property is generally done by their own air defense rockets, not hitting anything and then coming back down and landing in private property, or what should be private property. Now, this is a bit of a weird one. I think this is a right load of cobblers. But I'll tell you it anyway, because it's a bit funny. Apparently, a lovely blue light aircraft, like a prop plane, crashed into power lines in Bryansk yesterday because they were flying low in order to avoid radar detection. Now, I'll be honest, I really don't think it's true. But they posted this and apparently posted a picture of a gun that was found somewhere near the aircraft or whatever. Yeah, very weird. I think that, I don't know if that's like them just trying to worry people or what the hell, but anyway, maybe they had a power outage and they needed a story to go with it. Just a weird one. So we know I've been doing Lavra Watch, and we kept an eye on what was happening with our good old friend Pasha Mercedes, the head of the Moscow Aligned Church. Now, he complained that he was going to be under house arrest because his property was small and modest and didn't have any furniture. And I thought, oh, it must be a different property to the one that we saw that was full of beautiful furniture and gold and amber encrusted portraits and just, yeah, very lavish. But apparently, no, that's the house that he was referring to. One absolute piece of dirt. So yeah, he's complaining that he has to stay there. How very terrible for him. It is a 40-acre, 1.3 million plot. Yes, indeed. So Russia is claiming that Ukraine has lost up to 20,000 troops in Bakhmut. They tell us rubbish numbers every day, don't they? So couldn't tell you whether that was true or not, but you know, Russia's lips move, they're probably lying. They also denied reports that Ukraine had captured several positions in Avdiivka. However, Ukraine do appear to have captured several positions in Avdiivka. But these are positions that were traded some time ago and they've just traded back, basically. So it's not massively positional or anything like that. It's just a bit more trading places. It's a long one today for you, so you get to listen to me a bit more. The girl who drew the picture in school and was dobbed into the police in Russia, and her dad was locked up for 2 years as a result, and she was chucked into an orphanage. Now, there was quite actually a lot of pushback on this, and it got all the way up to apparently Belova, whatever she is. It got to her herself, and very shortly after, the girl was taken from the orphanage and reunited with her mother, who hasn't seen her since she was 2 years old, by the way. But well, you never know. It might be better than being in the orphanage. Either way, she's smiling in the picture. There is something that Russia's trying to pass off, and it's obvious fake, but I'll tell you about it. There was a church that burnt down in 2013 in the Russian village of Ilinkia? Yeah, maybe. And they are trying to pass it off as a church in Mykolaiv, which obviously it's not. And just checking to see if there's anything else that we desperately need to know. Oh, well, yeah. The governor of Bryansk announced that they had foiled an attempt by armed militants or a Ukrainian scouting mission. However, the Russian Volunteer Corps claimed they did actually get across the border in this area and chatted to locals. And this appears to be what they're referring to. There is a video of a soldier chatting to locals. Could be anywhere. Yeah, okay. So there is a possibility that some of these guys, some of these Russian volunteer corps that are actually fighting against the Russian military have again been sort of mooching about the Bryansk area. And it's caused quite a bit of shouting about it. I mean, how dare they trespass into Russia? You know, Russia's the only one allowed to do any trespassing around here. So yeah, and I believe that is the end of my monologue. Thank you for listening.
That's a pity that there is an end to that monologue. I quite liked it, actually. It was exactly what you and I intended for things to be, regular news updates, and thank you for that, Marcus. Everybody give her a hand. That was great.
That's okay. I totally stole it off someone else, but I added my own flavour, like you do.
The goal man is waving, and others are lifting their hands. What do you have for us, Bill?
I just wanted to say I did see a meme yesterday where someone took a floor plan of a house and cordoned it off with Russian versus Ukrainian positions. Posting as like Mocker said that we started at countries and oblasts and towns, and now we're down to streets. And somebody replied, with the status of a house. They took some floor plan and colored some one way and some the other way and put arrows on it. And so I thought that was interesting.
Well, they are indeed fighting room to room in some buildings in Bakhmut, very much so. We saw a video of two guys giving themselves up today in a situation quite like that, where they were in a destroyed building, and one of them didn't look very well. He was sort of dragging himself to surrender, but two lucky boys there.
Yeah, what I've read, at least, that all the Russian mill bloggers, they're desperate to portray something as positive. So when the only thing you have positive is a street or a house, I guess that's what you have to use. But that's all you got.
Well, it was kind of amusing when they said they captured this, administration building.
Yeah.
And then you saw a picture of what was left of the administration building, and it was like half a wall. And it was like, Ace, mate, you're gonna like pin your flag on that, yeah? Go for it. That's a proper achievement there. Good for you. Yeah, it was kind of like they wanted a cookie, and it just was silly.
Yeah, I'm sure for the consumers in Russia, though, I guess they don't ever see the picture of what it is now. They probably just see the picture of what it was,
Oh yeah, they'll probably show them a picture of the original building, before they even went in there and gone, look, we have this. This is ours. Look how beautiful it is. Yeah, I can well see that being the case. Alex, go ahead.
Just maybe a quick suggestion for a quick little addition to your update talks. Maybe you can add one, which is what Ruble doing, because it's not having a good time at the moment, especially this past week.
Well, indeed, but the thing about the ruble is, on its own, it's not really an indicator of much because it's worthless anyway. It's been propped up artificially for so long. is it really worth anything in the end?
But I'm not an expert to comment on this, but yeah, the controls they've applied to protect the value of the ruble. Well, they don't seem to be doing very much protection at the moment. So there are various ways fonts can collapse. This is what I just find interesting. They've managed to sustain a ridiculous non-market value for a while, but for some reason those defenses don't seem to be working particularly great right now. So it's interesting. It might be an interesting one to watch. Maybe it will come to nothing. I hope it comes to something.
What I found quite funny about that whole situation was Putin's banker, the lady who was sort of head of the banking system and everything.
Yeah, the one who tried to resign.
Yeah, I think she tried to resign like 5 times. And I was just like, oh dear, you are in a lot of trouble. That in itself is a bit of an indicator as to where they were at, because she was like, hey, I can't deal with this. And I felt a tiny bit sorry for her. Not much, teensy tiny bit. When the chickens come home to roost, the thing is that the whole sort of banking system, it's corrupted anyway. It doesn't work like a regular system. It's propped up with oligarchs' money, and one of the banks bought piles and piles of sovereign debt to try and sort of balance the books, and now of course that bank isn't very well. The state is having to take over businesses that have pulled out, basically, and businesses like, well, we heard about Cisco being absolutely spot on with pulling out of Russia. That when they left, not only did they leave, they destroyed everything that couldn't be taken with them, and that's just like a proper boss move as far as I'm concerned. No, you don't want us. You don't have anything.
Yeah, so we justifiably hit hard against people who still do that, but I think there are also maybe the occasional moment to just like, I salute you. That was a good move. Well done. So Cisco, their competitors, take note. Big companies are slow to move, but their move was commendable. They actively chose to destroy equipment. I thought that was great.
Oh yeah, and in the end, it's all stuff that had they not been there and brought that with them, it wouldn't have been there in the first place. It's not like Russia produces a lot of its own technology. It's all pretty much stolen or borrowed or bought in. And so they were like, no, you're not having any of this. We'll take it all with us. I do wonder if that's made any issues with their, like the phone signaling and things like that. I don't know if they might have been doing that sort of stuff as well, or is it all under Russia's very own? They've probably already cornered that market before Cisco got in there, didn't they? No
I'm
doubt.
sure Huawei are looking at this and going, "Sweet, let's ride in." But if they're beholden to China and the Huawei, well, I mean, I think we pretty much all agree that it's no longer a relationship of equals. One's becoming a vassal state of the other, and we got companies going where the directors are going, we have a legal fiduciary duty to our shareholders, and we believe it is in our company's interest to actively destroy valuable stock in Russia. I mean, I kind of wish they could have got it out and just gave it to the Ukrainians, but even still, it's a good start.
Yeah, it's a bit of an FU, and here's some insult to injury as well while we're at it. I like that sort of maneuver. It shows that they're not even thinking of going back, because they wouldn't have taken that sort of loss. They wouldn't have done that sort of thing. I do wonder, though, the people who were asked to destroy the stuff, wonder how much pleasure they got out of doing that, because I'd have loved to have done that. What? Just take a hammer to it? Yeah. Awesome. I'm sure that wasn't everything they did, but you know, I'd have been happy to do that bit. Ryan, I see you're up. Hello.
Hello, how's it going? Mic check. Is this background noise too much?
It sounds like you're in a strange strip club, but other than that, no.
I assure you, everyone in this restaurant is fully clothed. Julie and I went down the block to grab a bite of dinner to eat, and we decided we would log in on MriyaReport and talk to you about, and for us. So I am here, but I'm not the only one talking from my account at the moment. Julia has one of my earbuds in, and we were listening in as well.
And surprise, surprise, let's see if anyone can hear me, because we are wondering if those earbuds have more than one mic.
It works. We can hear you just fine. Yeah.
Awesome.
Brilliant.
Then your ones are better than mine. Your one.
Yeah, I have better headphones in here. It's settled.
I'm getting asked questions in the background now about my knowledge of strip clubs. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, just going back to the Cisco thing, and I do think it's really important because if you're well, at least in Britain, if you're the director of a company, you have a legal duty to act in the best interests of the company. A limited company, I run a tiny little one. We have shareholders, but if I don't act in the interests of my company, then my shareholders could come and potentially sue me, sue the company, etc., for not acting in their interests. But Cisco is a huge publicly listed company, so they clearly sat down with consultants from law, accounting, various other things, going, if we do this, do we have a plan if someone tries to sue it, saying, oh, it's because some hedge fund or some bank said, oh, or pension fund said, you destroyed value. And we figured out how to do it. So we're going to exit Russia. We're going to destroy our own equipment. Like for the board of a company to say, yep, destroy our own equipment. We're not afraid of any consequences. We have figured out a plan. This plan says it's in the financial interest of our company. It just sets a wonderful precedent. And I hope lots of other people go, well, if they've done it, and we're getting, and little shareholders who still have the right to speak at, AGMs and things like that, start going around going, Cisco's done it. Why aren't you? So if you do own, if you do own shares in individual capacity, maybe this is an opportunity to use those shares, turn up at an AGM and be like, Cisco's done this. What are you doing?
I like that. I like that a lot. Hello, Shush. I saw you sneak in there.
I'm just making a coffee. Give me a second.
Okie dokie. I'll go back to Ryan and his funky tunes. So, Ryan, you're having dinner. Have you had a day of rest today? Was today your day of rest?
Hey, what?
Yeah, we did not have a day of rest today.
No.
I got up and Julia had already been up doing paperwork for a couple of hours at least. We decided to sort the medical equipment and pharmaceutical supplies and the other stuff we have. We're trying to put together a delivery for Rebecca and one other individual. What's his capacity? Medic or TV actor?
Yeah, he's
Kazabek.
Yeah, he's in Kazabek with a Polish fella called Damian Duda. They have a Polish name of the organization. I think it's called Międzyczasie, but I'm not entirely sure. I should check that out. But I was lucky enough to get in touch with the two of them a while back, because one of them is actually a very good friend of two of my friends and one cousin. So they are doing an amazing work down in Bakhmut City, and we've been trying to supply them with whatever they need and whatever we have on hand for a long time. But it wasn't really working because well, that's a good thing. Luckily, they were very well supplied for a while, so they didn't really need our help. But right now, they reached out to us with a request for some supplies, so we packed a package for them and a little bigger package. I would say more of a small van for Rebecca. So it's been a busy day, and I think it's gonna be the same tomorrow. We are just sorting through the new shipment that actually, funny enough, came from people who are a part of NAFO and have been a tremendous help. I'm talking about Hannah, an UK fella, who have been helping us for a longer while, sending medical supplies and other available to them supplies. So those have been sorted and relabeled, and we are sending them primarily down towards Bakhmut.
Excellent stuff. Sorry, I was just grieving.
So to answer the question as succinctly as I possibly can, no, today was not an off day. We ripped through a whole bunch of stuff that we had sorted once, and then it got a little mixed up by another individual, so we had to get it back in order. We got all that done. I actually was up until 1 or 2 last night building more shelves. We went to Epicenter a couple of days ago and bought some storage shelves so we could keep all of this stuff in recognizable order and stay on top of what we had and what quantities. We've got some clear storage bins so we don't have things sitting in boxes to be forgotten about. We went through all of that and then realized we don't have enough shelves, so we had to go buy and build some more shelves. That's a good thing, and hopefully we're going to empty those shelves.
Very quickly. We just got in touch thanks to this girl named Victoria. She's not a part of NAFO, but I'm pretty sure some of you know her. She's doing civilian evacuations from regions like Bakhmut, and she just put us in touch with a few more evacuation and stabilization points. We need medical supplies, so I'm really hopeful we are gonna get those supplies moving within the next 2 to 3 days to those stabilization points. And to what Ryan said, that no, it wasn't the day off. I've been up for a couple of hours. I have a funny anecdote to say. Ryan 2 days ago was arguing with someone on the phone, and then came downstairs and told me about it, and said that he has an angry American woman on the phone and an angry Polish woman downstairs yelling at him. So he's very done with women yelling at him. Sorry, not sorry.
Sometimes you've just got to shout to get things done.
Story of my life.
Agreed. Sometimes you do. Luckily, most of the time I don't have to. They are very much proactive about their work, and I don't have to yell. Just we had a couple of days with a slower pace because of our co-founder Chris's birthday, which was amazing rest. But we had to get everyone back into working order, I would say.
And the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you've got to give them a kick up the bum if they need it. Shush. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to come up and tell Ryan, I hope you and your compatriots there are being safe, and that you're getting the requisite amount of sleep each night. I know how you like to burn the candle at both ends, so take care of yourself and those around you, buddy.
Absolutely. I always make sure I have enough sleep if I'm going to be spending a number of hours on the road.
I call that bullshit.
I learned my lesson. Don't listen to
I call bullshit on that too.
No. Fortunately and unfortunately at the same time, a lot of the volunteers with FreeXR are a bit of insomniacs. I don't think any one of us gets any appropriate amount of sleep. It just depends on which hour we are awake. I go to bed pretty early and I wake up pretty early. Guys are the other way around, and that's it. But it works. Everyone is up at their own pace and doing the work whenever they see fit.
What she means is we sleep in shifts so we can be a 24-hour operation.
The last time I video chatted with you, it looked like you've been up for 3 weeks. But maybe you just look haggard all the time.
That's just my normal look, but thank you for that.
Yeah, that's just his usual face. You're not supposed to say that sort of stuff to him.
Listen, when you're in Ukraine, you don't get waken up by air raid sirens. Well, by now we don't, but okay, by explosions outside of your window, or people hunting shaheeds. That's a good night.
Yeah, so you've had a bit of excitement while you've been there, haven't you?
I actually don't mind the Shaheed hunts because they're surprisingly effective at what they do.
I don't know if you all know, I probably not, but Ryan posted a couple of days ago, I guess it could be like over a week, about the hunt for shaheeds near our near where we were at the time. And surprisingly enough, a couple of days ago, I came across a TikTok recorded near Kyiv of hunting shaheeds. And we are trying to guess where it was. We have a pretty good idea where it was. It was pretty close to where we were. So we are assuming it's the special fireworks we saw. It's pretty crazy to see those on TikTok later.
I like that tune in the background, by the way, that particular one. It was one of the first Ukrainian songs that I put on my playlist.
I was just saying the same thing to her. This one is on my top 5 list of Ukrainian overplayed songs.
I should probably share my Ukrainian playlist once we go to the front line or close to the front line. We tend to listen to Ukrainian music. One of our Ukrainian friends laughs. It's very Ukrainian war pop, but kind of fits the mood. Whenever you're going very fast and hear explosions in the background, that really works.
We have kind of noticed that Ukrainian people do sort of love their music, especially something with a bit of bass.
They have such good music, you might as well. I enjoy their music, and I had no interest in Ukrainian music before about a year ago. I was exposed to it through some of the first videos we saw in March and April of last year, and it's grown on me quite a bit. I have a pretty good Spotify list myself now.
Yeah, I need some extra recommendations, I think. So if she wants to post her Spotify playlist, I'll be quite happy to give some more a try. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just if you're interested in Ukrainian music and you haven't come across Fortress Bakhmut by Antatalaya, immediately go and watch the video. If you want to get fired up for gym session, whatever, it's brilliant. Something else you can have a look at is there's what's called Support Ukraine London, who's the main organizer of rallies for Ukraine in London, has now an account I've come aware of on Twitter, which is Ukraine_hub. But what they often do is they will, as well as advertise the events like the rallies that they do 3 times a week in London, they often put up adverts for Ukrainian artists and musicians who come and are performing in London. So if you want to just come across well-known Ukrainian pop stars, bands or whatever, give them a follow, and just, if you see them advertising, look, there's a Ukrainian group or a pop star coming to London, she's performing, she's raising funds for Ukraine. Even if you're not in London, you can at least go and check out their music, and then kind of an indirect way kind of help support their economy. So yeah, Ukraine_hub, particularly for any fellas who are in London who want to figure out where can I go and stand with Ukrainians.
Excellent stuff, Alex. Thanks very much. And I'll definitely be checking out some extra music when I can. Okay, so Axel has dropped off on a phone call. So I will talk to you about the absolute lunacy that is Prigozhin. Did you hear that he set up a call center, and he's doing this piece to camera here where he's actually speaking to somebody on the telephone, his very self, trying to convince them to join the Wanga Brigade. Golly gosh, yeah. Obviously, it's not real, but I can assume that he's trying to say, give us a call, it'll be dead easy, we'll just sign you up, no problem. And he has actually been seen on another video, apparently rounding up some poor, ethnically diverse chaps, very poor chaps, who look as though they probably need the money, although probably won't live long enough to spend it. There's probably about 50 guys there. These are the sorts of people that you can round up now. These people that live in the further reaches and what have you, in the poorer areas where he's probably allowed to round these people up. I can only say that going to be a shame for them, because if they turn up in Ukraine, they're not going to have a nice time. Ryan, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I'm just hard of hearing and only have one earbud in, or if I heard you correctly, but please tell me you just called them the Wanker Brigade. Because if you did,
Wanga, my darling.
there we go. Close enough.
It is close enough. Yeah, it kind of means the same thing.
It's a perfect blend.
Yeah, it's something that I just came up with, and so
I love it. It sticks. They're Wanker Brigade now.
It's just that I don't like giving them any sort of respect, and so it just sort of rolls off the tongue a lot easier.
War criminals deserve no respect.
Well, exactly. That's exactly how I feel as well. Definitely not. So, there's disrespectful, but not actually rude, as I can make it. I did say earlier that there was some excursion into the Kursk area by these Russian fighters, apparently. Remember, they did the video in some little village on the edge of the border, and they popped back today to have a little chat with the locals, and were of course lauded as terrorists and criminals for doing so. However, one of the regular internet moaners from Russia complained that how could it happen? How could soldiers of a hostile state come into our territory, shoot a short effing film, and leave with impunity? And our media reports the attempt was prevented, but in reality, it should be read as this: a sabotage group of the armed forces of Ukraine again entered our territory, crossed into the state of Russia, and continues terrifying locals in the border village of Bryansk. It is not a border, but somebody's backyard. They just walk through it, and they haven't even gone on the offensive yet. These are the preludes. And, if he doesn't want somebody, entering his territory, he could ask all his mates to go home with him, and then there wouldn't be any need, would there? But I do like a sense of panic. Do like to hear that sort of slight panic in the voice there. Obviously, there's an awful lot of unhappy Russians. Oh, you have no idea how many messages I'm getting in the background. Jeepers creepers.
I love to hear about unhappy Russians. Maybe they'll try to go home and lick their wounds.
At some point, hopefully.
Or they can stay and be organic fertilizer.
Flipping it, man. I've seen the videos. Yeah, it's a lot of fertilizer. August, welcome.
That phone call, were they trying to recruit for to fight in Ukraine? Because I thought Prigozhin had sort of abandoned that mission and was going to focus on Africa or Syria or something like that. Did they indicate where they wanted these recruits to go?
Yes, they are still appearing to take on recruits for Ukraine, or for the Ukrainian effort, shall we say. There was flyers posted around, I think it was the Tula area, by Wanger. I've got to make sure I spell it right when I say it like that. But yeah, they were posting recruitment flyers in a recruitment plan to obtain new mercenaries. These were posted on public transport, billboards, and even pornographic websites. But then they went to a particular area. Oh, here we go. Ukta in the Komi Republic, which is like way north. And posted flyers in their mailboxes stating men from 21 to 60 years old are invited to join the private military company. Instead of requirements, they don't need any military experience, and they will be provided with life and health insurance. Oh, excuse me while I laugh. As well, of course, as a healthy monthly contract pay. Appear to be trying to bolster their forces. Earlier on today, the video showing him sort of chatting to a group of about 30 to 50 guys. He was basically saying, let's get you signed up quick so we can take Bakhmut. So I do have the impression that they are still part of the Ukrainian offensive, part of the offensive against Ukraine. Wagner are still participating in Bakhmut. In fact, I think they pretty much make up most of the forces in Bakhmut. It seems to be a point of personal pride now. It's a terrible shame.
All right, thanks. Have you seen any video of their Wangers, to use your, I like that expression, state-of-the-art training facility that they had built? I'm always wondering if that's going to be, the next target. It would be really nice if it is. It looks like a pretty nice facility for something in Russia.
Oh yeah, they've got a lot of problems, haven't they? I mean, the thing is that there's almost appeared to have abandoned training their forces now because, well, they don't last very long for a start, and why waste the time? And also the logistics, the trainers, all these sorts of things seem to have pretty much gone out the window. It's like, look, fella, buy your own stuff and turn up, and we'll waste you on the battlefield. It seems highly irregular, but that's the way they want to go. Maybe this is why people keep getting sacked from the job of being in charge, like the MOD report earlier on today. I always like to read through it because they're a wee bit sarcastic, the Brits, and whoever writes this writes it with a slight sense of humour. Yeah, so the last bit here about Muradov, who has apparently been sacked from his post, or appears to have been sacked from his post, that he has had poorly conceived assaults, repeatedly failed to capture Donetsk Oblast town of Vuhledar, and attracted intense public criticism from across the spectrum of commentators, because, you know, they all have to have a say about how it's going, don't they, all these mill bloggers and stuff. But unfortunately, even his own troops, yes, even his own troops said he was rubbish. He took over the eastern group of forces after its disastrous attempt to assault Kiev in the initial full-scale invasion. And this will be the most senior military dismissal of 2023 so far. But the British MOD believe that as Russia continues to fail to achieve its objectives, there will likely be more sackings coming. So what is it we say? That the beatings will continue until morale improves? I think that's probably appropriate for this moment.
They don't need trained troops. They just need a warm body to fill that hole that was left by the mine clearing equipment that the Russians ceded to the Ukrainians. If anybody hasn't seen that video, I highly recommend you go take a look. As far as I understand,
What video is that?
Dr. Ford shared it earlier in the afternoon. It's thermal drone footage from Bakhmut, where the Ukrainians are deploying a piece of mine clearing equipment. The U.S. military has something similar. Basically, you fire a rocket with a whole bunch of detonator cord on the back. It's
the explosive rope video.
Right.
That one, yeah.
Probably RDX in Russia's case, but what I thought was most remarkable about that was every single one of those vehicles in Ukrainian possession was donated by
Was donated by who?
Russians who turned in
Fall off the chair.
It's all recovered abandoned equipment that the Russians left for Ukraine. So thanks, Russia.
Well, it's kind of them, isn't it? I mean, yeah, they have actually performed quite a good Lend-Lease program with the Ukrainians. I have noticed that.
They lend it to the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians figure out how to fire it and send it back in working order.
Exactly. I mean, Ukrainians are really good at that, aren't they? They're fixing the stuff up for them and sending it straight back. Kind, I think. Just a kindness.
Yeah, it's basically a game of, oh, you don't know how this works? Let us see it. We'll show you how it works. You won't remember very long, but that's your problem.
Oh, absolutely. Talking of problems, do you remember there was a spate of military enlistment offices in Russia going up in flames? Well, it appears to have started again, a particularly large one this time. In the Krasnodar territory, the building definitely was, the district military registration and enlistment office. And I can tell you it certainly isn't anymore. You wonder what the, the motivations of these people are. Maybe they can't afford the massive amounts of money that you have to pay to sidestep the draft. Delay, bit of a kink in the working it out there. Or at least that's what I expect they're hoping to achieve. Either way, it's continuing to be hot in Russia, and I'm proud to know about that. And I keep going back to the words of Budanov. It's amazing what you can pay for in Russia. And I do wonder if a lot of people who are doing acts of violence in some areas are being cajoled into it for a payment for their services, because you know, I would imagine that they don't have massive morals when it comes to burning down empty buildings and stuff like that. So yeah, I actually think that some of these people, probably more than you think, are creating good trouble on behalf of the Ukrainians just for some money, because yeah, it's the culture, isn't it?
Yeah, they are just criminals.
Well, exactly.
Stuff.
Criminals gonna crime. Also, you've got to think of the fact that we've heard, you know, people going to work, especially factory works and things like that, that sometimes they just don't get paid, or sometimes they just don't get paid the full amount of their wage, and you know, that they don't go shopping in shops. They've virtually got a barter system set up with their neighbours and friends and the guy from out of town who brings vodka. So, you know, that they're surviving in a society that's already breaking apart. And so I don't know. In that sort of situation, would you feel inclined to go and fight for more of that? I just,
No,
you know.
never, never. But imagine, look, so you just said you go to work and your boss don't pay your check. So you don't get paid, or you don't get all paid. Well, I wouldn't go to work anymore. But that's the problem, because in Russia you cannot choose, because there is no other job for you, and you may be happy to have a job, and so you maybe just have the feeling still having a job, still providing your family with nothing.
Well, you've got to remember, some people get paid in kind. We heard the story of the man who made radios, who every so often would receive a radio in exchange for his work, and he would then take that radio and barter it with somebody for something that he actually needed. And well, a step back from the monetary system. No wonder, really, it's going down the tubes. But these people have survived without banking and you know, all that stuff that sort of connects you to the universe. And now those banks and systems aren't really connected to the universe anyway. I see some people carrying on and living their lives and not even noticing that the whole place has fallen down around them, because that already happened where they live, and so there's no real change. But certainly the ones who had stuff, the ones who loved their iPhones and all these fancy Western things, they're going to be the ones that I think are really the most disenchanted. Whether they can do anything about it or not is another matter, because they're horrific cowards. But you know, I think when it really bites those people, I mean, the poorer people who, you know, don't necessarily even have a say in anything that goes on anywhere around them, those people who keep their heads down and just go to their jobs even though they don't get paid, I don't think those people are uprising at any time. And I don't expect a massive uprising in Russia, but I do expect an awful lot of unrest, shall we say,
I hope so.
destabilization, yeah, and division, because we can already see division sprouting up between certain groups. And you know what? I kind of love it. Kind of love it because they've tried to divide everybody else.
They reap what they sow.
Yeah,
Marcus.
but you know, subversive techniques and you know, squirreling people into other people's countries, and you know, sleeper agents, all this flipping harsh Cold War rubbish that they've never woken up from. And some of these things are starting to come back to bite them. And, you know, I kind of do believe in karma. I kind of do, because they never stopped fighting a war with the West. And for some reason, we all just kind of got on with our lives and thought, yeah, okay, Russia, whatever. And, you know, we weren't looking at what the problem might actually be. And it's horrific it's taken this long, to be honest. But I think most of us now quite clearly see Russian propaganda. We're quite open to noticing the techniques that they use and the narratives that they try and push. And we immediately go, yeah, that's Russian propaganda, that's rubbish, and we don't listen to it. But it's up to us to educate others around us to also be immune or have some kind of inoculation against that sort of mind control almost. You know, it pushes your buttons, it makes you emotional. I have been that person where I've read an article in a newspaper and immediately been furious. And one day somebody laughed at me and they said, "What are you angry about?" And I was like, I don't really know. It just sort of triggered something in me. And they were like, well, that's exactly what that's for. That's just sensational crap to make you have an emotional reaction. And it removes rational thought. You know, it brings out the worst of your prejudices. And it pushes you into a very intolerant mindset. And that's not who we are. That's not who I've ever been. And I think that's the same for most of us. And yet there are these narratives constantly being pushed. We can't tolerate this. We shouldn't tolerate that. And what we really shouldn't tolerate is those narratives. It's amazing how our differences can be used to divide us when they're what makes us unique and special. And without differences, how bloody boring would the world be, hey?
Very boring. Because we should have different thoughts. That makes a good conversation going. We can discuss it. If everybody is the same, it would be a boring world.
Well, and that's another thing about what's happened in the last 12 months, that no matter where people come from, no matter what their beliefs, what their background, there is something that they can all get behind. And if you've got a brain in your head, that is, of course. You know, we do understand there are some people who still think that Russia's amazing. I'm sure they'll come to their senses eventually, but or maybe they'll stop getting paid, and then you know they'll just stop harping about it. But yeah, it's brought massively different groups of people together. People who may not never get on in life before. People who had those divisions based along religion, politics, all these things which we have that make us diverse but shouldn't exclude us from each other's company. You know, we're adults, for goodness sakes. We can have a conversation without having to agree on everything. And I think that sort of sense of acceptance of one another has started to come back. I honestly see it as a fabulous thing. The movement of people coming together to stand up for what's right rather than what someone shouts about the loudest. And it means a lot to me, that, all you folks. It means a lot to me that people in the world come together over a common cause and a righteous one. And it's not something that's being used to divide people. It's bringing an awful lot of people together all over the world. And of course, that's why I talk here. Welcome back, Axel. I'm just making sure he can speak first. He has terrible audio issues, so possibly not. Nope, there he goes again. Yeah, I knew that was
Can't
happening.
hear him.
Yeah, I absolutely knew that would happen. Happens to him nearly every time. So, let us see. I'm just stealing some information here from our lovely Doman. Oh yes, yeah, I see what this is about now. And yeah, this is something which we mentioned earlier on in the day. However, it has been put forward by the Lithuanian Parliament and unanimously adopted a resolution anchoring Lithuania's aspiration for the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius. The document states it is necessary to invite Ukraine to join NATO as a member state. And, well, that's something I think we can all get behind. Yes. I certainly can. I like that. Good messaging. Lovely stuff. And thank you very much, Lithuania.
Uno, dos, tres, mic check.
Yay!
Yes, loud and clear, Axel.
Yoo-hoo.
Finally, we can hear you.
Reborn.
Yeah, I had the same problem when I came on. I was speaker, and then I didn't hear any sound. I just closed my app, opened it again, and pushed again on the space, and all things went well.
Well, this is the days of 1980s talk radio revisited. It is digital radio redux. We're getting there.
Talking of getting there, I'm just bringing Colonel Jeff up.
Who is shown as connecting.
Is he coming round the mountains again, do you think? There is a song in there. There's several songs in there, in fact.
Yes, there's loads of songs in there. Chorals, choirs, songs. Okay, Jeff, it seems you're still connecting. You're in limbo. You need to restart. In the meantime, did our lovely Ryan tell us what he has been doing today yet again? Or was he just moaning?
Oh, we were having some fun to his funky music, but he's out having some dinner because today they've had a very busy day, sorting and packing, I think mostly medical items and humanitarian aid.
Did he share
And,
where he was?
He did not at this time.
Aye, aye, aye.
Keep Metro. That's all you get.
Are you very soup-centric at the moment, Ryan?
No, he is not. He's very beef-centric at the moment.
Take that back. I had mushroom soup as an appetizer.
Okay, I take it back, yeah.
You can be both beef and soup centric at the same time. You just have to eat Chef Genia's ramen.
That is actually something I have yet to try. Two of our full-time volunteers and one other person went down and delivered a van load of supplies to him, mostly rice and starch, and he treated all three of them to what they said was a delicious bowl of soup. Rob from New York said it was incredibly spicy hot, which is something I really look forward to because they don't know how to use hot sauce here in Ukraine.
Unfortunately, he's so right. But
Poland's not much better, so
no, you have to go to actual Vietnamese restaurant to get spicy. And then they ask you if you want spicy or Vietnamese spicy. That's what we've been asking in my restaurant when I was working for a couple of years.
and then you tell them you want Vietnamese spicy times two. Because I'm from Oklahoma.
Alrighty. Let's go to the boys from Iowa.
The who?
Jeff, how are you doing?
I ain't from Iowa. I'm from Indiana.
Isn't that the
Is there a
same?
difference?
I heard Yehuda's voice, and I don't see him here.
You're hearing voices now also? That's not a good thing, Jeff.
Son of a gun!
Oh God. I have to say, I mean, if there's one university I really like and trust, it's Purdue.
That's literally my arch enemy. I went to Indiana University. What, dude? What are you doing? Are you trying to get me to leave?
No, I'm just teasing you because we really appreciate that you take the time today. We're very happy to have you here.
Whatever
Alrighty.
Crayola college he went to, it doesn't hold a candle to Harvard of the Plagues.
Hey, by the way, Axel, dude, I got some good news. I got some exciting news.
Shoot.
First one is, if you go on Amazon today, you can actually pre-order the Kindle version of my book 3. It's coming out on April 18th. It's called Afghan Ghosts. It is by far and away the darkest one of my fiction thrillers because it truly talks about how a soldier can truly get PTSD, and it goes into very, very graphic detail. In the example, obviously it's fiction, but my tagline's always been it's as real as fiction gets. So a very, very interesting book coming out. Afghan Ghosts. It's going to be available now for pre-release, and it'll come out on the 18th. Hard copy, soft copy, both come out on the 18th as well, but unfortunately you can't pre-order those. Second thing, and this is very exciting because I've had a lot of people send me messages and ask. They're like, "Hey, dude, whatever happened to that nonprofit plan that you were doing for the rescue dogs?"
The dogs.
Yeah, and I haven't updated anyone in a while because getting a nonprofit going, I think, as many people probably know, is not the easiest thing in the world. And I'm learning that, right? So I do have an update, though, right? I've got an update. We're not there yet, but we're making progress. And the update is this. For those who don't know, I'll do a real quick background, right? So the nonprofit that I'm trying to start is called S2S, which is shelter service. And the concept is actually taking shelter dogs from Europe, putting them through a training program for disabled Ukrainian veterans, whether they be disabled and losing limbs, losing sight, emotional scars, PTSD, anxiety, whatever the issue is. And then basically pairing those dogs up with those veterans so that, that they have, someone to lean on or something to lean on. And it's basically giving everybody a second chance, right? It's giving the pet the dog a second chance. It's giving that veteran a second chance. And it's showing that the Ukrainian people, that the Ukrainian government truly cares about its veterans and that they're going to take care of them and they're grateful for their service to the nation. It's a really, really good program, right? Couple from well-defined breeders that the path in which you actually get the dog of using a shelter dog is kind of counter to what the architecture is, right? But I want to do it, and I'm not at this point. I'm not willing to back down. So I've asked the local dog training company. They're called Kinetech here in Austria. They do a great job. My wife and I have been to their training facilities. These guys are phenomenal. They actually do not leave any of their dogs at the training facility at night. They take all the dogs home. So the dogs are not even in kennels. That they're truly, they care, they're passionate about what they do, and it's awesome. So that's good, right? So we have been looking for a proof of concept dog, and they just told me yesterday they found a dog. They've found a rescue dog. So we are moving forward, and this rescue dog has a very interesting story. The dog is a black lab female, 1 year old. She was actually from a breeder in Belarus who was breeding the dog for profit, and he was a big mass breeder. Unfortunately, we have a lot of that over here in Europe, right? And as a mass breeder, something happened. He either got sick, he ran out of money, and he basically abandoned all of his dogs. This dog, this female black lab, has ended up in a shelter in Tyrol, Austria. and when the shelter got her, Kinetech and I have been notifying shelters kind of what we're looking for here in Austria, in Hungary, in Slovakia, because these are the easiest countries kind of to go to pick up the dogs. We were notified that they received the dog. The dog is a shelter dog, so that meets the qualification. We've had her hips x-rayed. She does not have hip dysplasia. And we've done blood work, and they've done a background check on her, and the dog checks out. So on Saturday, my wife, my son, and I are going to meet the potential new member of our family, because the first dog, the first dog that's going to come out is actually going to be my service dog. For those out there who know, I am diagnosed with PTSD. So this will be my service dog. It is the proof of concept dog, and it is going to be basically our marketing dog to show that, yes, shelter dogs can serve as service dogs for veterans. And I think it's a great story. It's a great way to move forward. I'm really excited about it. People, please, please stop asking me when you can send donations, because we're not there yet. But I love the fact that you're trying to send us donations. That's really cool. And that you love the idea, because it's, I'm the kind of guy who believes this is kind of like killing two birds with one stone. We're putting a dent in the dog overpopulation issue in Europe, and we're actually helping veterans of the war in Ukraine. And these are two phenomenally good issues, right? So two birds, one stone. The name of the organization is called S2S. We're going to have a website up here soon, as long as the proof of concept goes well, right? If I think we have to be honest, and I have to look at all sides, right? There's a chance that a shelter dog's not going to work, or this one won't work. And that'll be a little bit of a setback. And maybe I have to reevaluate the entity, or reevaluate the nonprofit. But from my perspective, I think this is really, really cool. I'm pretty excited that Kinetech has found a dog. It's been a couple months, because we've been looking for the right dog. You definitely want to give your proof of concept the best chance of success that it can have. So I think we're there, right? I mean, we have a purebred black lab. Labradors are really, really good service dogs for PTSD. That this is kind of the dog discipline that you kind of want for that. Kinetech has been working with other training programs in the United States that have kind of stepped up and given them some training techniques and stuff like that. So we're really excited, and I'll turn it back over to you.
That's excellent. I like that idea. And Ukraine will need many, many tens of thousands of service dogs in the coming years. Not only service dogs for veterans, but also service dogs as sniffer dogs to suss out explosives and to support the troops in the field. So it's an excellent idea.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really excited about it. And when I try and talk to, I think many Americans, and to be fair, even some Europeans don't truly grasp the requirement, right? And I see that, I see Don Spencer's listening, and John can, if he wants to come on. The United States fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, right? We've got, I want to say, on the order of 4,000, 6,000 dead. I should know that number by heart, and I'm sorry that I don't right now. Usually I do. I'm just so excited. I'm kind of over the moon that we're moving forward. So 20 years, 6,000, right? I mean, you think about what the death toll, and just, I mean, not the wounded toll, right? The death toll in Ukraine, and you realize they have surpassed by a magnitude of 10 the requirement in 1 year from what the United States requirement is in 20 years. And the United States has a backlog of veterans waiting to get dogs of over 2 years, right? So this is a growing requirement. It's exponential in the rate that it's growing, and one of the things that I truly admire about the United States and many European countries is that they show, and there's a very public display of support for the veterans that have fought for the freedoms of their nations, right? That the United States, when you talk about, veterans in the United States and you're a congressman, you talk about it in a somber way, and we're not going to take things away from veterans, and we're going to give veterans everything that they deserve because they were willing to write, a blank check for their life if need be. They're lay down their life for their nation, and the Ukrainians are proven over and over again that they're willing to write this blank check, right? And on the backside, the promise should be from the nation that you're going to take care of them, no matter what happens. They lose a leg, they lose an arm, they lose an eye, they lose a hand, they lose whatever. The nation owes it to the veterans to take care of them. And there's really, having a service dog that has a little vest on that shows that I'm a service dog for a Ukrainian war veteran. This is an open, visible, public display that the government is helping. And yes, I realize that this government doesn't have necessarily the money for it right now, but we are working with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs in Ukraine. We're going to work on a funding stream. Most likely, it will come from from nonprofits, maybe from the U.S. government, maybe from European governments. We're Yehuda, myself, you and others are kind of talking about this, right? Peter and I are trying to figure out where the donations come from. I know that Maria org, MriyaReport org right now is actually now taking donations and stuff like that. Again, I'm not asking for donations to go there yet. That might not be the right vehicle. We don't know yet. So again, please, if it's something you want to give to it, you make me really happy. But I really can't even use the money, right? So I don't know what to do with it, right? So please, when the time comes, I will hit you all up. I promise. I will be the flesh peddler coming forward and trying to get your money.
We'll be there.
But now's not the right time. But yeah, this is really good stuff.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent approach, and in whatever way we can help the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and the Ukrainians in dealing with the need for service dogs is a fantastic effort, because it will last for many years and it will be important. And it is important even during times of war already. And we've all seen the service dogs in theater.
Ryan. Ryan, are you there? Sydney?
We've lost Brian. We've lost Brian.
And
We can't really hear you though, Ryan.
It's like they're whispering to each other. Sweet nothing.
No, we're here. I think the noise cancellation might be blocking out a bit of the sound.
Well, we'll come back to you in a minute, Ryan. I was just
How's the audio now?
copying in the net. Oh, much better.
It was the noise cancellation feature on the headphones. Sorry about that. I was trying to block out the obnoxious club music. And no, I'm not in a club. We're having dinner in a suburb. We are not clubbing.
Well, if this is the musical environment or ambience which you have when you're not clubbing but having dinner, then you're in a good environment.
All right.
I've been to a club in probably a decade.
I call that bullshit. Twice.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a shame for you or not, Ryan.
The fact that he just muted me in the middle of my sentence tells you a lot.
He sincerely appreciates you and wants to give the audience a possibility to digest the previous segment.
Exactly. Thank you, Axel.
You guys, you always have each other's back, don't you? Anyway, I popped into the nest a tweet sent out by Mr. M, which is a press release of Russia's top 5 persistent disinformation narratives from the US Department of State. And I wondered if you would like me to go through them with you, if you want.
Yes, please.
Excellent. So, theme 1, Russia is just an innocent victim. We've seen that one before, have we not? And all the mentions of Russophobia. No, it's not a phobia. We're not scared. We're just disgusted. Theme number 2, historical revisionism. So basically denying or just changing historical events to their favour, downplaying anybody else's participation in World War II, and so on and so forth. Theme 3, the collapse of Western civilization is imminent because we're also, I don't know.
We're doomed.
We're also,
Mockers, we're doomed.
yeah, exactly. Because we accepting of other people, and apparently that's terribly decadent and terribly against traditional values.
Sacrilege, blasphemy.
To let people live and let live. Yeah, exactly. How very dare we? Yeah. So apparently, Western students, according to Minister Lavrov, learn at school that Jesus Christ himself was bisexual. Well, I'm pretty sure that was never in anything that I read, but so bloody what? Anyway, to be fair, it's not bothering me. So there we go. Popular movement.
Maybe highlight that the carpenter also was a Jew.
Was he?
Yes.
Oh my God. How?
And to be fair, he wasn't a very good carpenter.
No, I can safely say I haven't seen anything around that he made, apart from the religion, of course. Theme number 4, popular movements are US-sponsored colour revolutions. How many times have we heard this load of twaddle? Yeah, everything is sponsored by the US, of course, because the US is just there. It only exists to have a dig at Russia, apparently. It's nothing to do with the fact that Russia's horrible to all its neighbours. Nothing at all. And theme number 5, and this is the one that I think we can all have a good fun with. Reality is whatever the Kremlin wants it to be. So, obviously, the endless stream of lies that we are well aware of these days. Yeah, that is number 5, and they're making it up as they go along. Sorry, that was out of a comedy show that I used to watch. I do apologise if nobody got the reference, but yeah, they're making it up as they go along, and like Doman has pointed out, they can pretty much tell their public whatever they want, and their public will shrug and accept it. Okay, whatever. And that is, of course, why we're all terrible Satanists and, decadent and awful people that need to be eradicated, apparently, so that the Russian can rule the world. I can see that being, yeah, okay, if you say so.
Jeff, in your diplomatic service, you've been dealing with lots of adversaries, be them Serbs and others, but you've had your fair share of Russian encounters. Was there ever a situation where you thought they're not trying to take advantage of you?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say that they were always trying to take advantage of me. I mean, I can give you two examples that are actually wildly different, right? I mean, it's somewhat funny, right? I went to a Dayton Article 4 event. I was the senior U.S. diplomat assigned to the Dayton arms agreement, right? Article 4 was the arms agreement portion of that, signed up by the 4 major players in the Balkans. And they rotated hosts, right? And this was the year that Bosnia Herzegovina was hosting, and they decided to host an event in Republic Srpska. We stayed at a very nice resort, and as the vans of the diplomats, right? So you've got a Russian diplomat, a British diplomat, a French diplomat, an Italian diplomat, and myself as basically the parent diplomats. And then you've got senior diplomats from Bosnia, Croatia, Serbia, and what was the last one? I feel bad. I think it was Montenegro. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. So so we pull up, and all of the nations that I just mentioned, all their flags are flying out in front of this hotel, right? Because there's a diplomatic event there, minus one flag, right? One of the flags is missing. Can you guess which flag is missing?
It's not the Lone Star.
No, it's the American flag. they're flying every flag but the American flag at the hotel resort in Republic Srpska. Right. So I look at the Italian 2-star general who's basically in charge, and and he knows exactly. I don't even have to say a word. Right. He knows exactly what I'm thinking. So I walk in to check into the hotel, and I pull out my diplomatic passport, and I present it along with all the other diplomats their diplomatic passports, and I asked politely if I could talk to the hotel manager. And I said, "Hey, it's interesting you have all these flags flying out front." And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Yes." And I said, "So why do you fly the different flags?" He goes, "Well, when we have a senior diplomat from a nation staying here, we'll fly their flag." And I said, "Oh, that's interesting, because I'm a senior diplomat. I'm here for the diplomatic function with all the others, and I'm from the United States." And he goes, "Yes, we know." And he just fucking walked away. Right. So if you let that get under your skin, yeah, okay, great. I was at another
And then
event,
you
right?
unholstered. Went to the front gate and shot holes into the Russian flag.
No. I mean, it is what it is, right? You just. I mean, right? To be fair, if as a diplomat, if you let those things get to you, man, you are in the wrong job, right? That is not. You're not in the right job.
I didn't say that you wouldn't, but that's what I'm saying. You, as a diplomat, you have no other chance. Emotions don't get into
Right.
this.
So I mean, and the thing is if you let them know that it gets to you, they win, right? So that's the other issue, right? But then we were at a beach in Montenegro, right? At an event later in the year. We went to another one. These are quarterly events. We go to the one in Montenegro, and all the senior diplomats have gotten together. We've been drinking wine. We had a wonderful dinner. After the event, we went back to the hotel. We sat by the pool, and I pulled out my guitar and I started playing. And I did a duet with my Russian counterpart senior diplomats, and we sang "Imagine" by John Lennon while I played the guitar. And there's a video of it. I won't tell you where the video is, but I mean, can you imagine that, right? This is 2012, 2013, a US and a Russian senior diplomat who've been drinking a little bit, singing "Imagine" by John Lennon together with a guitar. Pretty impressive, right? So you see both sides, man, right? Diplomacy is diplomacy, and sometimes it's tough work, but it's very rewarding.
I could have found use for that guitar.
You would not be a good diplomat, my friend.
I would have looked at the guitar and offered him this as a present. You know, you take this guitar, Tovarish, and you take your troops and go home. That's the last present you're gonna get. Depending on
This was at a time, by the way, when Russia was still participating in all the arms control agreements, right? And they were attending all the OSCE events, and we were having every month. You've heard me say numerous times, right? The ribs and beer event between the Russian and the U.S. diplomats. We did get along, and I just actually read. I read a very interesting post from one of my very dear friends, Josh Kozlov. He's the commander of the electronic warfare wing in the United States right now, right? And Josh is one of the guys that actually I brought up when I was one of his instructors, right? And he just posted a very interesting article. It's in Foreign Policy, and it talks about the competition continuum, right? When great powers compete, the competition continuum. And one of the fundamental requirements in the competition continuum is communication. And the article says Russia and the United States need to speak. China and the United States we need dialogue, right? Because we don't have to agree, but as Mockers even said at a lower level, I can have a discussion with you and I don't have to agree with you. I mean, she just said it just a half hour ago or something to that effect, right? But this whole notion where Russia is pulling back diplomatically is very, very scary, right? The fact that Secretary Blinken has only had one discussion with his counterpart, Minister Lavrov, in the last few weeks, and that one discussion had one topic, and that was the American that they're illegally detaining. In a competition continuum world, that's a concerning issue, right? That I would tell you that gives me more strategic concern than what Russia's doing in Ukraine. Look, I don't like so clarity here, right? I don't like what Russia's doing in Ukraine. Please don't take that the wrong way, right? But by the same token, I think it's really important to understand from a grander perspective, diplomatic dialogue, sometimes difficult and challenging, and all the negative words you want to use, is important because it is an exchange of information that is shared with leaders, senior leaders, so that they do not make strategic errors because they lack information and construct. If Minister Lavrov doesn't talk to Secretary Blinken, then he and President Putin can only go on what they presume the United States' answer is to any question, be it A, B, C, or D. They have to make assumptions. They have to make presumptions. Assumptions and presumptions between nations with nuclear weapons is not a world I really want to live in, right? I would like Minister Lavrov and Secretary Blinken to chat. As hard as that is, I want them to talk.
I have no problem in them talking, especially if they, go to a wall, talk to the wall, and then afterwards hit their head against the wall. Preferably one in Krasnodar.
I tell you what, I keep saying you wouldn't be a very good diplomat, but I would tell you this. Well, I don't think you'd be a good one. I'd love to watch it because I think the fireworks would be amazing.
See, the thing is, I don't have to portray myself here as a diplomat because I'm not applying for a job. And
I'm not applying either.
See, I fully respect.
I am what I am.
Exactly. I fully respect the way you approach this and how you word it, and I completely agree that we need to keep channels open, because at some point in time you have to talk to the enemy, you have to talk to the adversary. This is what mill-to-mill talks are for, just as much as there have to be diplomatic interchanges. That's what states do. I completely respect this. Absolutely. Trust me. However, I think that from time to time, a bit of straight talk is merited. And it seems to me that more often than not, that straight talk is not what we really dish out. And yeah, I think we could do well defanging Russia by a little bit of humorous, derogating straight talk. More humor, more derogation, more irony, more sardonic truthfulness can hurt them and also are merited.
I would like to add here that the statements by the British, UK in the UN, and a few other British establishments have been very direct and straightforward, shall we say? Yeah, they're not pulling their punches anymore, and I quite like that. Maybe that's the way to be, just direct.
I watched recently yet again another interview, which was quite interesting, between two historians, one younger, one older. It doesn't really matter why and how it came to be, but where the interregnum of the great appeaser, Mr. Chamberlain, took place in the first, 9 months of the war? And where in the war cabinet he had all sorts of people, including, of course, Lord Halifax and Winston Churchill. And the days in which the changeover occurred, French and Italian diplomats were the French and Italian diplomats were the Italians under Mussolini were trying to snatch up Egypt, Malta, and Gibraltar for themselves. Don't forget, of all places, recreating the very aspirational projections of Mr. Mussolini that Italy should rule Mare Nostrum, and where then literally the whole Defense Council had already reverted back to Chamberlain that what you're doing there is not working. Dunkirk, disaster, all of this is not working. This way, we're not winning. And he then literally turned around and said, well, maybe we're not winning. And the discussion was whether Lord Halifax, the more minutiae-oriented, detail, strong, and very, very, very capable, but potentially also more diplomatic and less aspirational leader would take up the mantle, or whether Winston Churchill would. And whilst there was no fly at the wall, there's no real report. There's only the report as to what supposedly happened, but nobody ever said that this actually happened. There is no proof of it having happened, but seemingly when the question was asked as to who would take up the mantle, Lord Halifax, projected the pros and cons of him assuming it, and said, but he may not have to. Whereas when Winston Churchill was asked, he was just saying nothing and waited. So that Halifax then reiterated that, well, he wouldn't have to, and therefore Churchill assumed the mantle, which was astute as a move, but also led him to, in the next few days, without a week, with not more than a week, assert full control and generate momentum. And he was less than diplomatic. On the contrary, he fired up the British public. He started speaking. He started talking. He engaged with the general staff. He slimmed down the Defense Council and the overall government. he reduced it to the maximum, meaning he buried people with responsibility and tested them, and he went out and told the defense manufacturers, the people in France, that they should remember that they had been saved once before with a lot of British and also especially American blood. And he was not quite well received by the French, who were already using one of their 4 reverse gears, despite the fact that some of the French troops were fighting still in theater valiantly with dedication and were left by their own government already and their general staff. But then there you go, that is typically the classic fate of any squaddy and any junior or mid-range officer. Below flag level, people actually take things seriously. Above that, it's not necessarily guaranteed. True, Colonel Jeff?
Yeah, can't really disagree with too much of that. I mean, I listened half-heartedly because I'm making some freaking some halloumi cheese right now. So please give me.
That's okay.
I need a
Marcus,
little
did
bit
you
of
hear
time
this?
because you're going to hear my fryer
Marcus, did
kicking
you hear
off in
this
a
while
second.
the most Anglophile here on this panel gave, say, singing testimony to Winston Churchill? He listened half-heartedly. I shall now retire in a corner here and weep.
Well, while you do
I
that,
listened more than half-heartedly. I listened and I agree, but I'm like, dude, I'm hungry. It's like almost 8 o'clock.
I love it. Keep going. I think we should go to pair.
yeah, I think we should as well.
Oh, hi everyone, and happy Easter. It's vacation time, I guess. So I actually had a question for Colonel Jeff about how they speak to each other during diplomacy, but maybe if he's eating, maybe I can just ask him later.
It's halloumi.
No, I'm listening. As long as you don't go on like a 7-minute diatribe, I'm in.
No, it's pretty short. It's pretty short, I guess. But I'm just wondering this diplomatic talk. It fascinates me because I know I could not be a diplomat. I would lose. I think probably most people wouldn't be able to do it because they would lose their cool. Because you're sitting, next to a guy they know they're lying, and everybody knows who's lying, and still they have to sit there and talk. For example, I imagine a meeting between peace talks or what they had before between Ukraine and Russia in the beginning, and then you're sitting in front of you. There's a guy who's lying his head off, and you're like, listen here, you piece of what? We know you're lying. What the hell are you doing? And how do these meet? Do people swear? Do they start even fights? Or actually, I'm so curious what actually happens because people are human, I guess, and maybe they lose their heads or they want to strangle the other guy because it's so absurd to smile and be polite again, with a guy or with a country or a representative of a country that's killing your people. I don't know. Do you have any stories about that?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the most famous phrases about diplomacy, right? The art of diplomacy is actually telling your opponent to go fuck off and telling him to go to hell and telling him in such a way that he's looking forward to the trip, right? And look, to be fair, Russian diplomats are very, very good at what they do. And they actually do things a little different, right? So, for example, in Vienna, the ambassador that I dealt with from Russia that was from the OSCE. Now, I wasn't a diplomat. I mean, I wasn't an ambassador, right? I was the senior military advisor. So I did not go to Foreign Service Officer School. I did not come up through the ranks through State Department. So I was kind of like wedged in and shoehorned in as a diplomat at the rank of colonel. So many of my State Department colleagues would say I was an unpolished diplomat. This is the nice way that they say it, right? So that it's like saying you suck. So again, the art of diplomacy. So anyway, but he, Ambassador Anton Mazur, had been stationed in Vienna at the OSCE for over 10 years. Okay. So I was there in 2011. I think he was actually there for 15 years. 15 years, right? So imagine this, right? We have an ambassador that's coming in, and he gets there, and he's maybe there for 2 to 3 years, right? And he wants to use and cite historic examples on European security issues as a guy who was the former ambassador, the former deputy ambassador in a bilateral entity. Let's say, like, he was the ambassador, he was the DCM, or the deputy chief of mission, the deputy ambassador. DCM is the name, right? In Turkey. So he's got tons of bilateral Turkey knowledge, but he doesn't understand. I shouldn't say he doesn't understand. His knowledge base of European security is not that deep. And now he has to go verbally joust with a dude who's been doing the job for 15 years, right? That's not a fair fight. so, and I'm not saying our ambassador lost, but I'm saying that, he didn't have as many things as many examples to pull on. And that's just a fact of life, right? So here we go, man. You can hear my cheese coming on. Sorry. Turning on the fan. Got to get out. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. Chef Zenya would be proud of me, man. So anyway, yeah, it's not easy, right? And this Russian diplomat would often cite, right? He would often cite. It was almost like it was a one-trick pony. Hey, in 1999, the UN Security Council, Russia vetoed any military involvement in Kosovo, and yet you ignored us. So, we don't understand why you're so upset about us trying to go help our people in Transnistria, or help ethnic Russians or the Nagorno-Karabakh people. And we don't understand why, we've got some ethnic Russians in South Ossetia and Abkhazia and the region of northern Georgia that we believe that, we have the same right that the West did to go in and help these people. Now, everyone in the room knows that drawing these comparisons is ludicrous, right? But to the Russians, it makes sense. And to be fair to many people who don't understand the constructs of and the true deeper issues associated with all those frozen conflict, would go, well, yeah, the UN Security Council veto, and then the West did go in, and we ignored that, and yeah, that is a multilateral entity, and okay, so yeah, we did that. Now, does tit for tat matter, right? To Russia, it does, right? So to them, they're not lying. When the buildup first started along the eastern border of Ukraine back in 2014, we had images, and the diplomats, my ambassador and Ambassador Dan Baer, would confront the Russians and say, "Dude, what the hell are you guys doing with 50,000 fucking dudes on the Russian border? We have arms control agreements like the Vienna document that are supposed to be there to actually make you notify everyone when you have military forces there." And of course, the Russians would say, "We have no idea what you're talking about. There are no forces along the borders. Ignore the man you see behind the green curtain." And then finally, the West produced images, right, taken from open skies, and said, "Okay, dude, you say you don't have forces. Here it is." And then the Russians would say, "Oh, you mean those guys? Oh, they're just there doing some training." Well, okay, but you didn't declare the training. "Oh my God, we forgot. We're sorry. We've forgotten about the Vienna document, and we weren't really sure. And by the way, we're not really big fans of the Vienna document anyway. We don't really think it should apply to us for reasons A, B, and C, and D." So to them, it's not necessarily lying. You don't use the word lie in diplomacy, right? Now, you and I can use it. We can use it on the MriyaReport. But these ambassadors and these senior leaders, they all get their talking points from Russia, from very, very, very smart people who ironically end up being politicians and find ways to also obfuscate the truth. I can say that, right? But you and I would consider the truth, and I'm like, okay, dude, that's bullshit. You're just trying to blow smoke and mirrors. Yeah, they're just really, really good at it.
6 minutes and 20.
So that's
6 minutes and 20.
Yeah, sorry.
6 minutes and 20.
I let you decide how long you wanted to talk, actually. But it's very interesting because I mean, but do they actually swear at each other, or is that the sign of weakness? You goddamn, I don't want to use bad language here, but or is that a sign of weakness if you start going down that road? Or because it must be very frustrating. Well, and what is a strong, or what is a good diplomat that can win, kind of, if you can call it that?
So I'll give you one example of a very funny diplomatic exchange, right? One where I think everybody in the room started chuckling because this diplomat won the argument, right? Anton Mazur, after the invasion of little green men into Crimea, and after they finally admitted that the little green men were actually Russian, right? And that they were there to actually help the ethnic Russians because they were being oppressed by Ukraine, which again, nobody believed, right? And that, that there were a lot of, there's a historical basis was his argument for, Ukraine belonging to Russia. He was using, based on history, if we look back in history, at one time, this was Russian. So therefore, what Russia's doing should not really bother anybody. And as soon as he said that, another one of my very good friends, and I think the world of her, she was the first chair diplomat from Turkey assigned to the OSCE, right? Very brilliant girl, just brilliant young lady, phenomenal, right? So she pushes her mic and she would like to speak next. And you could see the room, right? You could see, because other people had their mic lights on that they wanted to speak, and everyone turned their mic light off except for her. They're like, dude, we're going to let her speak next, right? And because the way she pushed the mic button, you just knew she had something good to say, right? And so she gets on and she says, I was unaware that the OSCE had now started using historic basis for the litmus on who gets to own what property. If we really want to go back in history, I'm fairly certain that the Turks have a pretty good claim to Crimea too.
No, completely disagree.
Dude, you're missing the point. The point is you should never base.
I know the joke, but they don't have a claim.
Right, but she's saying under the Ottoman Empire. I mean, if history serves it, then dude, the Balkans should belong to the
Yeah,
Turks,
but
right?
during the Ottoman Empire, the Crimean Tatars had massive amount of freedom, and they were not subjugated and not even vassals to the Ottoman Empire.
Yes, but you're missing the point. History shouldn't. Oh my God!
I was just teasing.
Everyone else gets it, man. I'm done with my diatribes. I'm done.
You did well, by the way, time-wise. It was perfect. And you did the halloumi in parallel. What are you serving this with? Walnuts and rucola and the likes?
I'm posting a picture for you guys right now, just so you know, man. Chef Zenya is going to love it.
And you heard it here live on the MriyaReport this evening at 9 o'clock Kiev time, roundabouts. The halloumi protocols by Chef Fish.
Thank you for the sound effects there. I'll let you know that nobody's cooked for me all day. So that's kind of rude, Colonel Jeff. I'm going to slap you. There you go, I've muted him now. The git. Trying to make me hungry. So anyway, we were talking about these disinformation narratives. And I thought it would be nice to sort of break them down a little bit. So obviously, we know the theme of Russia being a victim. And this is all about, we were forced into attacking our neighbours because we just knew that they were going to attack us sooner or later. That kind of constant theme. Oh no, it was all against us, so we just absolutely had to attack our neighbours. in a preemptive strike. Yeah, because that your neighbours just really, really want to attack you all the time. No, your neighbours want to be left alone. And of course this Russophobia claim. Well, you know what? Proudly Russophobic, but the meaning of the word is fear, and I don't think that's correct. I think it should be yeah, more like disgust, Russo disgust, or something along those lines. Maybe we can find a catchy phrase. Per, what do you say?
It's just interesting what you say with how Russia explains this. I always think about this wife beater explanation. You know, I'm sorry, I had to do it. I mean, I really because I explained that the Ukrainians are people, the neighbors or the brothers. I mean, oh, but they no, I just had to do it. She just didn't listen, and I had to do something. You know, I really love her, and I just had to do it because and then apologizes after. Okay, I guess the Russians don't apologize for that, but I just had to teach them a lesson. I'm sorry, I was forced to do it. Typical wife beater explanation.
Yeah, exactly. It's just gaslighting, isn't it? It's just that same old sort of spouting of nonsense that muddies the waters, that, you know, makes people think, oh, maybe they did have a reason after all. Well, people without, you know, proper functioning brains tend to go down that route. And it's just, well, it's absolutely historically proven that this is indeed what they do. I mean, didn't Catherine the Great, wasn't she unable to protect her borders? So, you know, I'm in a position where I'm this terribly weak, you know, position of weakness, and we can't possibly have that. So I'll just have to invade all my neighbours so that I don't appear weak. Okay. Not quite the reasoning I would have gone for, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe build a fence. I don't know. Put some border control in. It seems like the best option to me. But anyway, theme 2, historical revisionism. Now, I've had history classes at school, and you know, they were a little bit skewed to British history, as I was indeed in that country. But they didn't tell me outright lies. They didn't tell me that, for example, non-aggression pact, between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, also known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, is politically inconvenient for the Putin regime. So in 2020, in an attempt to minimize and rationalize this decision, to align Stalin's Russia with Hitler, Putin published a twisted version of the start of World War II, downplaying the Soviet role and shifting blame for that war to other countries. Basically just taking a step out of that part of history and passing that label on to others. And then he was able to say, well, it wasn't us, it was these Nazi sympathizers over there. It's one of those things that, you know, people do when they're trying to weasel out of something. You know, look over there. Look at this thing. Here's another dead cat. If you get the reference, it's the dead cat to wave at everybody, and obviously it's a right load of rubber balls. So yeah, we have those. Theme number 3. Now, this is the collapse of Western civilization, and obviously we are on the brink of collapse. We are. Because, you know, if they didn't pay us and they didn't, like, you know, the bathrooms didn't work and things like that, we would indeed be out there rioting, no doubt. But that doesn't mean our civilization's going to collapse. It just means that we expect our governments to look after us to a degree. And if they don't, we'd get a bit upset. That's kind of how it works when you don't like your government. You know, you have the right to tell them. But no, apparently that's terribly decadent. Shouldn't be allowed. We are decaying. Personally, I see the West and the idea of Western civilization and accepting of other nations and creeds and beliefs and what have you. I see that as very forward thinking. I don't see that as decaying in the slightest. But of course, the very fact that gay people exist, because there's no gay people in Russia, you know that, don't you? There's none. Absolutely don't exist. Yeah, the very fact that gay people exist, and there is a multiculturalism and female equality. I know, because feminism in Russia is now apparently that there's some rules that you're not really allowed to say you're a feminist in Russia anymore, because it's seen as being activism, and that's just not allowed. Gosh, no. So so none of that nice stuff anymore. You can't have equality. Not that they had any anyway, but they had the pretense of it before, at least. So yeah, so apparently all these things that give people rights and rights to enjoy their life and what have you, that makes us extremely loose with our morals and values. So well, I'll be honest, I have very strong morals, especially when it comes to genociding my neighbour. And I would imagine that, yeah, most of the other countries who are backing Ukraine probably also believe in those sorts of strong morals. So, yeah, not quite sure where they're getting that from. It is a bit strange, isn't it? Maybe because it's all bullshit. But that might just be my view. But my things stop loading. Don't do that to me. Of what? Me constantly. Of what? Me constantly talking.
That's fantastic. I think that whilst the chef, the colonel chef or chef colonel, is throwing his slightly over stir-fried halloumi probably across the plate, you at least managed to continue on the news. I like it. It's good. Undiplomatic as we are, how shall we continue?
Well, I was going to go through the last 2 points.
Oh, but please, sorry, if I managed to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're absolutely fine. It was just I went to go back into the documents and it disappeared. Now it's back. There we go. Right. Okay. So, so obviously, Western civilization is going to collapse. We'll all be using toilets outside soon, no doubt. No. Oh, just the Russians then. Okay. And of course, we're teaching children that Jesus Christ was bisexual. To be fair, I don't really care what he was. He's a man in a book. And so whether you I was brought up a good Catholic girl, so it's my book.
I was just about to say, isn't there a little Catholic girl looming somewhere?
It certainly is. But yeah, I'll be honest, it wouldn't have mattered because he lived a very, very long time ago, and it doesn't affect me because I don't really care. That's kind of how I feel about it when people say that stuff. I'm like, well, that's great. So good for you. That's kind of how I feel about all the, everything. If that's who you are, that's fabulous. Good for you. And yeah, I have no real opinions. But yeah, anyway, apparently that makes us really terrible morals and all that. So there we go. So colour revolutions. We've heard of these, and I'll be honest, I didn't really understand what a colour revolution was. But now I realise that this is sort of the name given to anybody who sort of rises up against Russian rule or Soviet rule, and they give them a colour to make them special. Not quite sure why it has to be a colour, but it's come down to this narrative. And of course, all colour revolutions are sponsored by the US. We know that, don't we? Yeah, I'm going to say yes. So yeah, all colour revolutions sponsored by the US, and that's because the US is terribly interested in just getting at Russia. To be fair, I think the US would be quite interested in Russia just being a normal country, but apparently that's never going to happen. So yeah, they attack the legitimacy of actual grassroots movements, and of course they also subvert them with their own pop-up movements, as we saw the other day in that no NATO or Stop NATO protest, where this extremely spontaneous group of people turned up, all with signs all drawn in the same crayon, wearing two different outfits. One of the outfits was from some sort of young army group from Russia, and were so spontaneously popped up there. No doubt they hid the buses that they bust them in on, just for the photo. So yeah, that basically all this theatre and aggression towards their neighbours is basically just targeting local civil society organisations, trying to, make them the bad guy, basically, and trying to obfuscate the what's put out into the media about them. And of course, human rights abuses and corruption and things like that, they do plenty of that and then film it and blame it on somebody else. That's kind of what they do. So yeah, basically they've been doing this for absolutely donkeys, just seeking to deny that people in neighbouring countries could have their own agency or independent aspirations, because the people in Russia aren't allowed these things, so why should anybody else be allowed them? I think that's kind of the point. And then theme number 5. Now this, I could have a lot of fun with this, to be honest. I think we need to give them a bit more imagination, give them some tips. If reality could be whatever the Kremlin wanted it to be, wouldn't it be nice to have something more pleasant? Couldn't they just decide that actually we're going to decide that from now on our reality is something completely different? We're all going to appreciate fluffy bunnies and pink elephants or whatever, and that'll be our new focus from now on. We're going to be lovely people. And they could indeed completely change a lot of things about their country just by making it up and saying it was so. Maybe not quite to the extent of fluffy bunnies, but you know what I mean. They present several narratives when they're concocting stuff, because it's this throw it at the wall and see what sticks sort of situation. And as soon as something gains momentum, that's the one they go with. And you see it in, well, a perfect example is Tatarsky. How many different people have killed him? I'd love to know, because so far I think there are 6 separate narratives, and then somebody else on top of that has also claimed that it was them. So yeah, he's more popular in death, that fella, and it is exactly what they do. they put out 6 narratives to hide the truth, and the 6 narratives are probably not even anywhere close to the truth. And it does make me sort of chuckle that, you know, we can tell you anything, you believe anything. And no, unfortunately, we won't anymore, because we're onto you. And I think now I'm going to stop talking for a minute. Go ahead, Axel.
I think that it's very important to dissect those narratives, and each and every time when they flare up in media and waft through media, often enough, as you, I think most of you have now, in the meantime, easily identified, most of Russian narratives are very specifically positioned as those which have cultural or local sponsorship in countries, in, for example, in Europe, which have to be positioned there first and foremost. But general narratives out of the anti-Americanism and out of the easy access to the American news cycle, both intraday as well as throughout a week and a month, and in regard to the overall calendaring, which we have with our news media for annual events, overarching narratives, which should then be recycled later, are posted into the American news cycle. And they're presented through international media, sometimes over, say, global news media from Europe can pick it up first to transport it over the time zone corridors of, say, a news cycle in the day, so that they're amplified and positioned into US media. But then they have to flare back, they have to reel back to European media, so that by having them being picked up in the US and being regurgitated, reverberating in the US media, that they are then quotable in secondary as well as sometimes primary European media. And if it's too atrocious, then it's tertiary media in Europe, meaning the fringe media outlets, which are there to regurgitate, see, even in America, even the Americans, even North America, even US media has picked this up. And if that ain't good enough, then they'll take Canadian media. It doesn't really matter. They just take it as a secondary testimony and testament, and therefore possibility to put the hook in yet again. And this continues to be the case. This is the daily bread of the Russian economy, because they don't do anything else well. This is the only thing they do. Chris. Chris, unmalamute yourself.
I'm here. I'm here. I don't know how on point I'm going to be with your conversation, guys, because I've just joined, really. So if there's more to discuss on that, then I'll come back later. But
keep going.
You carry on, Chris.
So okay, so I wondered if it had been discussed about the movie that's.
I have seen a little clip of that movie.
Do
you want to mention it?
Well, I was thinking that it was interesting. I've got a friend that does basically digital screen advertising, and I've messaged him and suggested that we send enough digital screens to Ukraine that they can put one at I don't know what the optimum interval would be, but regular intervals across the Ukraine and Belarusian border. So, do we need to explain? Do you think, Marcus?
Yeah. Well, basically, the film is it's showing Lukashenko making promises, and then it's showing the fact that his promises mean absolutely zip zero nothing. And also all the war crimes that have been generally going on in the neighbouring country, really sort of rubbing their noses in it.
Yes, I mean it definitely sounds like the Belarusians that actually see the movie being played on the border. Do you know where it is? Do you know whereabouts it is? I mean, not that it'll mean much to me, Mockers, but do you know where it is on the border?
I don't know the exact border crossing, but it's basically one of the only ones left.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So those Belarusians that are going to actually see this movie being played are going to see the reality of the invasion. You know, including some images of people that have been murdered and tortured in Bucha that we'd rather not see, obviously, but are in fact the case. So yes, so they those that have seen it, and I think I saw that it had been like filmed and or videoed and then basically distributed around Belarusia, or likely to have been.
Well, you can't stop people from passing the news around, can you? The thing is, it is a nice little psyop because somebody will take a video of it and go, "Oh my gosh, have you seen what the Ukrainians are doing?" Pass it round in horror, and yet people, much more eyes of much more people will then see that, and it allows people to watch it more readily, to spread it with their friends. And no matter what their opinion, whether it's shock and horror, whether it's indignation, they're still watching it.
Precisely. Yeah. So another stellar move by the Ukrainians, who understand how to do this stuff, right?
Yeah, they've got a bit of a master's in psyops, I think. And also, there's something else I've seen which I thought might make them feel a little bit. I've got to find it now. 1 second. A little bit. Yeah, here we go. Another bit of psyops from the Ukraine. So the forces that have been fighting with Ukraine, the Polish and Belarusian, Russian volunteer forces. These two volunteer forces are going to obviously continue fighting for Ukraine, but they have decided to jointly carry out combat operations. So I thought that this would go down like a lead balloon on the Russian side. So the Polish Volunteer Corps and the Russian Volunteer Corps announced this cooperation. It also might help to keep the Russian Volunteer Corps under eyes, because they seem to wander off a little bit every so often, or at least a few of them do. So fighters of the two formations are already now conducting joint training and coordination. And I wonder if this is part of a wider effort to get these people working together as battalions and brigades, larger formations, because it's great when you're in a small, mobile group, but there comes a time when you've all got to work together, and these people are no different. If they're fighting with the forces, they're going to have to start to learn to team up and work to support one another in a major effort. So I just think it's extra sweet that they're putting those two groups together. A little bit of a middle finger to the Russians there. Like, look, our Polish and Russian people get along just fine. So yeah, I thought that was an extra bit of a dig in their direction.
Excellent, Mockers.
They could have put any two groups together, couldn't they? Of these volunteer groups. They could have chosen them to go with different people, but no. They made a point of putting them two together and then saying, look, we've put these two groups of people together and they're going to.
Yeah, and me. Is tonight Biliana? Is it? Or have I
Nope,
missed it?
Monday.